Li Zichong, you wretched scoundrel. I left home for a year to study at the Baiyun sect, trusting you to look after my mother. And this is how you repaid me? The young man, clad in a light-colored disciple's robe, brandished a finely crafted steel sword, pointing it angrily at the man and woman sprawled on the mahogany bed, his teeth grinding audibly in fury. And what of it? Li Zichong, naked, casually shoved aside the lifeless body of the middle-aged beauty, adopting a mocking posture, as if to say, "I am your father," his tone dripping with disdain. Crash! As the naked woman tumbled off the bed, the sword slipped from the young man's grasp, leaving him frozen in disbelief, murmuring, You kill my mother? Pao Chufeng, can you guess? Li Zichong nonchalantly donned a blue robe from the hanger, his handsome visage cloaked in an icy demeanor. Ha ha ha! I foolishly considered you a brother, yet you would stoop to such despicable acts. Pao Chufeng slowly crouched down, gently brushing the lifeless woman's unblinking eyes with his left hand, before seizing the sword and, with tears streaming down his face, demanded, Tell me, why has this happened? Li Zichong calmly adjusted his robe, smoothing his hair back into place, revealing an air of refined malevolence. Now that matters have reached this point, I shall cease feigning innocence. He opened a storage compartment and produced a shriveled, blackened cow's ear, declaring, Do you recognize this? Boom! At the sight of the cow's ear, Pao Chufeng's eyes widened in shock, recollecting the ancestral teachings of the Pao family. Any descendant of the Pao family who encounters one bearing the green cow's ear shall slay them, and seize the ear to honor our ancestors. Who are you? Why do you possess the green cow's ear? Pao Chufeng's mind raced with terror, his former brother now a complete stranger. Li Zichong is my true name, but I bear another identity. With that, Li Zichong stepped forward, enunciating each word with precision. My ancestor is Li Er. I am his 100th descendant. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, leaving Pao Chufeng's head ringing, trembling as he stammered, You have concealed yourself well. I never imagined your approach, your brotherhood, your loyalty to me were all mere acts. And what of it? I have awaited this day for 2 decades, and today I shall ensure the Pao family's extinction. Li Zichong grasped the bone-cutting knife, its blade aimed directly at Pao Chufeng. Huh! Such arrogance. A year ago, we were both at the initial stage of body refinement. After joining the Baiyun sect, we have both reached the pinnacle of that stage. What do you possess to contend with me? Your family's ancestral swordsmanship. Without further ado, Li Zichong leaped, wielding the knife with tremendous force. Clang! Crack! A glimmer of cold light flashed as Pao Chufeng's sword, raised above his head to block the attack, was cleaved in two. The bone-cutting knife descended upon him, leaving a crimson mark across his cheek. How could you wield my family's ancestral swordsmanship? Pao Chufeng's fragmented words escaped his lips, his strength waning. This is the price for caring for your mother. She gifted me the Jianyo Dao Fa manual. Li Zichong smirked, his smile illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealing a chilling malevolence. You are ruthless. My father will not spare you. Pao Chufeng gasped, expending his final breath. Regret and humiliation etched upon his face as he collapsed lifelessly. Li Zichong did not linger, placing the bodies of the mother and son upon a horse's back, and, braving the torrential rain, raced toward his ancestral home. 20 years ago, in the Blue Star, Li Zichong was a technician at a factory producing inflatable dolls, responsible for crafting lifelike skins for various models. To excel in his work, he downloaded the adult version of TikTok and spent countless nights buried under the covers, studying diligently. However, his overexertion led to his untimely demise. Thus, he was reborn into the realm of cultivation, becoming the sole descendant of the Li family for 9 generations. At birth, he possessed neither auspicious signs nor golden fingers. He was merely an ordinary mortal. Though his family was of humble means, he was fortunate to have both parents, and life was relatively peaceful. Yet, at the age of 10, his parents sent him overnight to a slaughterhouse hundreds of miles away as a child laborer, leaving him with a treasured storage ring before abandoning him. It wasn't until he turned 18 that the restrictions of the storage ring were lifted, and through the green cow's ear within, he uncovered the secrets of the Li family. It turned out that the Li family and the Pao family were sworn enemies. Over 1,000 years ago, the Li family's ancestor, Li Er, stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity and, at over 200 years of age, reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Cultivators often prepared various treasures and elixirs to face the heavenly tribulation successfully. Lier was no exception, amassing countless resources to ensure his green cow would gain wisdom on the day of his tribulation, to shield him from the most lethal strike. However, on the eve of the tribulation, while Lier was arranging the tribulation formation, the cow, the focal point of the formation, was stolen. The thief was none other than Pao Chufeng's ancestor, Pao Ding. Pao Ding, a butcher from the state of Wei, was renowned for his unparalleled butchering skills. The noble Lord Wen Hui, eager to witness this artistry, summoned Pao Ding to perform before him. Understanding that larger cows were more valuable, Pao Ding sought out a large cow to enhance his performance. Coincidentally, Lier was passing through, believing the nearby mountains would be an ideal location for his tribulation, and thus he lingered. Naturally, news of the valuable large green cow could not remain hidden for long. Once Pao Ding learned of it, he sought out the cow, but Lier politely declined his request. Due to his cultivation of the Tao Te Ching, which emphasized non-action as a guiding principle in life, Lier did not take the matter to heart, providing Pao Ding with an opportunity to seize the cow while he was away. At that time, the green cow had yet to gain wisdom and trembled in fear at the sight of Pao Ding. Initially, the cow resisted, but once Pao Ding severed its ear, it became submissive, ultimately being loaded onto a cart and taken to the palace overnight. The ensuing events are well known. Pao Ding showcased his butchering skills before Lord Wen Hui and was immortalized in history. When Lier returned from setting the formation, he discovered the cow had vanished, leaving only an ear behind. With no choice but to face his tribulation, Lier ultimately perished amidst the relentless thunder. Before his death, he meticulously documented the events within the cow's ear, infusing it with his final remnants of power. When his descendants eventually discovered Lier, they learned the complete story through the cow's ear and sought vengeance upon Pao Ding. However, unbeknownst to them, after Pao Ding had finished with a large green cow, he absorbed all the spiritual energy within, rapidly increasing his cultivation and being revered as a national teacher. The Li family, on the brink of annihilation, had but one survivor, the ancestor of Li Zicheng's lineage. Thus, the Li family declined with each generation, until the arrival of the time traveler, Li Zicheng, who finally brought about a turning point. A day later, Li Zicheng arrived at the foot of Gold Summit Mountain with the bodies of Pao Chufeng and his mother, a place once known as the site of Lier's annihilation during his failed tribulation. Ancestor, before you, I, the unworthy descendant Li Zicheng, present the bodies of my enemies' offspring as an offering to comfort your spirit in the afterlife. After bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times, he took out the Jinyou Dao Fa manual from his bosom, burning it as a tribute to his ancestors, vowing to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. At the moment the manual was consumed by flames, a beam of golden light descended from the previously clear sky, landing directly into the cow's ear held by Li Zicheng. Immediately, a cryptic message surged into his mind. Wherever the hand touches, where the shoulder leans, where the foot treads, where the knee bends, a sound akin to a crackle shall resonate, harmonizing with the dance of the mulberry grove, thus forming the essence of the blade. Understand this. Be cautious and vigilant in action leads to delay, and the blade should be drawn with utmost restraint. With grace, the thread intertwines, the bones embody the soul. The skin serves as a sheath, and all things are stitched together. To don it is to transform oneself. What one cherishes is the path of skin, transcending mere skill. Upon assimilating all the information, Li Zicheng was astounded to discover that it recorded a profound path to sanctity, known as the path of butcher's skill in the art of skinning the ox. Yet this path does not belong to the 3,000 ways. It is an entirely novel avenue. Chapter 2. The Path of Human Skin. The Path of Human Skin? An existence transcending the 3,000 avenues? Li Zicheng knelt on the ground, his trembling hands barely supporting his weight, a chill creeping into his heart. To grasp even one of the 3,000 avenues is to attain sanctity. Yet the path of human skin was an unfamiliar concept to him. Could mastery of this path truly lead to sanctity? Doubts clouded his mind, and he hesitated to trust the skinning techniques recorded in the butcher's art. After all, the venerable Laozi had failed to ascend, so what right did he, a mere mid-level practitioner of physical cultivation, have to entertain such lofty aspirations? Who is it that imparted this method to me? Li Zicheng suddenly sprang to his feet, spinning in circles and calling out, yet the silence that met him was deafening. As a traveler from another realm, he had heard tales of Lao Zi's ascension. But in the world of cultivation, the stories had morphed into something bizarre and foreign. Now, a completely new path had emerged, leaving him feeling unsteady. The butcher's art was originally penned by Zhuangzi, who was a disciple of Lao Zi. After much contemplation, Li Zicheng firmly believed that Zhuangzi was not the type to author such a radical method of cultivation. Was there a hidden secret at play? His fists clenched tightly, his expression a mix of complexity and resolve. Yes, it must be so. At that moment, the coldness radiating from the cow's ear he held pierced through to his very soul. How could this be? Picking up the cow's ear he had used to pay homage to his ancestors, he noticed it had transformed drastically. The once withered ear had become unusually hard, its edges razor-sharp, resembling an indestructible blade that shimmered with ethereal light. With a gentle flick of the cow's ear, it produced a crisp, resonant sound, the black, cold light emanating from it almost blinding. It turned out that while he was incinerating the butcher's art, the beam of golden light had been absorbed by the cow's ear, imparting the secrets of the path of skin to Li Zicheng, while simultaneously transforming the cow's ear into an indomitable cow's ear blade. Was the great blue cow unwilling to yield? Just as he stood there, dazed with the cow's ear blade in hand, a solemn voice akin to the sound of a morning bell resonated in his mind. Descendants of mine, remember the ancestral teachings. In a world devoid of virtue and morality, I have gained enlightenment only through obliteration. Seek the cow's ear, burn the scriptures, and destroy the butcher's knife to inherit my legacy. Upon fulfilling these two conditions, you shall acquire the unethical classic to bolster your strength. The divine voice swiftly dissipated, and Li Zicheng committed the entirety of the scripture to memory. The unethical classic, first layer. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sage is unkind, treating the populace as mere fodder. All sentient beings lack compassion. Thus, I too need not extend compassion. Buzz. The unethical classic was an unparalleled doctrine that enlightened Li Zicheng, significantly altering his mindset. With this as his guide, he would no longer be hindered by the so-called boundaries of realms. He only needed to dismantle his mental obstacles to seamlessly ascend to the next grand realm. A path uniquely his own. At present, his task was to regard the corpses before him as mere fodder, to enter the realm of qi through skinning. After clarifying his thoughts, Li Zicheng turned to the two relatively fresh corpses, his mind swirling in confusion as raindrops the size of beans began to plummet from the sky, further muddling his already chaotic thoughts. The path of skin it is. As long as he could find his parents, he would not mind descending into madness. Resolute, Li Zicheng gripped the hilt of the blade and slowly approached the corpse of his mother, the reflection of the blade casting an eerie chill upon his face, creating a scene of unsettling malevolence. Having been sent to the slaughterhouse at the tender age of 10, he was well versed in the art of butchery, and with the experience he had gained from crafting realistic skin in his previous life, he was undoubtedly prepared. Crouching down, he tore open the shroud enveloping his mother's body, revealing her in her entirety. Feng Rao, oh Feng Rao, do you know how I have spent these past 6 months? Gazing at the beautiful woman who once shared his bed, Li Zicheng felt no remorse. After 8 years in the slaughterhouse witnessing countless lives extinguished beneath the blade, his heart had long since turned cold and unfeeling. Initially approaching the Pao family as a traveling butcher solely for the sake of the butcher's art, he had willingly offered himself to Feng Rao, who had mourned for a decade, in hopes of gaining her favor. The Li family had a long-standing tradition of cattle rearing, passing down the 9 cattle body refinement technique, which endowed Li Zicheng with immense strength and endurance, convincing Feng Rao of his prowess as a laborer. Eventually, they struck a deal, 10 plowings in exchange for a single technique from the butcher's art, with each plowing requiring a minimum of half an hour. However, Li Zicheng was no fool. Each time he plowed, he took shortcuts, utilizing only a fraction of his strength, yet managed to fulfill his obligations and successfully obtain the techniques. But good times were fleeting, as Pao Chufeng prepared to return home for a family visit, and with 18 techniques in total, Li Zicheng had only mastered 15 after 6 months of effort. He would have to wait for completion before Feng Rao would grant him the full butcher's art. With time running short, he had no choice but to exhaust all his strength in the final 3 days, ultimately destroying the field while acquiring the techniques. And thus, the rift with Pao Chufeng unfolded. Ah, no wonder I met such a fate. This is the retribution that the Pao family deserves. After scrutinizing Feng Rao's corpse, Li Zicheng's brows knitted in concern. Corpse mottling. After a day and night of travel, patches had already formed on her skin, submerging into larger splotches, with only her chest and face remaining untainted. Hiss. It seems I must first remove the affected skin and later find a suitable match for suturing. Li Zicheng had experience in this regard. During his time crafting realistic skin, he had become adept at various sizes and styles, capable even of creating the most lifelike replicas. In that moment, a nefarious idea took shape in his mind. to assume Feng Rao's identity and thus approach the ancestral figure of the Pao family, seeking a way to acquire the butcher's knife. A historical precedent existed for such a scenario, the most famous case being Yang Guofei from Blue Star, which served as his inspiration. Now that he had embraced the unethical classic, why should he concern himself with matters of morality? With a comprehensive plan in mind, Li Zichang wasted no time, directing the cow's ear blade toward the most cherished asset of Feng Rao. Chapter 3. The Art of Refinement with a Swift Motion. The ox ear knife sliced through effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu. The incision was impeccably smooth, positioned perfectly along the dividing line. Any excess would lead to distortion, while any deficit would render it incomplete. Observing the precision of the incision, Li Zichang let out a slight sigh of relief. 8 years of slaughtering experience culminated in this moment, manifesting as an innate talent. Although the previous sacrifices were livestock, the anatomical structures and organs bore considerable resemblance, differing only in form and size. Moreover, Feng Rao's distinctiveness made it easy to identify the intersection points. Had it been a figure resembling a man, accuracy would have been considerably more challenging. Holding the knife in his right hand and lifting it with his left, Li Zichang employed the techniques recorded in the art of butchering, initiating his maiden performance. Throughout the entire process, every contact point, his hands, shoulders, feet, and knees, resonated with a rustling sound. The slicing sound harmonized perfectly with the rhythm, complementing the movements of the Sanglin dance and the melodies of the Xianxi music, epitomizing the essence of the original text on butchering. Once one side was completed, the other side awaited its turn. After a full half-hour, Li Zichang transformed Feng Rao into a desolate state, achieving the initial step of the butchering operation. The subsequent step required separation to obtain the complete skin. Fortunately, Li Zichang possessed ample practical experience for both techniques, adeptly handling the varying methods. His tenure in the slaughterhouse had taught him the art of division, while his previous life's experience in crafting synthetic skin endowed him with the skill to peel, preserving the integrity of the skin to the utmost degree. With the ox ear knife, he pierced along the edge of the incision and swiftly rotated his wrist, the sharp blade seamlessly detaching the skin. The entire process was remarkably fluid. At this moment, his spirit transcended sight. He perceived with his mind, navigating the structure without visual observation, accurately locating the points with precision. In his consciousness, Feng Rao transformed into 2 towering peaks, one representing the mundane world, the other representing human ethics, pressing humanity beneath their weight, immovable despite any exertion. Li Zichang, akin to a divine being descending upon the earth, stood atop the summits, with one foot on the mundane and the other on ethics, exuding an aura of supremacy as he wielded the ox ear knife to sever the mountains, annihilating the constraints of the secular and ethical realms that bound existence. At this moment, Li Zichang truly achieved the unity of man and blade, allowing the knife to move with his heart, perceiving all as mere fodder, embodying a heart devoid of compassion. Ah, this is my golden finger. He then shifted his focus to the face, employing a similar technique with ease. An hour later, Li Zichang gazed at the intact spoils, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He had initially feared abandonment as a time traveler, yet fate had bestowed upon him an unparalleled path. Fortunately, with the support of Li Er's unethical classic, his hands remained steady. His concerns were not unfounded. Without a tranquil mind, even the most ruthless individual could not accomplish such a visually impactful process. Hiss. According to the Blue Star version, didn't he the ancestor write the Tao Te Ching? Why had it transformed into the unethical classic in my case? Was I inherently a person devoid of virtue? The trio of questions left him perplexed, entirely unaware of the connection, pondering the truth behind it all. While he was deep in thought, the ox ear knife underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally cold blade radiated a brilliant golden light, and a wave of warmth surged through the handle into his body, swiftly permeating every part of him. In an instant, Li Zichang felt his entire being swell, as if every inch of his skin was being torn apart. His body forcefully split open to allow the powerful spiritual energy released by the warmth to mend every wound rapidly. Ah, the pain. Li Zichang's blood surged, causing his body to flush crimson, every meridian visibly pronounced beneath his skin, his once handsome visage marred by bulging veins, resembling a demon emerging from hell. Such a formidable surge of spiritual energy would have overwhelmed anyone else, leading to certain death. Yet Li Zichang, having cultivated the ancestral 9-ox power since childhood, possessed an exceptionally robust physique. Confronted with the overwhelming spiritual force, he unhesitatingly activated the 9-ox power, amplifying his body's size and strength beyond measure, ultimately managing to suppress the influx and assimilate it entirely. With a resonant sound echoing from within, the first layer of the unethical classic manifested, and Li Zichang successfully broke through to the Qi refinement stage. Ha ha ha, what a delightful sensation. Li Zichang laughed heartily, his eyes deep and quiet like the night, the edges of his eye sockets rapidly darkening as if lined with coal. This sudden darkening flickered and vanished, swiftly returning to normal. However, his long black hair was now streaked with prominent white strands, creating a striking contrast. Gradually acclimating to this transformation, his already stern countenance grew even colder. To truly become Feng Rao, he must first refine these two pieces of skin, otherwise, they would spoil within days. Having ascended to the Qi refinement stage, he met the conditions outlined in the text for refinement. All that remained was to circulate the techniques of the art of butchering, enveloping the material in spiritual energy and progressing methodically, akin to curing meat. Clearing his mind, Li Zichang sat cross-legged, placing his hands at his chest, and began to chant the incantation. In accordance with heavenly principles, the Qi enters the great hollow, guiding the great channel. As he spoke, the spiritual force erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the material before him tightly and gradually elevating it to his line of sight. Upon gazing up, he witnessed the lifeless skin gradually transforming under the nurturing energy, shifting from a dull blue to a soft pink hue, as if dyed, enveloping the entirety and emitting a faint glow. As time passed, the refined material regained vitality, pulsating slightly like freshly slaughtered beef, appearing exquisitely tender. Chapter 4. Vividly realized refinements accompanied by a rhythmic pulsation. Two refined objects sprang to life, appearing as if they still belonged to their original hosts, strikingly lifelike. Li Zichang reached out to touch them, astonished to discover that the sensation was identical to that of before, with perfect replication in both shape and size. What was most delightful was not only their fair and gentle hue, but also the warmth they radiated, a stark contrast to the frigid synthetic skins of his past life. Overwhelmed by this near-perfect transformation, Li Zichang suddenly paused, his gaze fixating on his faux brother, Pao Chufan. Hiss. If I were to refine him, would he come to life? Would he become indistinguishable from the real thing? Having grasped the first layer of the unethical classic, Li Zichang's consciousness gradually unfurled, giving birth to such wicked thoughts. He was eager to experiment, to see if he could strike with precision from a distance. Driven by impulse, he seized the bull ear knife and swiftly dispatched his target, then commenced the refinement process once more. A quarter of an hour later, he spat in disgust at the lifeless, charred remains of the refined object, cursing as he stomped on it, reducing it to a pulp before finally relenting. What a waste of effort. It must be said that the unethical classic was indeed a remarkable tome. The moral constraints that once bound him had vanished, allowing him to indulge his whims without a trace of guilt. Boom. After completing the refinement of the skin, he stored it in his spatial ring and incinerated both corpses with phosphorus powder, reducing them to nothingness. Having accomplished this, he knelt once more to pay homage to his ancestor, Li Er. He firmly believed that the flora and fauna here possessed spirits, and perhaps a stray branch bore traces of his ancestor's ashes from when he had been obliterated. Ancestor above, bless your descendant with success in finding the knife, he prayed. For surely you will personally lead me to Jinding Mountain to dispose of it. After 3 bows and 9 prostrations, he suddenly turned and vanished into the torrential night rain. The Yushan family, the Pao clan, was a prominent lineage within a 1,000-mile radius, renowned for their cultivation practices. Over a millennium ago, when their ancestor Pao Ding was revered as a national master, a page was dedicated to him in the family genealogy. Since then, the lineage of Pao Ding had diligently practiced, culminating in Pao Chufan's generation, which had established a legacy for 100 generations. After unexpectedly obtaining a great opportunity, Pao Ding's cultivation soared, yet he found himself unable to advance past the integration stage. Forever barred from breaking through to the great ascendant stage and grasping the threshold of transcending to the heavens. Subsequent descendants inherited their ancestors' mantle, but their aptitude for cultivation diminished with each generation. By the time of Pao Chufan's grandfather, they could only reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Nevertheless, the Pao family maintained a significant presence in the secular world. To change their circumstances, Pao Chufan's father, Pao Gangtai, had no choice but to join a sect, seeking opportunities to break through the golden core stage. He had been gone for a decade, now serving as an outer elder of the Shanhai sect, his strength formidable, having reached the late golden core stage. As for Pao Chufan, his talents were mediocre, prompting Pao Gangtai to send him to the third-rate sect, Baiyan sect, for training, intending to bring him into the Shanhai sect's outer ranks once he broke through to the Qi refinement stage. Little did they expect that both mother and son would meet their demise at the hands of Li Zichang on the same day, their deaths gruesome, leaving no remains. Given the Pao family's formidable strength, Li Zichang had to resort to such underhanded tactics, planning to lure the entire family into disgrace through the allure of a married woman. If he diligently practiced, with the blessings of both the unethical classic and Pao Ding's skinned method, he might attain the golden core stage within a few years. However, to step into the nascent soul stage and overpower the entire Pao clan would require even greater opportunities, by which time the chance would have long passed. Should Pao Gangtai reach the nascent soul stage, the quest for the knife would be indefinitely postponed, and the opportunities left by ancestor Li Er would be a distant dream. Li Zichang firmly believed that as he ventured further down the path of immorality, his cultivation would advance rapidly, yielding extraordinary results. A day later, Li Zichang returned to his home in Yunshan City, a dilapidated courtyard in the outer city, paying a monthly rent of 3 taels of silver. After selling off all the valuables belonging to the mother and son, he amassed 500 taels of silver, initially intending to secure a better residence. He feared exposing his plans and thus hurried back to the Pao family to maintain his cover. Now, with only these 2 pieces of refined skin, he could don them to masquerade as Feng Rao. Yet, this was merely a temporary solution. He needed to devise a way to stitch together a complete suit of refined skin. Li Zichong placed them on the table, carefully cleaning them with warm water, nurturing his creation with utmost care. His concerns were not unfounded. These 2 pieces possessed Feng Rao's most distinctive features. When worn, they could achieve a 50% transformation, sufficient to create a convincing illusion. The remaining 50% resided in the lower half, with no alterations to gender or other attributes. In other words, donning these 2 parts would render the upper half as Feng Rao while the lower half remained Li Zichong, a quintessential trap by the standards of his homeland, Blue Star. However, the most critical point was that in a month, the patriarch of the Pao family would celebrate his 80th birthday. Pao Gangtai would undoubtedly return home to honor the occasion. It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. After 10 years apart, even if he had other partners, his primary wife would still require his attention, and he was certain to share a bed with Feng Rao. Should he discover the ruse, all plans would be in vain, and Li Zichong would surely meet a swift demise. Regardless, he resolved to wear the disguise as Feng Rao, seizing the time to entice the patriarch while searching for a suitable skin. With determination, Li Zichong swallowed hard, his eyes fixed intently on the table, and slowly extended his hand towards the chest skin refinement. As he grasped it, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he fought against his inner resistance. Every endeavor has its first time. I shall go all out. As the unethical classic coursed through his being, Li Zichong finally freed himself from moral constraints, pressing the refined skin against his chest. Chapter 5. Abundance to the extreme despite Li Zichong's meticulous preparations. He was still blindsided by 2 thunderous shocks, leaving his mind in a state of utter blankness for a brief moment. It was akin to a healthy body suddenly developing a benign tumor, necessitating time to adjust. My goodness, is it truly this extravagant? Although Li Zichong possessed extensive installation experience, it was predominantly with mass-produced industrial products, merely requiring him to fit them together without any emotional investment. Now, faced with the situation directly, he finally grasped the profound reality of it. To wear the crown, one must bear the weight. Gritting his teeth, Li Zichong resolutely initiated the fusion process. The material he was refining differed vastly from the synthetic skin he had crafted prior to his journey. It did not require being worn like a suit for transformation to occur. He merely needed to apply the refined material to the corresponding areas and invoke the incantation, allowing his skin to enter a natural growth phase and merge with his body. The instant the material adhered to his form, Li Zichong felt a soothing warmth radiating from his chest, akin to the tender, delicate touch of a beloved's hand, or the warmth of a winter sunrise igniting the hope of rebirth. Yes, that was precisely the sensation. At that moment, Li Zichong could not help but reminisce about his years working on the assembly line for inflatable dolls. In his pursuit of developing high-tech synthetic skin that could generate body heat, he had toiled tirelessly at the forefront, even spending lavishly to enlist factory girls for experimentation, exploring nearly every type before finally creating the top 10 renowned items in the otaku community. However, with time pressing, Li Zichong cast aside his distractions, swiftly calming his mind as he pressed the material firmly against his chest, decisively invoking the incantation. Goodness, I have heard of the path of skin, and transformation shall ensue. As he spoke the words, the refined material seemed to respond to his call, deconstructing at a visible pace, transforming into soft, pliable clay akin to spring mud, rapidly enveloping Li Zichong's upper body. A warmth, reminiscent of donning a light autumn garment, surged through his back and waist, ultimately converging at his navel. Yet, the ensuing sensation of suffocation terrified him. It hurts. What is happening? At that instant, he felt as if his bones were being mercilessly hammered by countless heavy mallets, shattering into a million pieces, causing him to writhe in agony, drenched in sweat. Creak, creak. Following this, he heard a jarring sound of friction within, as if his nearly shattered bones were being reforged, forcibly compressing the robust physique of a muscular man into that of a soft, delicate beauty. Only then did he comprehend that since it was not a complete transformation, he could only achieve a perfect replica through the modification of specific parts. What a torment! Li Zichong struggled to rise, gently wiping the sweat from his cheeks, finally regaining his composure. With that, the refining of the upper portion of the material was complete, and he instinctively grasped the unique aura of Feng Rao. Upon feeling this elegant posture, Li Zichong realized that every effort was worth it. It felt as if it had sprouted from his own being. He stood up, his hands moving back and forth, exploring the new changes, occasionally jumping with delight. The unprecedented sense of burden did not elicit any discomfort. The Tao of morality was indeed a divine scripture. He had expected this transformation to be quite disconcerting, yet it felt so natural, suggesting that he was indeed cut out for this path. Li Zichong cradled the material in his hands, indulging in self-deprecating humor before commencing the next procedure. Unfolding the facial layer, Feng Rao's features were laid bare, distinct and vivid. Even her makeup remained intact, exuding a lifelike quality. Applying it to his face like a mask, the earlier sensations resurfaced. Li Zichang suddenly felt his facial features tightening, as if glued in place, while thousands of pores opened, eagerly absorbing nutrients from the external environment. Gradually, the two merged into one, completely fusing together. The subsequent excruciating pain once again subjected him to the torment of rebirth, as though his face were undergoing an extensive cosmetic surgery procedure: double eyelid creation, canthoplasty, rhinoplasty, lip augmentation, fascia lifting, and facial bone sculpting, all without anesthesia. At that moment, he truly comprehended the price paid by girls on Blue Star in their quest for beauty, deepening his understanding of the art of skin transformation. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, the pain began to wane, but his entire face resembled that of a swollen pig's head from the forced alterations. Can I show my face to anyone? Alarmed by the unusual appearance, Li Zichang hurriedly splashed water into a basin to examine his reflection, only to be shocked into sitting down abruptly. It was not until he practiced his healing techniques for half an hour that everything returned to normal, the upper portion of his body now perfectly mirroring Feng Rao, with an alluring figure and captivating beauty, devoid of any flaws. At this point, his persona as a faux woman was entirely formed. Being perverse is merely the entry level of the Tao of morality. Li Zichang smiled enchantingly, meticulously recalling her demeanor and mannerisms, including her voice. He once again formed hand seals, employing the techniques of skin transformation to thoroughly integrate everything about Feng Rao into his very essence. The path of skin has not deceived me. In that instant, he felt as though he had completely become a different person, exuding the charm of a devoted wife. After a brief adjustment period, Li Zichang retrieved Feng Rao's clothing and jewelry from her storage ring, carefully adorning himself, styling his long hair into a celestial bun as per her former hairstyle, donning golden hairpins, applying vibrant red lipstick, transforming himself into an extraordinarily beautiful and enchanting woman. At merely 20 years old, Li Zichang's skin was in far better condition than Feng Rao's, appearing more youthful and alluring, which was precisely the image he desired. How beautiful! Admiring his reflection, his delicate hands caressed his temples, relishing the exquisite version of himself. Alas, leaning against the wooden table, propping his chin on his arm, he emitted a sigh characteristic of devoted wives. If only he had attained a perfect form, then this transformation would be entirely complete. Looking down at his current state, he felt a twinge of regret. Although Feng Rao possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms, she was, after all, a married woman. Furthermore, the immense effort exerted earlier had caused considerable damage, which was utterly unacceptable for someone like Li Zichang, who pursued perfection. With no other choice, he resigned to accept this peculiar state for the time being, vowing to seek out a more suitable form later to rectify the deficiencies. I must acquire a perfect vessel. Li Zichang resolved to find the ideal shape to complete his aspirations. Chapter 6. The Target Prey. Nice with the thought that good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders, Li Zichang resolved to return to the manor for further inquiry. Contemplating the multitude of women in the kitchen, he was confident he could find an opportune moment to display his prowess. Having made up his mind, he swayed his hips and strutted towards the kitchen in the alluring manner characteristic of Feng Rao. Half an hour later, Li Zichang's figure appeared before the eastern gate of the kitchen manor. "Miss, you have returned. Did you enjoy yourself yesterday?" Wang Pe, the accompanying matron, greeted him with a lewd grin, evidently assuming that Feng Rao and Li Zichang had indulged in an escapade the previous night. "Mind your own business," Li Zichang retorted. "I deserve to be punished." Wang Pe slapped her own face twice and smiled broadly. "Madam, the old master has sent word that there will be a ritual for the family at the main residence tomorrow evening, and all households must attend. We cannot neglect the family legacy." An opportunity had presented itself, and Li Zichang secretly rejoiced at the prospect of making a noteworthy appearance before the old master. As he absorbed the memories of Feng Rao, he became intimately familiar with the affairs of the kitchen family. The peculiar tastes of Pao Desen naturally became his point of leverage. "Prepare some hot water. I wish to bathe and change," he commanded. The recent days of travel had left him feeling unsettled, and he understood that his exterior also required care and nourishment, a floral bath being the most effective remedy. The thought of the banquet the following evening stirred excitement within him. He simply had to make a flamboyant impression to execute his plans. After a fragrant hour, Wang Per returned to find the wooden tub filled with hot water and freshly picked petals before she departed. Once the coast was clear, he shed his garments and immersed himself in the steaming tub. His upper body was smooth and delicate, while below, a forest of leg hair contrasted starkly, like the difference between a finely crafted piece and a rough draft. The disparity in sensation left Li Zichang momentarily bewildered. Indeed, this state tested his composure. With a resigned smile, he busied himself with the meticulous task of cleansing and maintaining his appearance. Upon completing his bath, he donned a splendid lilac strapless gown, adorning himself with an air of irresistible charm, confident that his assets would soon be unveiled. Who would have thought that at just over 20, I would exude such an intoxicating allure? He mused while preening before the mirror, feeling quite pleased with his own elegance, allowing a hint of vanity to surface. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. He was not entirely a woman. Should Pao Destin happen to encounter the hair on his legs, his true identity would undoubtedly be exposed. What if I attract the old lecher and, fueled by drink, he attempts to take advantage of me? What then? Surely, I cannot draw my sword in defense. The chilling realization sent a shiver down his spine, and cold sweat broke out as goosebumps crept over him. Though he had made some progress in mastering the immoral scriptures, he still lacked the audacity for such unbounded acts. If Pao Destin was indeed as indiscriminate as rumored, Li Zicheng's current abilities would surely leave him vulnerable. What to do? Should he hastily assume a different persona? The best course of action would be to quickly rectify his shortcomings and transform into a complete being. At worst, he would merely be compelled to play a role, thus preserving his life. Li Zicheng felt as though he were walking a tightrope. Any misstep could lead to his ruin, leaving no trace behind. But whom could he turn to? There were scarcely 2 people in the manor. Since Pao Gangtai had departed, the household had grown increasingly desolate, with even the servants reassigned to the main residence. Apart from the master and himself, there was only an elderly man to tend to the grounds. Could I possibly resort to Wangpa? The thought sent a jolt of fear through him, causing his body to tremble. No, she was over 50. That would be a grave disservice to himself. After much contemplation, he decisively dismissed such a vile notion, wishing to avoid any unpleasant odors. Moreover, with Wangpa around, it would be less likely to arouse suspicion. Caution was paramount for success. If only there were a high-grade realistic doll to take his place in disgrace. He recalled the advanced dolls on Blue Star, capable of speaking sweet nothings and offering comfort. For instance, during an experiment, a doll once consoled him, saying, "It's all right." 2.5 is quite impressive. Helpless, he resolved to seek another solution. What to do? What to do? Li Zicheng paced restlessly, his delicate brows furrowing in concentration. Was he truly contemplating a visit to the slaughterhouse? With several years of experience in butchery, an outrageous thought suddenly crossed his mind, and vivid images of livestock filled his imagination. Why not start with a cow? Such a morally shocking idea was perhaps unprecedented. No, absolutely not. That would be crossing a line. Li Zicheng shook his head vigorously, his long, dark hair nearly obscuring his face. Suddenly, a revelation struck him as he recalled the humiliation he faced upon entering the kitchen manor, his teeth grinding in anger. Initially, he had intended to infiltrate the household as a servant, only to be confronted by a young woman who had commanded him to kneel and play the part of a steed. At that time, Li Zicheng had not yet mastered the immoral scriptures, and with a still intact moral compass, he had resolutely refused such degrading demands, vowing to one day turn the tables. Later, after aligning himself with Feng Rao, he learned she was the old master's granddaughter, barely 18 and notoriously reckless. How could I have almost forgotten about her? A sinister smile crept across his face, his eyes glinting with malice, reminiscent of a nefarious femme fatale. Chapter 7. Revealing the true self to Mulan after securing the target acquired from the latter half. Li Zicheng instructed Wangpa to visit the main residence to discreetly inquire about the whereabouts of Mulan, the granddaughter of the esteemed Pao Destin. Wangpa, a loyal servant who accompanied Feng Rao upon her marriage, was the reason Li Zicheng spared her life. Although Pao Destin had 1 legitimate wife and 10 concubines, only the legitimate wife was entitled to bear children. Aside from his eldest son, Pao Gangtai, both daughters had married into other families and resided at the main estate. In less than half an hour, Wangpa hurried back, exclaiming, "Miss, I have news." Li Zicheng's spirits lifted instantly as he inquired, "Where is that wretched girl?" After a cautious glance around, Wangpa whispered, "She will be going to Baiyun Mountain for cultivation tomorrow morning, preparing for the selection trials of Baiyun sect in a few days." Cultivation is splendid. The end of cultivation is to leave behind the mortal coil. Li Zicheng smiled charmingly, his pupils gradually narrowing. "What did you say?" Wangpa was momentarily taken aback. "Do not be foolish." Li Zicheng shot her a glare and continued. Who was accompanying her? Only the 2 guards from the estate. Wangpa recounted the details she had gathered. Very well. Having recently entered the early stage of qi refinement, dealing with Mulan, a peak body refinement female cultivator, would be a trivial matter. Even with sheer brute force, he could easily overpower her. The following morning, after instructing Wangpa to remain at the estate, Li Zicheng stealthily slipped out through the back door. Baiyun Mountain, the domain of Baiyun sect, was nearly 100 miles from the trial area, so he felt no concern about encountering formidable opponents. As Mulan and her 2 companions arrived at Baiyun Mountain, they were swiftly targeted by the rushing Li Zicheng. 100 meters away, the 2 guards assisted her in utilizing the cow slaughtering blade technique to dissect demon beasts for their demon cores to enhance their cultivation. Seeing this, Li Zicheng confidently approached, adopting Feng Rao's demeanor, and greeted his dear niece, Lan'er. Mulan halted, and upon recognizing him, scoffed, "Haha, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's my widowed aunt. Why are you here instead of staying at the estate?" Before Li Zicheng could respond, Mulan set down her imitation Pao knife. her eyes glinting with realization. I guess you must be here for an illicit rendezvous. Haha. You're finished. I'll definitely tell grandfather. Her words elicited suppressed laughter from the two guards beside her. Li Zichang maintained a smile, inwardly reflecting, the more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you will cry later. He was well aware of Mu Lan's overbearing nature, never expecting she would be so brazen even in front of her elders. Perhaps in her heart, Feng Rao had long been cast aside, destined to be expelled from the Pao family, rendering any notion of familial unity unnecessary. My dear niece, your aunt has come to practice the cow slaughtering blade technique as well. After all, the estate is hosting the cow slaughtering ancestor ceremony tomorrow night. I senti it? You? Practicing the cow slaughtering blade technique? Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Mu Lan's face was a mask of derision, her laughter almost bringing her to tears. Indeed. I am also practicing. As she spoke, Li Zichang's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze turning icy. Drawing the cow ear knife from the depths of his robes, he swiftly decapitated the two guards beside him. Wah, what are you doing? The sudden violence left Mu Lan in shock, unable to comprehend why he would kill without provocation. Little did she know, for Li Zichang, who practiced the unethical scripture, killing required no justification. Nor did it invoke any sense of guilt. Hell, what else? I told you I came to practice the cow slaughtering blade technique. It just so happens that my target is human. Li Zichang's eyes were cold as ice, a stark contrast to Feng Rao's enchanting beauty. Ah, madwoman. You must have gone insane from being a widow. I will kill you. Mu Lan was no coward. Brandishing her pound knife, she charged at him. Humph. Today you shall experience the taste of sheer brute force. Li Zichang retracted the cow ear knife and shot forth a strand of spiritual energy from his fingertips, striking Mu Lan's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. You are a chi refinement cultivator? Mu Lan, now thoroughly frightened, turned to flee. However, Li Zichang swiftly advanced, seizing her collar and lifting her as one would a chick, before retreating behind a nearby boulder. Let go of me. What do you want? Mu Lan screamed and struggled in vain. He tossed her onto the ground, ripping away her clothing with an ominous expression. Today, your aunt will teach you how to be a virtuous wife, lest you remain unmarried in the future. And no, we are both women. How can you? Mu Lan realized the absurdity of the situation. Before she could finish her protest, Li Zichang unhesitatingly revealed his true self, shattering her worldview and obliterating her moral boundaries in an instant. Ah, a monster. Overwhelmed by shock, Mu Lan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Humph, that simplifies matters. Just as he prepared to unleash his brute force, he was momentarily stunned. What the? She is a stone woman. Li Zichang had never anticipated that the carefully selected target would turn out to be such a specimen, throwing his plans into disarray. Phew, there is no time to waste. I'll keep her for now. She may prove useful later. Rather than discarding her, he mimicked her actions and stored the portion of her guise in his storage ring. After burying the three individuals, he returned to the estate under the cover of night, joining Wang Pu to attend the cow slaughtering ceremony at the Pao family South Main estate. At the Pao family's main residence, Li Zichang walked gracefully towards the grand hall, drawing the attention of many. Several men stared in awe, while women exchanged disdainful glances. Upon reaching the banquet hall, he noticed Pao Deshen, clad in a red robe, already seated at the head table, with his concubine and two daughters by his side. Li Zichang moved with elegance, bowing to Pao Deshen in front of everyone, unabashedly revealing his beauty. Father-in-law, your daughter-in-law has arrived late. Pao Deshen, who was busy welcoming the guests, brightened at the sight and responded, not late. Not late. Come sit. He gestured for his concubine to move to the adjacent table, making space for Li Zichang. Jiner, go sit with them. Jiner, Pao Deshen's recently married concubine, was adored by many, and though her delicate beauty was endearing, it paled in comparison to Li Zichang's allure. Humph, you can't even keep a man. What is so remarkable about that? Jiner sat at the adjacent table with a look of resentment, successfully drawing Li Zichang's attention. A moment later, Pao Deshen stood to announce, the cow slaughtering ancestor ceremony officially begins. The family that emerges victorious will not only manage the Pao family treasury for the next 3 years, but will also have the opportunity to comprehend the ancestral Pao knife on my 80th birthday. Pao Deshen seized the moment to diffuse tensions while casting a lecherous glance at Li Zichang. The crowd erupted in excitement. Managing the treasury meant the chance to line their pockets, but the ancestral knife was what truly captivated their interest. The Pao knife was brought out once every decade. Those fortunate enough to witness it would have the opportunity to seize the legacy left by their ancestor, Pao Ding, which served as the foundation for the Pao family's enduring legacy. Excellent. When the time comes to comprehend the Pao knife, I shall wait for the opportune moment to incite conflict between father and son. You seize women, I shall seize the Pao knife. Li Zichang was confident. Having grasped the Pao Ding's cow slaughtering skin Dao, heavenly text, how could he regard these people with any seriousness? Chapter 8. Is Gina bragging? Soon, the housekeeper of the kitchen made his appearance and elaborated on the art of butchering cattle. According to the ancestral methods passed down, a live cow must be slaughtered on the spot. However, the descendants have gradually deteriorated in skill until, hundreds of years later, no one could perform such a feat. Even the esteemed Pao Deshen could only dissect a recently deceased cow, falling far short of the remarkable abilities of the ancestral Pao Ding. Who will go first? Although Pao Deshen asked the question of others, his gaze lingered on Li Zichang's fair bosom. My husband, you should go first. Pao Ruohua, with a naturally competitive spirit, always sought to outdo her elder sister. Pao Qingqiu, not wanting to lag behind, urged her husband beside her, hurry up, don't fall behind. As Pao Gangtai was the only son and currently absent, the family's second and third sons-in-law naturally took on the responsibility. To the onlookers, it seemed that the competition would only be decided between these two families. The second and third sons-in-law wasted no time and promptly stepped forward, each taking their positions in front of the two massive carcasses of cattle. The technique of butchering was not an extraordinary secret, it was a practical skill, not confined to male practitioners. Therefore, the entire Pao family, including the women, were adept at preparing fine meats. Jiner, a concubine hailing from a family of hunters, was also skilled in the art of slaughtering. My lord, Jiner will represent all the sisters and step forward, she announced. Pao Deshen stroked his white beard, his face alight with joy. Excellent. Let us witness your skills today. After expressing her gratitude, Jiner quickly moved to the center of the hall, standing before the smaller cow carcass. The three competitors drew applause from the crowd. Oh, why is no one from the elder family stepping up? Pao Qingqiu casually munched on seeds, her eyes casting mocking glances at Li Zichang. Indeed, weren't you just full of bravado? Why falter now? In the face of this external pressure, Pao Ruohua chose to align herself with her elder sister. Seeing the Pao sisters stir up trouble, Jiner seized the opportunity for retaliation. My lord, some people are merely pretty faces, perhaps even all show and no substance. Jiner glared disdainfully at Li Zichang's nearly bursting bosom, clearly insinuating something. Everyone was aware that Feng Rao had remained a widow for 10 years, and with no man in her household. It was natural for them to exploit this opportunity for a bit of revenge. Daughter-in-law, I heard my dear grandson has returned. Why hasn't he come along today? Pao Deshen feigned ignorance regarding Pao Chufen's whereabouts, subtly reminding Feng Rao. Father-in-law, Chufen is engrossed in his cultivation and returned to Baiyun's sect for seclusion this morning. Li Zichang replied, having already devised her strategy. Haha, my grandson is thoughtful. The Pao family has a promising future. With that, Pao Deshen declared, then you three may begin. Pao Deshen, having skillfully navigated the situation, remained composed while Li Zichang took the chance to send flirtatious glances, gently nudging his calf with her toes hidden beneath the table, causing the elder to blush and down his wine in one gulp. Humph. Vixen. Jiner shot Li Zichang a sidelong glance, yet found herself at a loss. Pao Qingqiu and Pao Ruohua could no longer bear it, and conspired that once Pao Gangtai returned, they would insist he divorce this shameless sister-in-law. After a brief moment, the housekeeper began timing with incense, and the three competitors simultaneously rolled up their sleeves. Grasping their replica butcher knives, they plunged them into the carcass on the chopping board. The second son-in-law, steady and skilled, proceeded methodically with the butchering steps. The third son-in-law, aware of his lack of precision, focused on speed, swiftly severing the cow's head and limbs. In contrast, Jiner, although lacking in strength and speed compared to the others, innovatively inflated the cow before striking, instantly enhancing her accuracy. This maneuver drew the crowd's attention to the elder Pao, raising concerns about whether he could withstand such a display at his age. Even Li Zichang could not help but exclaim in admiration at Jiner's impressive technique. Indeed, the Pao family's butchering method lived up to its reputation. As all three completed the dissection of the entire cow in under the time it took for an incense stick to burn, with each part remaining remarkably intact, Pao Deshen clapped his hands in delight, stepping forward to inspect their work. Very good, quite commendable. After his examination, he smiled and offered his critiques. The second son-in-law's technique is steady, with precise cuts. The third son-in-law is clean and swift, while Jiner is resourceful and equally praiseworthy. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his voice to announce the results. The ancestral method of butchering cattle is profound. Among the three, the second son-in-law comes closest to mastering it. I declare that the head of the cow used for this ancestral offering shall belong to the second son-in-law. Father-in-law. Wait. Before the elder could finish his proclamation, Li Zichang, who had been watching from the side, interrupted, stirring up trouble. Oh, does my daughter-in-law hold a differing opinion? Pao Deshen, his anger simmering beneath the surface, displayed a changed expression upon seeing Feng Rao's intervention. Father-in-law, our elder family never stated we would not participate. Li Zichang adjusted her attire, standing tall. Before Pao Deshen could respond, Pao Qingqiu interjected, displeased. The victor has already been determined. Where were you earlier? Pao Deshen found himself at a loss for words again. Li Zichang, smiling calmly, replied, Father-in-law, they use deceased cows. I cannot compete on the same terms. Heh. A dead cow? Such audacity. Are you planning to emulate our ancestor and use a live one? Pao Qingqiu scoffed. Precisely, father-in-law. Please allow me to compete with a live cow, Li Zichang stated, adjusting her skirt with an air of calmness. Are you serious, daughter-in-law? This ritual cannot be taken lightly. Failure in butchering would be disrespectful to our ancestors. Pao Deshen initially appeared shocked, later offering a kind warning. Those who had intended to intervene now eagerly supported Feng Rao's challenge to use a live cow, unanimously expressing their agreement. Very well, then I shall grant your request. Pao Deshen, equally intrigued, wished to see what she was capable of. Bring me the largest cow from the estate. Li Zichang commanded the housekeeper. Pao Deshen nodded in affirmation. And soon the housekeeper led in a massive black cow weighing around 2,000 pounds. Wow, such a colossal creature. The sight sent chills down the spines of many, prompting several to retreat to the corners to clear space. Dear guests, listen to the bovine's lament. Li Zichang secured her skirt at her waist, grasping the replica butcher knife. Her hands poised at her sides, chest out and abdomen in, she dashed toward the great black cow with the grace of a seductress. Chapter 9. The next to shed skin will be her father. Do you see how the elder sister-in-law behaves? What kind of woman runs away like that? Pao Qingxiu rubbed her eyes, and when she finally saw Li Zichang's seductive form fleeing, her spirit was struck with profound shock. She turned to Pao Deshen to report. Master, look at that. Her backside is nearly pointing to the heavens. Isn't she ashamed? Jiner and the other concubines were consumed with jealousy, muttering derogatory remarks about her. Is this still about the ritual of butchering the ox for ancestral worship? It feels more like selecting a courtesan from a brothel. It's a disgrace to our ancestors. Pao Ruohua was even more venomous, spouting the most unsavory comments imaginable. In contrast, Pao Deshen and the other men were utterly captivated, their expressions a magnificent spectacle of intrigue. In my humble opinion, this is a tactic of misdirection. The daughter-in-law's actions are surely meant to attract the attention of the great black bull, allowing her to strike when it is unsuspecting. Pao Deshen did not cast a glance at the women, his gaze wholly fixated on the enchanting figure of Li Zichang. Initially, the great black bull seemed restless, but upon seeing Li Zichang approach, it became eerily still, as if ensnared by some unseen force, standing frozen in place. Li Zichang swayed her arms gracefully, arching her back while her legs moved in an exaggerated manner, radiating an aura of allure that filled the air. As she neared the bull, she had already completed the incantation of her technique, unnoticed by anyone. With a sense of caution, she adhered to the principles set forth in the Tao of butchering the ox, plunging her knife into the great black bull's body, her hands moving with unparalleled speed, guiding the blade over its surface as if engaged in a sublime dance, the scene breathtakingly beautiful. The reason the bull did not react was twofold. First, Li Zichang's butcher's aura intimidated it. Second, her incantation, akin to Pao Ding himself, shattered the bull's consciousness, rendering it dazed and bewildered. Such a terrifying spectacle left the onlookers in utter shock, especially Pao Deshen, who seemed to glimpse the spirit of his ancestor, trembling uncontrollably. Could it be? Am I seeing things? Pao Deshen rubbed his eyes vigorously, disbelief etched across his face. As the crowd was still in a daze, Li Zichang abruptly withdrew her knife, wiping away some blood from her chest, softly murmuring, "It's rather large. It indeed affects the speed of the cut. Father-in-law, the ox has been processed. Please come forward to verify." At her call, the crowd finally regained their senses, their gazes shifting to the great black bull. Behold, the bull stood unharmed in the center, steam still billowing from its nostrils. Haha, what kind of butchery is this? So, the elder sister-in-law has been merely putting on a show. Pao Ruohua laughed heartily upon seeing the bull intact, pointing at Li Zichang. Master, your good daughter-in-law is mocking you in public. Why not get rid of her? Jiner seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. The atmosphere turned raucous as the crowd jeered at Li Zichang, pointing fingers. Fools. Li Zichang ignored them, fixing her gaze on the stupefied Pao Deshen. Father-in-law, please come forward to verify. Seeing her audacity, Jiner and the others grew even more malicious in their taunts. Suddenly, Pao Deshen furrowed his brow, slowly rising from his seat, bellowing at the onlookers. Silence. A bunch of ignorant fools. Having said that, he unsteadily approached, his gaze complex as it swept over Li Zichang before gently placing his hands on the great black bull. Recognizing the opportune moment, Li Zichang invoked the technique once more, reciting, once released, like earth collapsing, the ox does not know its demise. With her words, the once intact great black bull suddenly crumbled, disintegrating into hundreds of pieces of meat and bones scattered across the ground. Then, an even more miraculous scene unfolded. Despite the bull's dismemberment, its hide remained entirely intact, draped over the remains, causing Pao Deshen to stagger back, speechless. Ancestor. Has the ancestor appeared? Nearby, the Pao sisters jumped up like startled grasshoppers, instinctively grasping their husbands. Husband, what is happening? Pao Qingxiu asked first, while Pao Ruohua looked at her third son-in-law with a puzzled expression. Though they were descendants of the Pao family, their understanding of the butchering technique was superficial. The two husbands, however, had delved deeply into the subject and were well informed. My dear, it is said that when our ancestor butchered the great azure bull, it was a similar sight. The third son-in-law quickly added, indeed. It is said that the great azure bull did not realize it was dead until the ancestor withdrew the knife, and then the flesh and bones swiftly separated. collapsing like soil. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd finally understood, realizing why Pao Destin had scolded them. His face was ashen, as if he had just consumed excrement. Master, do not be fooled by her. There must be some trickery involved. Jeaner, consumed with jealousy, could not accept that she could achieve such a feat. Li Zichang, with a hint of cold amusement, cast a glance back, silently resolving, very well, the next opportunity to shed skin shall be yours. She was troubled by the visibility of her own legs, and, spotting Jeaner's tall figure, a nefarious thought crossed her mind. Intending to intertwine her fate with that of Feng Rao, with her long, snow-white legs and exaggerated waistline, she perfectly embodied the image of a capable wife. Daughter-in-law, tell me how you accomplished this. At this moment, Pao Deshen, having regained his composure, confirmed that the method of butchering the ox was indeed that of their ancestor. Li Zichang swiftly approached, assisting the excited Pao Deshen to his feet, her cheek naturally brushing against his ear as she spoke sweetly. This action left the elderly man utterly enchanted, his heart racing, his hands trembling, longing to become a devoted admirer. Observing this, Li Zichang cooed, "Father-in-law, there are many eyes here. It isn't convenient to discuss in detail." Yes, quite inconvenient. Pao Deshen, a seasoned lecher, would not let such an opportunity slip, immediately whispering, "Tomorrow night at the third watch, please come to my chamber for a thorough discussion." With a feigned knowing smile, he blushed like a blooming peach blossom, his demeanor radiating youthful exuberance, igniting a spark in Pao Deshen's heart. Old fool, will this tarnish your reputation? Li Zichang felt elated. Both she and Pao Deshen harbored their own intentions, the old yearning for indulgence while the young sought to exploit the situation. Chapter 10. Refreshing the moral bottom line. Father-in-law, tonight, the daughter-in-law shall fast and bathe, and tomorrow evening, she will discuss the art of butchering cattle with you. Li Zichang said with a playful smile. He assisted the elderly chef back to his seat, happily accepting the invitation. It was evident to all that Chef Deshun was exceedingly pleased with his performance, unable to conceal his fondness. And no one would choose to stand out at such a moment, inviting misfortune upon themselves. Particularly, the previously vocal Pao sisters and Jeaner now sat quietly with their heads down, their faces twisted as if they had tasted something bitter. Li Zichang, like a phoenix returning to its nest, held his head high among the crowd, swaying from side to side as he walked, nearly knocking Chef Deshun off balance. Upon returning to the table, an air of silence enveloped the gathering. Chef Deshun raised his wine glass, took a hearty swig of white liquor to clear his throat, and then proclaimed with a booming voice, "My daughter-in-law, Feng Rao, has mastered the ancestral art of butchering cattle, exhibiting a nearly flawless technique reminiscent of our ancestor Escranger. She deserves the highest accolades. Bravo. Sister-in-law is magnificent. Truly a model for our generation." With the head of the family speaking, the others applauded in unison, eager to avoid inciting resentment that could haunt them when it came to domestic matters. Starting tomorrow, all financial authority within the Pao family for the next 3 years would be entrusted to Feng Rao, and during the celebration of the elder's 80th birthday, she would share insights into the ancestral butchering knife alongside Gang Tai. Chef Deshun smiled at Li Zichang, implying that he would owe a debt of gratitude by tomorrow evening. The daughter-in-law must diligently attend to her father-in-law's needs. Li Zichang responded with a knowing glance, prompting a hearty laugh from the elder. The ceremony of toasting soon commenced. While the head of the Great Black Bull was personally delivered by Chef Deshun to the ancestral hall for offerings, Li Zichang, constrained by social obligations, engaged in the ritual of drinking with the others, soon flushed with the effects of alcohol. After several rounds, he seized the opportunity to approach the table of concubines, unceremoniously taking a seat next to Jeaner. "My dear concubine, I must apologize for my earlier offenses. Please do not take it to heart. I shall drink this cup in penance." Li Zichang raised his cup and downed it in one go, bestowing her with the respect she deserved in front of the other concubines. Jeaner, however, wore a displeased expression, retorting, "The chief steward is jesting. I am but a newly entered concubine, unworthy of such treatment." Noticing her disdainful tone, Li Zichang remained unfazed, his demeanor transformed entirely. After all, the intentions of a drunken woman lie not in her drink. Enduring a momentary irritation could yield significant benefits in the long run. "As I am over a decade your senior, I shall henceforth address you as Sister Jeaner," he declared, taking another couple of hearty drinks to foster familiarity. Jeaner, who had initially maintained her stern demeanor, now displayed a slight softening of her expression, encouraged by the other concubines to reluctantly raise her cup and take a symbolic sip. Seizing the moment, Li Zichang shifted closer, whispering, "Sister Jeaner, I merely wish to gain my father-in-law's favor. I harbor no intentions of rivalry." Jeaner's brows relaxed completely, yet her words remained sharp. "Sister Rao is jesting. I dare not compete with you. Have you not seen how my lord's gaze nearly falls into the abyss?" She cast a sidelong glance at his chest, the air thick with jealousy. Recognizing that Jeaner still harbored resentment, Li Zichang resorted to his trump card. As the unethical scripture coursed through him, his emotions surged. Suddenly, his eyes turned crimson, tears streaming down his face as he wept sorrowfully before the assembled concubines, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. "Oh, You cannot fathom the plight of a woman left in solitude. Li Zichong knew women to be exceedingly sentimental and shamelessly exploited this vulnerability. Unsurprisingly, his words evoked sympathetic glances from the concubines, including Jiner. Chef Gang Tai has been absent for 10 years. My son, Chu Fin, has gone to study in the mountains, leaving me alone in an empty house with no one to warm my feet, crying myself to sleep each night. Alas, we are all fellow sufferers. One concubine chimed in. Her empathy stirred. My lord has not graced my bed in 3 months. What are 3 months? I have been with my lord for over 30 years and have spent less than a year in his embrace. The eldest and most seasoned concubine spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, clearly having seen through the facade long ago. Once the floodgates of lament opened, the other concubines joined in, their grievances ultimately directed toward Jiner. This was precisely the outcome Li Zichong had hoped for. His masterful manipulation had also deceived Wang Pe, who wiped her tears, lamenting, Miss, you have suffered so much. There is not even anyone to help chop the firewood. Enough, Wang Mama. Do not speak foolishly. Li Zichong interjected sharply. Sensing her impending slip, Wang Pe realized her gaffe, shuddering in fear. What were you going to say? The concubines, ever alert to gossip, shifted their attention toward him. Who was Li Zichong? A master of pretense, well-versed in the boundless depths of the unethical scripture, he would not let them catch him off guard. Suddenly, his expression grew solemn as he proclaimed passionately, It is precisely because I often butcher chickens and ducks that I have honed my butchering technique to such heights, upholding the honor of the Pao family's ancestors. Is that so? Jiner scoffed, clearly skeptical of his claims. Ahem. Sister Jiner, matters concerning the butchering technique remain a secret that my father-in-law does not permit to be shared. Li Zichong cleverly shifted the blame onto Chef Deshun, temporarily silencing the murmurs around them. After this interlude, the previous tensions had dissipated significantly. Li Zichong seized the opportunity to continue feigning misfortune, quickly alleviating Jiner's grievances. Alas, Sister Rao is also a woman of great suffering. Jiner feigned sadness, though inwardly, she was delighted. Li Zichong, witnessing her transformation, understood her true feelings all too well. Seeing the moment ripe, he leaned closer, covering his lips with his hand, whispering in Jiner's ear, Sister Jiner, I see how they target you. If you do not mind, I possess a treasured secret technique I can share with you, ensuring my father-in-law will heed your every word. Li Zichong's mischievous smile captivated Jiner, who blushed and quietly inquired. Is your word true, sister? Absolutely genuine. He thumped his chest with confidence. I am most grateful to you, sister. Jiner's tone softened considerably. Do not rush. Dear sister, this secret must remain between us. At the stroke of midnight tonight, come to my residence for a private lesson. Chapter 11. It is time to showcase true skills. Going to Sister Rao's residence? That seems rather inappropriate. Jiner displayed a hint of wariness, not yielding to such a blatant invitation. The two had barely interacted before, having met only a handful of times, and only just recently reconciled after a conflict. So it was premature to engage in a heart-to-heart visit at night. Noticing her reluctance, Li Zichong chose not to press too hard, to avoid revealing any ulterior motives. Sister, such secret techniques can only be conveyed through personal teaching. They cannot be grasped merely through self-exploration, as one might with martial arts. Jiner pondered for a moment. That seems to hold some truth. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Zichong immediately ignited her enthusiasm further. Surely your sisters have exhausted ordinary methods. Consider carefully. Does Father's interest seem particularly high? Jiner's expression shifted slightly, her fingers tightening around the wine cup, her demeanor becoming conflicted. Sister, have you ever heard of role-playing? Or perhaps? Li Zichong then began to refresh the boundaries of propriety, vividly describing various scenarios learned from a small workshop software prior to her arrival. How can it be like this? Jiner's face flushed, her long, snow-white legs rubbing against each other, as if her mind conjured vivid images. Under Li Zichong's persistent guidance, she gradually found it hard to maintain her composure, her body and spirit swaying. Sister, the reason you see me in my current state is the result of tireless practice day and night. If you master this method, I assure you, father will not take a concubine within 10 years. Li Zichong's words struck a chord deep within Jiner. Although Pao Destin was nearing 80, he was still a cultivator of the Golden Core realm, with a lifespan exceeding 200 years, coupled with various medicinal supplements. His combat prowess was comparable to that of a middle-aged man. Jiner was acutely aware that to gain favor for as many years as possible, she needed to continuously refine her skills to capture the heart of the elderly patriarch. Unfortunately, the usual techniques had already been worn thin by other concubines, and despite her numerous attempts, she could never quite satisfy him. Just as she felt lost in her pursuit of knowledge, Li Zichong's words illuminated a path forward. Considering her own charm, Jiner began to succumb step by step. After a brief pause, Li Zichong ignited a second spark. Sister, this method has another marvelous benefit. What benefit? Jiner inched closer, completely attuned to Li Zichong's rhythm. It allows one to be self-sufficient during leisure time. Li Zichong deliberately lowered her voice, her enchanting gaze occasionally sweeping over the aggrieved women at the table. Jiner was no fool, though merely 20. She bore a strong sense of womanhood and quickly grasped the implication of Li Zichang's words, falling into deep contemplation. Though she had not been in the Pao household long, she had sensed the resentment of the other concubines who were left alone, compelling her to lay the groundwork for her future. Reflecting on Pao Deshen's lecherous nature, she realized she might someday be cast aside, and if she could learn these techniques, perhaps she could rejuvenate her standing and regain favor, just as Li Zichang had done. Is there truly such a secret method? Jin could no longer contain her curiosity. Hee, can you guess how I have spent the last 10 years? Without such techniques, would I be in my current refined state? Li Zichang's delicate hands brushed her cheek, her alluring demeanor leaving Jin feeling inadequate. But what if the patriarch calls for me tonight? Jin's expression became troubled, unable to resolve herself to take the risk. Giggling, father is far too preoccupied tonight. Li Zichang laughed provocatively, confident that Pao Deshen would conserve his energy for the upcoming night. Jin appeared puzzled, sensing something amiss. Li Zichang realized she had let her guard down and hastily explained. During the ancestral rites of the Pao family, one must not engage in female company. Did you not know? Jin shook her head. I am unaware. I have only recently entered, and many customs are still unfamiliar to me. Rest assured. Sister has been part of the Pao family for over 20 years. I am well versed in these rules. But I can't shake the feeling that you have ulterior motives. Sister? Jin suppressed her desires, taking a delicate sip of white wine, her eyes reflecting confusion. Damn, this girl is more perceptive than I anticipated. Li Zichang felt a tinge of difficulty. Jin, though young, had been in the Pao household for less than 3 months and had already managed to outmaneuver the other concubines. Without a modicum of cunning and intelligence, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat. Li Zichang had clearly underestimated her. What to do? Tomorrow, I must confront the old dog directly. Can I really afford to lose my advantage? If this leg hair is discovered, it would surely expose me, leading to certain doom. Li Zichang, though possessing 2 heavenly texts as trump cards, had only just entered the chi refining stage and could not withstand a blow from the golden core realm. Damn it. I'm all in now. She decisively abandoned her original plan for a third spark and resolved to unleash a thunderous strike to completely stun Jin. With this realization, she deepened her understanding of the unethical sutra, elevating her comprehension to new heights. Buzz. The sound resonated in her mind, illuminating her thoughts. Unethical sutra second level. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Ha ha ha. Indeed, by constantly pushing the limits, one can infinitely enhance their strength. Li Zichang appeared calm on the surface, but within her surged a tumultuous tide, her cultivation level advancing into the mid-chi refining stage. In just 3 days of comprehending the unethical sutra, her cultivation had soared, compelling her to pursue this path to the end. The superficial path was hardly the eternal way. How could it be articulated through mere words? At that moment, Li Zichang experienced a profound epiphany. Realizing that her earlier attempts to guide Jin had all been in vain. To achieve her aims, she would need to take decisive action. It seems my line of thought is correct. To completely alleviate Jin's concerns, I must reveal my true self. With this understanding, Li Zichang grasped the second level of the unethical sutra. Her plan was straightforward. First, to be forthright with Jin, thereby proving her innocence. It is important to note that while Li Zichang outwardly presented herself as Feng Rao, her inner essence remained unchanged. If she were to completely shed her sense of shame and allow Jin to witness her true self, this scheme would surely succeed. Sister, to be honest, I possess a tremendous secret that even father is unaware of, yet it will demonstrate that I harbor no intentions of colluding with him, she teased coyly. Huh? What secret? Jin's interest was piqued. Sister, please follow me to the woodshed. You will see for yourself. Without further ado, Li Zichang rose and headed towards the woodshed in the backyard. It is often said that curiosity killed the cat. Faced with such tantalizing gossip, Jin could hardly resist the temptation and immediately followed suit. Chapter 12. Shattering perspectives. The hall was abuzz with excitement as the 2 individuals departed, one following closely behind the other, without attracting the attention of those around them. Wang Pu, ever perceptive, trailed behind. Having developed a conditioned reflex from her extensive experience in keeping watch, Li Zichang sashayed towards the back courtyard, his movements exuding confidence, while Jin followed, filled with envy. What treasures could Sister Rao possibly wish to show me? Surely it must be something extraordinary. Rest assured, we are in the kitchen's domain. It's not as if I could run off with you, giggling all the way. Li Zichang quickly allayed her concerns with a few reassuring words. And soon they arrived at the location of the firewood room. Situated at the southernmost end of the courtyard, it was a place seldom visited, making it the perfect choice for their clandestine meeting. Sister, do come in. After a careful inspection and ensuring no one was around, Li Zichang beckoned Jin inside. With a creak, the somewhat aged wooden door closed behind them, the dim glow of an oil lamp barely illuminating the interior of the firewood room. Their silhouettes danced upon the mottled walls, distorted by the flickering light. All right, now that we are undisturbed, Sister Rao, please stop keeping me in suspense. Despite their relationship having warmed considerably, Jin, raised in a family of hunters, maintained an ever-present vigilance. Dear sister, you misunderstand. I am not withholding anything, but rather, the unique structure of my body makes it difficult for me to speak. Li Zichang laid the groundwork carefully, seeking to avoid any fainting spells or other unforeseen circumstances. Sister, you must promise me two things. First, do not cry out. Second, regardless of what you see, you must not mention it to anyone, not even to your father-in-law. The more they rehearsed their roles with caution, the more sincerity they could convey. Of course, he had no fear of secrets spilling forth after tonight. She would no longer be present in the kitchen. Ah, don't worry, Sister Rao. Since childhood, I have accompanied my father in hunting ferocious beasts. I have seen my share of gore. You need not fret. Jiner lifted her chin confidently, arms crossed, a smile radiating assurance. Let us hope so. Li Zichang returned her smile, deftly tugging at his belt. With a gentle pull, his long skirt unfurled, flowing like silk. Jiner remained unfazed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Li Zichang, undeterred, continued unabated. Is Sister Rao trying to show off in front of Jiner? While it may appear quite substantial at first glance. When the true form is revealed, Jiner was indeed left in awe, her eyes brimming with envy. You've misunderstood. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though such grandiosity and self-doubt could seldom coexist, Li Zichang was an exception. He feigned helplessness, the expression on his face shifting to one of mild despondency. Yet Jiner remained impervious to his ruse, her countenance still dark. Others may see my voluptuousness, yet they remain oblivious to my sorrow. Were it not for this, how could the heartless Huagong Tai abandon me? Woe is me. Li Zichang allowed his emotions to swell, tears streaming down his cheeks as he simultaneously shed the garments concealing his true form. At this moment, Jiner maintained her composure, chin held high, seemingly unaffected by his words, until the dim glow of the oil lamp cast their shadows upon the wall. It was only then that she sensed something amiss, her expression morphing into one of sheer anxiety. Sister, please look. This is the secret I cannot divulge. Li Zichang turned to face her, unreservedly revealing his physical anomaly. It was only at this moment that Jiner's earlier indifference was replaced by confusion, her delicate brows knitting tightly. Sister, this is. She fixated on the shadow on the wall, her gaze unwilling to descend. Though now a married woman, her awareness was not that of an innocent girl. Yet the horrifying speculation within her still caused her to tremble, cautiously seeking an answer from Li Zichang. Seeing Jiner's expression, Li Zichang felt a rush of satisfaction. After enduring countless jabs earlier, and having to lower himself to coax her, he finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it is just as you surmise. I am not a woman in the truest sense. Woe is me. Li Zichang feigned utter despair, bursting into exaggerated sobs, peeking through the gap between his fingers to scrutinize Jiner's reaction. Upon receiving confirmation, Jiner's eyes widened to an alarming degree, her face a portrait of disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be. How could such a peculiar person exist in this world? Oh, dear sister, today you have witnessed the truth. You see, how could I possibly pursue your father-in-law or compete with beautiful young women like you? Seizing the opportunity, Li Zichang voiced his innermost thoughts, while simultaneously flattering her. Jiner swallowed hard, her cheeks turning away, unable to resist glancing back at Li Zichang. Heavens! I should not have come. This is beyond my capacity to comprehend. That single glance shattered Jiner's worldview, akin to a thunderclap, leaving her utterly stunned. Chapter 13. A gift from Jiner. At this moment, Jiner appeared visibly disoriented. As if she were experiencing a seizure, her body trembling uncontrollably as she instinctively sought a corner to lean against, curling her form into a tight ball, murmuring, I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is merely an illusion. Conversely, Li Zichang was in high spirits, an unprecedented wave of exhilaration washing over him. Empowered by the unethical scriptures, he felt no shame in the extraordinary behavior unfolding before him, but rather took pride in it. Just a moment ago, weren't you quite boastful? Has your resolve crumbled so easily? Li Zichang mused internally. Indeed, such vulnerabilities were far from uncommon in the realm of cultivation. Even on Blue Star, achieving such a scale without defying the heavens was nigh impossible. Even the most formidable of cross-dressers could not hope to possess both fish and bear's paw, always falling short in one regard or another. Yet Li Zichang was different. Having rigorously honed his strength since childhood, he had never encountered a rival as formidable as himself. It was only natural that Jiner would be so frightened. Sister, are you all right? Li Zichang gently called out as he approached the corner. Don't come any closer. Jiner exclaimed, quickly raising her hands as if to ward him off, her eyes wide with shock. Fearing that his overwhelming presence might provoke further distress, Li Zichang promptly withdrew his imposing demeanor, reverting to a more benign self. Do not fear. Dear sister, I have already contained the situation. Jiner cautiously peered through her fingers, gradually retracting her outstretched hands. Overwhelmed by her fright, her complexion turned a ghostly pale. Rao. Sister Rao, please don't kill me to silence me. What nonsense are you speaking, sister? Am I that kind of person? Then what is it that you truly desire? Jiner queried, her fear palpable, regretting her curiosity. Now you believe that I cannot fulfill my wifely duties? Yes, indeed. Jiner nodded fervently, not daring to show any hesitation. Rest assured, we sisters shall seek our respective benefits and support one another, Li Zichang said as he gently lifted her to sit atop a pile of firewood. Seek our respective benefits? Gina questioned, perplexed. Yes, upon returning home. The first order of business for Pao Gangtai will be to divorce his current wife. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to gain some advantages, Li Zichang stated earnestly. His reasoning sound. As Gina began to resonate with his plight, her tension eased. I shall teach you the secrets of the boudoir. But you must speak highly of me to our father-in-law. Should any rumors arise, you must notify me immediately. Controlling the financial power of the entire Pao family would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Li Zichang's terms were impeccable. After a moment's contemplation, Gina gradually relaxed, her sense of crisis abating, revealing her latent curiosity. Sister Rao, do you have a genuine marital bond with Pao Degongzi? Li Zichang was taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned. Thankfully, he had amassed considerable knowledge on such matters before his crossing, and after a brief moment of reflection, he decided to tarnish Pao Gangtai's reputation. Sister, you ought to know, Gangtai has a preference for me. What? Gina sprang to her feet, her face a portrait of shock. Sister, do not deceive me. How could this be possible? Li Zichang grasped her delicate hand, gently patting it, his expression shrouded in mystery. Sister, you simply do not understand. Initially, Gangtai was reluctant, but once the deed was done, he slowly grew fond of the experience. Oh, Gina was left dumbfounded, the imagery abstract and surreal. Thus, Li Zichang recounted the intricate details he had learned from a small workshop software, watching as Gina's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, exclaiming that it was more challenging than learning a martial art. Wait. After some reflection, Gina abruptly realized, if what you say is true, then where did Pao Chufan come from? Humph. I anticipated that question, Li Zichang replied without a hint of panic, calmly explaining. Pao Gangtai fathered him with another woman while I was his legitimate wife. Thus, he was privately passed on to me. No wonder you say he abandons those he once cherished. Alas, we are all unfortunate souls. Gina involuntarily placed her hand on Li Zichang's thigh in a gesture of comfort, only to hastily retract it upon feeling the coarse hair. Since you were so candid, I shall not hold back either. Hearing this, Li Zichang's eyes brightened, instinctively sensing greater gossip on the horizon. As expected, Gina rose and moved to the door of the storeroom, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before leaning against the doorframe. Sister, do you know why the old master took me as a concubine? Li Zichang shook his head, patiently awaiting the revelation. The story begins a decade ago, when Pao Dexin was investigating the whereabouts of a middle-aged couple. However, they vanished into the deep mountains and were never heard from again, not even their 10-year-old son. What? Li Zichang gasped in astonishment, eagerly pressing for details. What were the names of that couple? The man's surname is Li, and the woman's seems to be. Sure. Yes, it's sure. Why does sister appear so alarmed? Gina questioned, bewildered. Could Li Zichang remain calm? The couple Gina spoke of was none other than his own parents, Li Fuzai and Shuri. He never expected to accidentally stumble upon a clue regarding their whereabouts. Suppressing his shock and delight, he inhaled deeply before explaining. As a daughter-in-law of the Pao family, you are unaware of such matters? It seems they do not regard me as one of their own. Do not blame me, for as far as Gina knows, this involves the secrets of the Pao family. Perhaps even Pao Gangtai is unaware. Now I understand. I was indeed narrow-minded. Please, continue. Dear sister. Li Zichang forced an awkward smile, steering the conversation back on course. My family has hunted for generations, and we are intimately familiar with the conditions of the mountains, coupled with the Pao family's significant influence. It was only natural to choose a good bird to roost in a good tree, assisting them in locating the Li couple. Only last year did my father finally uncover a trace of the woman surnamed Shur. Li Zichang's anxiety surged. And what of the man with the surname Li? The two seemed to have become separated, Gina continued, a touch of sadness in her voice. Alas, my father lost his life as a result. Before his passing, he sent us 3 sisters to Baiyun sect, inscribing the whereabouts of the woman with the surname Shur in secret locations on our bodies. As long as the old master married us 3 sisters, he would learn of her fate. My father hoped we would marry into a wealthy family. Thus, he was compelled to do so. The weight of Gina's revelations left Li Zichang momentarily speechless, finally piecing together the situation. How ironic. I never imagined I would find myself ensnared in such a tale. Ahem. So, what are the secret locations you mentioned? Hee. Naturally, it is right here. Gina boldly pointed to her body. Only on the night of our wedding can it be revealed. What inscriptions do you have? And what about your 2 sisters? Li Zichang cautiously inquired. This matter is not to be disclosed. The old master would be furious with me. Moreover, I am unaware of what my second sister Pinger and third sister Mayo have inscribed. Gina firmly refused to divulge any details. Upon hearing the names of the 3 sisters, Li Zichang was left utterly bewildered, muttering to himself. Gina, Pinger Mayer? Are these not the famed sisters of Jin Ping Mei? Chapter 14 Miss. Would you like to change your taste? Sister Rao, why are you so concerned about the affairs of the Pao family? Observing that Li Zichang's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, Jean tentatively inquired. It's It's nothing, nothing at all. I am merely curious. I have never seen such a secretive tattoo before. Oh, that makes sense. Sister Rao is indeed an extraordinary woman, and it is quite normal for her to take an interest in such matters. Recalling the previous scene, Jean Eyre still felt a shiver of trepidation. So, by what you say, your two younger sisters are currently at the Baiyin sect. Li Zichang felt compelled to uncover their whereabouts for future planning. Yes. My father entrusted the three of us sisters to the sect master of Baiyun sect before his passing and took him as our adoptive father, which dispelled the idea of Pao Deshan's schemes. Jean Eyre replied with confidence. Then I do not understand. Since you will eventually marry into the Pao family, isn't this unnecessary? With a slight smile, Jean Eyre replied, that is precisely my father's brilliance. I am the eldest sister. Upon turning 20, I will marry the elder. My second sister, who is 19, will also marry after turning 20 this year. The youngest sister has just turned 18. By the time she enters the family, I will have already established myself within the Pao household, ensuring that even if the elder learns of the clues, my sisters and I can still lead good lives. One cannot help but admire Jean Eyre's plan. Given Pao Deshan's affection for her, if everything unfolds as she anticipates, the three sisters might indeed find a favorable outcome. However, it is unfortunate that they are destined to face calamity. Having encountered Li Zichang, the harbinger of death, none will escape their fate. After hearing Jean Eyre's account, Li Zichang formulated a preliminary plan to stitch together the locations of the clues inscribed on the sisters, which would not only reveal their mother's whereabouts, but also rectify the final flaw in the disguise. Li Zichang remained steadfast in his resolve. He would not accept anything incomplete. The Trinity strategy was sufficient to create a masterpiece of unparalleled quality. Sisters, since we each have our own objectives, let's collaborate well. You three sisters may monopolize the Pao estate, while I will take a little benefit and depart. All right, let us proceed as you say. Tonight at the hour of the rat, I will arrive at your residence for guidance. Jean Eyre stood up, brushing off the debris from her clothing. Her expression finally relaxed. Excellent. I shall prepare in advance and await your arrival. Li Zichang took the initiative to link arms with Jean Eyre, and together they exited the woodshed. By the way, sister, you must promise me one thing. Jean Eyre suddenly halted, looking at him with utmost seriousness. Li Zichang's heart skipped a beat. He had only just managed to placate this girl, fearing she would raise another ruckus. You may teach me your secret techniques, but you must not play tricks on me. Jean Eyre swallowed hard, recalling the thunderous sound that sent shivers down her spine. If Li Zichang were to consume everything, she would find herself in a dire predicament. Li Zichang chuckled inwardly, nodding in agreement while secretly mocking. Oh, not play tricks on you? Just watch me. Upon exiting the backyard, Li Zichang waved at Wang Pe, who immediately emerged from behind the rockery. This. Jean Eyre was startled, instinctively taking a half-step back. Do not fear, sister, she is one of us. Li Zichang wrapped an arm around her slender waist, the warmth of the caring elder sister quickly calming her down. Wang Mama, tonight at the hour of the rat. Meet Jean Eyre at the back door of the main residence. Understood? Wang Po was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, patting her chest in assurance. Miss, rest assured. I promise no one will see. Wang Mama is reliable. You may rest easy, sister. Li Zichang gently patted her hip, and Jean Eyre shyly nodded before hastily returning to the main hall. Once she left, Wang Po cautiously asked, Miss, that Jean Eyre does not seem like a good person. You must be careful. Li Zichang smiled mischievously. Wang Mama need not worry. I have my arrangements. Miss, if you wish to change your taste, I can offer you much more than she can. Perhaps we should avoid taking risks. Wang Po believed that Li Zichang's prolonged solitude had altered his preferences, thus volunteering herself. Li Zichang's chest trembled with disdain, cursing inwardly. What is this old hag thinking? If it weren't for your wrinkled skin, I would have long since dealt with you. Silence. Just do as I command, or the butcher's fate shall be yours to ponder. Ah, I spoke out of turn. Wang Po quickly bowed in apology, slapping her own face repeatedly, fearful of losing her chance at a grand opportunity. Returning to the banquet, Pao Deshan had already completed the ancestral rites and was joyously toasting with the guests. Upon seeing Li Zichang return, he immediately beckoned her to sit and poured her a drink. Where has my daughter-in-law been? I cannot hold my liquor well. I went to the backyard for some fresh air. Li Zichang raised her cup, suppressing her murderous intent as she drank it all in one go. Ha ha. Fresh air is good. It prevents one from getting rashes. Pao Deshan leered at her chest, teasing her in his drunken state. Ah, father-in-law, you are quite naughty. My wife usually takes good care of herself, but alas, such beauty goes unappreciated. Li Zichang produced a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes, feigning a sorrowful demeanor. Humph, that scoundrel, Jiang Tai, is utterly clueless. Fear not, daughter-in-law. Your father-in-law appreciates beauty and is well-versed in the art of nourishment. Seizing the opportunity, Pao Deshan's hand crept toward her waist, sliding down toward her thigh. This startled Li Zichang considerably. His thighs were as robust as a bull's shank. If discovered, it would be catastrophic. He quickly sidestepped, casting a pleading glance at Jean Eyre. The two women formed a united front, and Jean Eyre instantly understood, leaping up and stumbling into Pao Deshan's embrace, deftly creating an escape route. I cannot handle my liquor. Would you be so kind as to escort me back to my room to rest? Jean Eyre nestled against Pao Deshen, pleading sweetly. Ridiculous. If you cannot drink, then drink less. In such a public setting, how unbecoming. Pao Deshen's enthusiasm was abruptly curtailed, and the fire of his desire was doused, much to his irritation. Oh, Letcher, you still recognize the public eye? In plain view, you so brazenly indulge in your daughter-in-law. Li Zichong felt a slight relief, finding an excuse to leave the table. Father-in-law, it is getting late. Please rest early to avoid disrupting tomorrow's important matters. I shall take my leave. He rose and bowed, his enticing peach blossom eyes sending flirtatious glances at Pao Deshen, exuding an aura of seduction. Pao Deshen, still vigorous in his age, found it hard to dismiss the desire Li Zichong had ignited within him. Seeing her about to leave, he redirected his pent-up emotions onto Jean Eyre. Oh, you poor thing who cannot handle your liquor. I shall take you back to your room right away. With that, he abruptly stood up and left the table, supporting Jean Eyre as they headed towards the bedroom. As they departed, Jean Eyre glanced back at Li Zichong, her face filled with terror. Li Zichong returned a grateful look before leading Wang Pa back to his own residence. Wang Mama, later tonight, bring Jean Eyre to the study. Remember, no one must know. I understand. Wang Pa wore an expression of comprehension, prompting Li Zichong to suppress the urge to slap her. At a quarter past the hour of the pig, on a moonless, windy night, Li Zichong entered the study alone, opening the hidden door behind the bookshelf, quietly awaiting Jean Eyre's arrival to deliver the skin. Chapter 15. The fiery bloom within the dim confines of the chamber, Li Zichong shed his female attire. Unwilling to present himself as Feng Rao, his true form emerged. With swift movements of his fingers, he executed a series of intricate gestures, and at his command, the layer of skin covering him began to liquefy, resembling a flesh-toned gel that slithered slowly. In less than 10 breaths, the skin on his face began to peel away in chunks, akin to plaster flaking from a wall, swiftly restoring to its original state. Plop, plop. The two largest masses of the viscous substance fell to the ground, their crisp impacts ringing melodiously in the air. Finally, a deep breath of relief escaped Li Zichong's lips. After the two portions of skin returned to their natural form, he stored them away in his spatial ring. Rejuvenated, Li Zichong felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, a sensation beyond the realm of words. As the saying goes, painting a tiger's skin is easy, but its bones are difficult to capture. Having only acquired the upper layer of skin, his entire skeleton had been forcibly compressed during the transformation, contorting him from a muscular figure into a delicate beauty, a confinement akin to a tiger trapped in a cage, suffocating and uncomfortable. Now, Li Zichong desperately sought an outlet for his pent-up emotions, otherwise, the suppression would drive him to a state of moral instability. That evening, at the hour of the pig, Jean Eyre, clad in a sheer garment with naught but a belly band beneath, stealthily slipped out of her chamber. After being assisted back to her room by Pao Deshen, she had anticipated a thorough tormenting, but to her surprise, the old man had exhibited remarkable restraint, choosing instead to conserve his energy for the impending night's battle. Once the guests had departed, and Pao Deshen retreated to his slumber, she cautiously made her way to the back door of the estate as agreed. After mastering Feng Rao's secret techniques, she would no longer need to bow and scrape before those vile women. Jean Eyre, cunning and shrewd, believed she had discerned Feng Rao's weaknesses. Once she had fully seduced the old man into submission, she could leverage this to seize control over the Pao family's wealth and power. The hunter and the hunted, a lesson every hunter must learn. And Jean Eyre had certainly grasped it well. Creak. The back door opened slowly, and Jean Eyre's vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings through the narrow opening. Miss Jean, is that you? Came a tentative voice from behind a tree. It was Wang Pa. Wang Ma? Yes, I've been waiting for quite some time. Wang Pa emerged, hastily approaching. Miss Jean, please follow me. Once assured that no one was around, the pair, one old, one young, quickly circumvented the main path, darting down a side route towards the eastern gate. Miss Jean, please come in. My young mistress has been waiting for you in the study. Wang Pa led the way, with Jean Eyre following in small, cautious steps. After half a tea's time, Jean Eyre stood outside the study door. Enter. I shall keep watch outside. Even if there is a commotion, it matters not. Wang Pa chuckled lewdly, spittle flying from her lips. Seeing that the atmosphere remained unperturbed, Jean Eyre stepped inside. Sister Rao, where are you? She called, glancing around but finding no sign of Feng Rao. Suddenly, the bookshelf on the wall flipped around, revealing the entrance to a hidden chamber. How intriguing. The passage was brightly lit, and as Jean Eyre peered inside, her gaze fell upon Feng Rao's discarded garments. I must see what secret Sister Rao possesses. Venturing further into the passage, she was met with the sight of Li Zichong's true form. Though she had encountered it before, fear gripped her heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Upon finally entering the main room, the door to the hidden chamber slammed shut behind her, startling Jean Eyre into a reflexive glance over her shoulder. Sister Rao, is that you? A clear, trembling echo filled the space, rendering the atmosphere eerie. Turning to assess her surroundings, Jean Eyre was faced with the imposing figure of Li Zichong. Hello, Jean Eyre. The restored Li Zichong cast aside all pretense. his eyes gleaming with malice, a sinister smile contorting his features, sending Jane Eyre's heart plummeting, her face as pale as paper. Ah! A terrified scream escaped her lips as she instinctively fled towards the exit, too startled to discern his identity. Li Zichang would not grant her an escape. The concept of cherishing beauty was utterly foreign to him. In a swift motion, he seized her long hair, yanking her to the ground and dragging her towards the solid wooden desk. Do you think you can escape? His voice was chilling, and the oppressive atmosphere thickened once more. Let go of me. Who are you? Sister Rao. Sister Rao, help. Jane Eyre lay on her back, desperately calling for aid as she clawed at her head in an utterly chaotic state. The intense pain from her hair being wrenched left her powerless to resist. Li Zichang, however, maintained a cruel grin, remaining silent throughout. As he dragged her to the massive wooden desk, he effortlessly lifted her as if she were a mere chick. Ah! Jane Eyre cried out again, her overwhelming terror leaving her unable to form coherent words. Silence. Li Zichang had no patience for her pleas, delivering a slap that rendered her unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she found herself firmly bound to the desk, completely immobilized. It was then that the gravity of her predicament dawned upon her, and she ceased her futile struggles. Who are you? As she finally recognized Li Zichang before her, a profound confusion enveloped her. Ah, call out. Why the silence now? Li Zichang's expression was one of disdain, his words laced with mockery. The sight of his muscular frame loomed over her, instilling immense dread. Who I am is irrelevant. All you need to do is cooperate. An immoral practitioner of the Tao does not require superfluous discourse. Action is all that is needed. Do you know I am the concubine of Pao Leoi? If you defile me, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Pao family? Faced with Li Zichang's unfeeling demeanor, Jane Eyre was bereft of options, resorting to invoking Pao Deshen in hopes of deterring him. Whether the Pao family will be angry is uncertain. But what is certain is that you are about to endure insatiable desires. With that, Li Zichang lunged towards Jane Eyre, his voice a frenzied roar. Come. Let me uncover the secrets you conceal. Chapter 16. The first glimmer. Jane Eyre, utterly devoid of any power to resist, could only submit to Li Zichang's reckless whims. Despair filled her gaze, tinged with regret for her inability to withstand temptation. She pondered the purpose behind Feng Rao's deceit in luring her here without any intention of surrender. Li Zichang, however, showed no concern for her feelings, unleashing his full might with a vengeance akin to splitting mountains and shattering stones. As Jane Eyre experienced a profound sense of impending doom, enlightenment struck her suddenly. Her lips, stained with blood, trembled slightly as she gasped. So you are Feng Rao. You have deceived me cruelly. I loathe you. But alas, your realization comes too late. Li Zichang scoffed, devoid of pity, locked in a relentless vendetta against his adversary. Even if you perish, the old man will never favor men. When Ping Eyre arrives, she shall avenge me. At that moment, Jane Eyre naively believed that he sought to monopolize the culinary arts and had assumed Feng Rao's guise to enact his misdeeds. Fear not. Ping Eyre and Mei Eyre shall both be mine, he chuckled, releasing the pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed. With a resounding crash of his formidable strength, Jane Eyre's internal organs shattered, and a spray of blood erupted from her mouth. Her head tilted, severing all ties to life, leaving behind a ghastly visage that would haunt the living. Bah! Merely collecting a bit of interest. Li Zichang rose, his sun-kissed skin glistening robustly under the light. A sheen of sweat adorned his sharply defined cheeks, exuding vitality that belied the heinous acts he had committed. Just as he prepared to uncover the secrets hidden within Jane Eyre, an unexpected surge of internal energy erupted within him, violently battering every part of his being. Another breakthrough? Li Zichang recognized this familiar sensation. Each act of malevolence brought with it newfound insights and elevated his realm of understanding. He promptly seated himself, guiding the erratic energy to prevent his own destruction. After a brief period, the tumultuous energy settled into a harmonious state, elevating him to the late stage of qi refinement, further deepening his comprehension of the divine text. Unethical scripture, third level. When all under heaven recognize beauty as beauty, then ugliness is established. When all know goodness as goodness, then evil is born. With this understanding, Li Zichang's immoral inclinations solidified. Once one comprehends beauty, the concept of ugliness becomes evident. Once one discerns goodness, evil thoughts inevitably arise. With a refreshed perspective on good and evil, Li Zichang, guided by the principles of the unethical scripture, found himself spiraling deeper into depravity. The last remnants of guilt thoroughly obscured. This method of elevating one's realm was unprecedented, yet he could not help but wonder if it would bear any adverse effects. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling a twinge of unease. His approach to cultivation starkly contrasted with that of other practitioners, who absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to enhance their prowess, while he found miraculous efficacy even without elixirs. This peculiarity instilled a vague anxiety within him, as he feared it might lead to an irreparable pitfall. Nevertheless, with numerous tasks awaiting him, he resolved to press on, even if this path led to irretrievable destruction. He harbored no regrets. Once his determination was reaffirmed, Li Zicheng sprang to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the desk. It was time to attend to pressing matters. Where could the secret be concealed? Approaching the desk, he tidied up the remnants of his previous endeavors, realigning items before embarking on a treasure hunt. With focused intensity, he scrutinized every potential hiding spot, leaving no detail unchecked. He searched tirelessly, repeating the process thrice, yet yielded no results. Could that wretched woman truly be deceiving me? Li Zicheng pondered, perplexed. The tattoos promised to reveal themselves only on the day of their union. Surely they wouldn't be visible in ordinary circumstances. Yet, after an exhaustive search, he found not a single clue, raising his suspicions. Could Pei Shun have placed a restriction? He mused, contemplating this as the only plausible explanation for the concealment. To unveil the truth, he resolved to take drastic measures, rendering her entirely defenseless before conducting a thorough investigation. With his mind made up, Li Zicheng exited the dark chamber, noticing Wang Pe keeping watch outside. He stealthily entered the kitchen, preparing a large pot of boiling water. After a brief interval, he returned to the dark chamber with the scalding water in hand. His subsequent actions were reminiscent of his 8 years in the slaughterhouse. It is well known that the hair of pigs, cattle, and sheep must be scalded off post-slaughter to achieve a pristine hide. Li Zicheng applied the same principle, dousing the cooled water over her. Then retrieved a bull-esser knife from his storage ring, using its razor-sharp edge to meticulously scrape the surface clean. Once completed, he wiped it dry. Then seized a magnifying crystal from the table, inching closer to scrutinize the most concealed areas. Ah, indeed. There it is. As he brought the crystal near the hidden spots, he finally discerned the tattoo's outline. Is it edged in gold? Pei Shun truly is cunning. It turned out that the old man had employed a hair implantation technique to obscure it, rendering it nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Little did he know Li Zicheng, having succumbed to moral decay, would uproot the disguise, exposing the gilded truth that could no longer remain hidden. Chapter 17. The schemes of the old scoundrel. Li Zicheng pressed the magnifying crystal against the golden tattoo, his eyes fixed intently upon it, fearful of missing any valuable detail. After several moments of scrutiny, his brows gradually furrowed, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Indeed, the old lecher had inscribed a seal. Fortunately, it was not a theft prevention seal, for had he acted with such brutality earlier, it would surely have been triggered. Li Zicheng was relieved to discover that the seal merely concealed the original clues, rather than preventing exposure of his nefarious deeds. Upon grasping the reality, he hurriedly seized the brush on his desk and meticulously traced the lines of the seal. Despite reciting the seal's characters, he remained utterly baffled. Am I really so ignorant as to need a special character for explanation? He shook his head in resignation, chiding himself for his lack of knowledge. Having never encountered such a dubious seal before. What to do? Have all my efforts been in vain? Li Zicheng, filled with reluctance, lamented the clues he had toiled so hard to obtain, only to be thwarted by a mere seal. He understood that there were only 2 methods to unravel a seal. The first was for the owner to dismantle it personally. The second required the death of the seal's creator. However, both avenues were unfeasible for him. He could neither compel Pei Shun to voluntarily lift the seal, nor did he possess the strength to kill him. Perhaps I could delve into Jean Eyre's memories. Li Zicheng inhaled sharply, decisively abandoning the 2 conventional paths and opting for an alternative approach, akin to his treatment of Fei Rao, to inherit her complete memories. With this thought, he ceased his inner turmoil and resolutely grasped the cow's ear knife on the table, bringing it down towards Jean Eyre's neck. Having gained prior experience, he now faced no psychological barriers. Under the influence of the unethical scripture, everything fell into place seamlessly. A quarter of an hour later, the facial mask was entirely removed, with Li Zicheng retrieving it unscathed. The entire process, in his eyes, was devoid of discomfort, instead serving as a trial for his immoral heart. After a simple cleansing of the skin, Li Zicheng swiftly formed hand seals for the final refinement, merging Jean Eyre's consciousness into the material. After a brief interval, driven by an urgent desire for answers, Li Zicheng unhesitatingly applied it to his face, akin to a facial mask, simple and easily manageable. The same formula manifested once more. The facial skin rapidly dissolved into a flesh-colored viscous substance, reshaping Li Zicheng's features until he bore an exact resemblance to Jean Eyre. Youth certainly has its advantages. The tautness was far superior to that of Fei Rao. After a moment's reflection, he commenced his quest through the memories. In an instant, Jean Eyre's memories unfolded before him in a vividly authentic manner. He paid no heed to her past, bypassing irrelevant surroundings until he arrived at the intimate moment with Pei Shun. What followed was an onslaught of excruciatingly vivid scenes, Pei Shun's wrinkled visage thrusting itself into view, causing Li Zicheng considerable discomfort. Fortunately, the unethical scripture activated just in time, enabling him to endure the entirety of the ordeal. What a revelation! So this is the principle behind the seal. Upon uncovering the truth, Li Zicheng could not help but admire Pei Shun's cunning and stratagems. The old lecher had inscribed the seal upon Jean Eyre's tattoo. Whenever he acted, it would glow and emit effects akin to an aphrodisiac. Only then would the seal unveil the originally inscribed clues, and once the act was completed, the tattoo would be automatically resealed. However, throughout this process, Jane Eyre remained conscious, fully aware of the markings upon her body. Yet Pei Shen played his cards well, applying unique restrictions to the seal regarding the character. Every subsequent encounter left her memory wiped clean. When Li Zichong attempted to investigate this character, he discovered only a blank space, coupled with a piercing pain in his head, compelling him to abandon this avenue. What to do? This old scoundrel is excessively cautious. Li Zichong pondered deeply, seemingly left with but one path. Must I truly transform entirely into Jane Eyre and endure the old dog's insatiable lust to uncover the clues? At this thought, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. Is it truly worth such a sacrifice for my mother's clues? Even though his unethical scripture had reached the third level, he could not surmount the psychological barrier. After all, his immoral heart had yet to attain such a realm, and engaging in such morally depraved acts would dissuade anyone from making a decision so easily. In a state of helplessness, Li Zichong could only sit cross-legged, repeatedly circulating the 3 levels of the unethical scripture within himself. After 7 complete cycles, his mental state finally stabilized. I will go for broke. My body and skin were given by my parents. What of sacrificing my skin for my parents? With renewed determination, Li Zichong sprang to his feet, his expression resolute. Perhaps this is the only sanctuary within my heart, untouched by the influence of the divine text. After steadying his breath, he resolutely approached the desk, committed to crafting the first complete skin of his cultivation journey. Chapter 18. The enchantress Li Zichong, wielding the ancestral ox-ear knife, bore an expressionless visage, his sun-kissed skin glistening with fine beads of perspiration, rendering him particularly formidable in the dim light, as if he were a torturer from the depths of hell, poised to execute a nefarious villain. The notions of moral decay and distorted humanity were mere trivialities to him. Within, Li Zichong remained unperturbed. Viewing his prey as nothing more than a suckling pig, the ox-ear knife glided deftly from behind, severing with precision. In an ephemeral moment, the knife danced across the surface as if gliding through flowers, employing the skillful technique of Butcher Ding's skillful dissection, the entire operation flowing seamlessly, each separation executed with remarkable smoothness. As he neared the seal, Li Zichong suddenly slowed, carefully grasping the magnifying crystal, meticulously performing delicate maneuvers, inch by inch, cautious of any misstep that might shatter the seal. Sweat poured from his brow, the endeavor proving to be exceedingly taxing. He paid no mind to the bloodshot veins in his eyes, occasionally wiping his cheeks with a towel, determined to prevent any drop of sweat from marring his work. How arduous this task seemed. Li Zichong wielded the knife with utmost care, striving to recall the structure, endeavoring to maintain absolute integrity. Although he had performed similar tasks on an assembly line before his travels, assembling and disassembling were entirely different matters, akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. This single phase consumed nearly half an hour, the entire process akin to crafting a precision instrument. Fortunately, Li Zichong was adept at feigning prowess, ultimately completing the task without calamity. With a sigh of relief, he set down the ox-ear knife, gently lifting the finished product, and upon witnessing its lifelike quality, he exhaled deeply. After meticulously cleaning it, the 2 components were neatly laid out on his desk, the cut surfaces smooth and seamless. Just as he prepared to commence the fusion process, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No, I have overlooked the most critical point. Li Zichong trembled, biting his lip. If I were to completely transform into Jane Eyre, my original self would also be affected by the seal, and upon completion, I would forget everything I had seen. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, his face etched with helplessness and reluctance. Damn it, if I forget, wouldn't that be akin to being robbed blind? With a furious thud, he struck the wall, creating a sizable dent. Should I seize the opportunity while the old villain is intoxicated and present myself as Jane Eyre, recording clues with pen and paper? He began to pace with his hands clasped behind his back, his face clouded with concern, finally grasping why others often filmed their endeavors. If only the cultivation world had smartphones. With his current means, he couldn't acquire the rare time stone. Otherwise, he would have certainly become the star of a delightful little film. After contemplating all possibilities without discovering a better plan, Li Zichong resolved to prepare for the worst. Hastening to refine the item and don it without hesitation, he settled cross-legged, hands forming seals swiftly, his voice chanting incantations, levitating the item into the air. As his words took form, a surge of fleshly light erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the entirety, the previously separated parts firmly bound together and swiftly stitched. After a fragrant incense stick burned, a sharp crack resonated, signaling the completion of the refinement. The fully formed Jane Eyre once more graced his sight. How ironic it was that in a bid to avoid degradation, he donned his very first complete skin. Gazing at his handiwork, Li Zichong found it impossible to feel joy. He approached, first gently caressing the surface, then violently rubbing it, showcasing the tumult of affection and resentment he felt. Alas, having embarked on the path of skin. Such a day was inevitable. Li Zicheng self-deprecatingly mused, his expression growing increasingly grim. Were it a strikingly handsome youth, it would be bearable. But to be tarnished by an aged villain was unbearable. Though he verbally resisted, his body betrayed him, fully enveloping the form. I have heard that the path of skin necessitates transformation. As he chanted the incantation, the refined item became astoundingly supple, yet the sensation was entirely distinct from before. If the sealed portions were akin to viscous mud, then the complete form of Jin Air was like water, soft and inviting, devoid of stickiness, yet refreshingly delightful. A captivating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, traveling down to his tongue, then to the roof of his mouth, leaving a lingering, enchanting sensation. At this moment, Li Zicheng was free from the suffocating feeling of compression, replaced by a lightness and exquisite softness that rendered his entire being tingling with excitement. The transformation lasted for the duration of a tea's brewing, until Li Zicheng was thoroughly transformed into Jin Air, elegant and graceful, yet exquisitely voluptuous. Her skin as smooth as congealed fat, her neck graceful as a swan, a stunning beauty reborn. Li Zicheng smiled, instantly enamored with this sensation, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Before he could indulge in self-admiration, the unethical scripture within him sensed a breach of moral boundaries, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy. Unethical scripture. Fourth level. The highest goodness resembles water. Water benefits all things without contention, residing where others detest. Thus it nears the Tao. Li Zicheng suddenly attained enlightenment. The most cultivated individuals are akin to water, nurturing all without conflict. Remaining in places that others despise brings one closer to the Tao. Indeed, the realm he now occupied was of a caliber unattainable by ordinary beings. This was the unparalleled path of skin. Buzz. Following his comprehension of the fourth level, Li Zicheng's realm ascended, reaching the pinnacle of qi refining, just a step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. How ironic. Indeed, misfortunes can lead to blessings. Li Zicheng thought with a bitter smile. Yet before his lips could return to a neutral state, the unethical scripture re-emerged. Fifth level. To give life, to nurture, to possess in life, to rely upon, to grow and inevitably be slaughtered. This is the essence of the arcane, devoid of virtue. No, I have yet to refresh this moral threshold. What does this mean? Instinctively, Li Zicheng parted his legs, the calves positioned outward while the thighs remained inward, forming two V shapes, executing a difficult squat reminiscent of a child's play, his delicate face adorned with an unprecedentedly adorable expression. Chapter 19. The art of puppetry. Li Zicheng sat motionless on the ground, entirely oblivious to his state of undress. His mind echoing with the incantations of the fifth level of the unethical classic. To be born, to nurture, to possess. What could this truly signify? Despite the chilling cold of the ground, he remained absorbed in contemplation. Was this a revelation that he had matured and must now learn to think independently? Fortunately, as a novice in the realm of immorality, he began to unravel the scripture, discerning its profound meanings, to foster all living things and claim them as one's own. To nurture the world and take pride in such deeds, to guide and dominate all. Was this the essence of the morally bereft? Li Zicheng, endowed with a remarkable aptitude for moral depravity, donned the skin of Jin Air and immediately grasped its intricate significance. In essence, although Jin Air was deceased, he continued to exist in another form, and Li Zicheng had become the one who nurtured him. Such a monumental act warranted pride and dominion over both spirit and flesh, giving rise to a mysterious power. With a resonant chime echoing within him, Li Zicheng felt as if he had been enlightened, ascending to a higher realm of understanding. A surge of newfound power coursed through him, shattering his limitations and advancing him to the early stages of foundational cultivation. The fresh technique was swiftly inscribed in his mind. Puppetry art. Beginner level. The ability to attach a complete skin to another's body, thereby enslaving them. Current target for enslavement. One individual. Puppetry art. Li Zicheng sprang to his feet, his previously naive expression transforming into one of sharp intelligence. This is exactly the solution to my pressing dilemma. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exerted force with his legs, leaping into the air as his calves trembled vigorously. His exhilaration stemmed from the realization that with this puppetry skill, he could engage in numerous wicked deeds that he had long desired, yet dared not pursue. Thus, he would no longer need to assume Jin Air's identity to serve the lecherous Pao Deshen. He chuckled sinisterly, a perfect plan forming in his mind. If he could don the skin of Wang Mama, transforming her into Jin Air to wreak havoc upon Pao Deshen, would that not be splendid? Wang Mama had been a widow for over 30 years, having not tasted the pleasures of a man since entering the Feng household as a servant. Now, in her 50s, she was in her prime. If she were to engage, she would surely be grateful, and it would allow him ample opportunity to discern the clues surrounding Jin Air. The brilliance of the puppetry art lay in the practitioner's complete control, issuing commands according to their will, and through the puppet senses, being informed of all actions occurring. Hence, The consciousness attached to the puppet would remain unaffected by sealing, retaining memories even after the deed was done. With this flawless plan in mind, Li Zichang hesitated no longer. He would take advantage of the fact that Pao Deshen would be inebriated tonight, compelling Wang Mama to take the initiative. Stripping off Jean Eyre's skin, Li Zichang quickly donned the guise of Feng Rao and navigated deftly towards the front courtyard. Wang Mama, you have worked tirelessly, he greeted with a smile, concealing his ulterior motives. To transform her into a puppet, he first needed to adorn her with Jean Eyre's skin. It is no trouble. This is merely a matter of my former identity. Upon hearing this, Wang Mama glanced around furtively, then whispered, Miss, what is your relationship with that Jean Eyre girl? The old woman's lewdness was apparent, her desires aligning perfectly with Li Zichang's requirements for a puppet. Wang Mama, how long have you served me? 30 years, indeed. I began serving you when I was still in my prime. A look of nostalgia crossed Wang Mama's face, as if recalling happier times of her youth. And how would you describe our bond? Li Zichang continued to entice her. What further need is there to say? We are as one. As one. In light of your decades of service, I shall grant you a transformation, allowing you to regain your youthful form. A mysterious smile graced Li Zichang's lips, leaving Wang Mama bewildered. Miss, is there truly a miraculous elixir to restore my beauty? Such a treasure is unworthy of a servant like me. You should keep it for yourself. Despite her questionable character, Wang Mama remained utterly loyal to Feng Rao. Fear not, Wang Mama. Ever since I comprehended the beef cleaver technique, I have uncovered a path of deception that can restore you to your peak. Really? Wang Mama stared at him in disbelief, her eyes filled with skepticism. Not only will it return you to your prime, but it will also allow you to indulge freely tonight. Do you understand? Li Zichang's expression took on a lecherous gleam, his intentions laid bare. Such words ignited a spark within Wang Mama, her repressed feelings from 30 years suddenly breaking free. Miss, please allow me to pay my respects. There is no need for such formalities. Tonight, you shall indulge to your heart's content. Chapter 20. The old woman's descent. Upon hearing such shameless demands from Li Zichang, Wang Po's joy was palpable, her wrinkled face contorting with delight. Even her pale, almost parchment-like skin could not conceal the flush of excitement that surged within her. After a long wait, the day had finally arrived. Her dreams were about to be realized, and the grace bestowed by the young lady was something she would never forget. As the saying goes, a hungry person does not choose their food, and this sentiment was vividly reflected in Wang Po's current state. Do not rejoice too soon, my dear Wang, cautioned Li Zichang. The old master is a formidable figure in the realm of Golden Core practitioners. If he loses control under the influence of alcohol, it could prove perilous. Li Zichang's concerns were not unfounded. Typically, the act in question held no direct relation to the level of one's cultivation. However, there were instances where a higher-ranked individual, in a moment of carelessness, could easily send their lesser counterpart flying miles away. Thus, most adept practitioners tended to choose partners who were of similar strength to avoid such accidents. Fear not, dear lady, Wang Po replied with a sly grin. Though I am merely at the mid-stage of body refinement, I possess the earthly physique. Externally, I may appear weak, but internally, I am capable of much. Her malevolent smile sent shivers down Li Zichang's spine, who felt fortunate to have escaped the old woman's clutches. It was clear that she was a human meat grinder, and it was no wonder her previous husband had met a tragic end. Cursing under her breath, Li Zichang hurriedly ushered Wang Po into the study to commence the preparations for the puppet refinement. Upon entering the dimly lit chamber, Wang Po was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixating on the remnants strewn across the table, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Miss, what is happening here? Li Zichang swiftly closed the door with a resounding thud and reassured her, do not panic, Wang. The Pao family forced me into a life of solitude for 10 years. Having grasped this supreme secret technique, I am now filled with thoughts of vengeance. Though Wang Po's expression was complex, she could find no flaw in Li Zichang's demeanor. She appeared to be the same enchanting lady as before, devoid of any murderous intent, save for a chilling ruthlessness. Today, you have witnessed my ability to dismember, and this is the technique I have employed. Recalling the awe-inspiring display at the dismemberment conference, Wang Po gradually quelled her doubts. Miss, just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. Casting a glance at the refining materials on the table, she felt a premonition stirring within her. Excellent. Please, rest assured. It will be beneficial without any detriment, Li Zichang replied, slowly approaching the desk to present the complete refining material to Wang Po, offering a comprehensive demonstration. How would you like to become this? Wang Po's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the artifact, akin to a masterpiece of art. My goodness, this is a work of divine craftsmanship. If I were to possess such a countenance, how could I not capture the butcher with the surname Li? Bah, what nonsense. Day in and day out, you obsess over me. Once you deal with Pao Deshen, the truth will undoubtedly come to light, Li Zichang thought bitterly, waiting until she had Wang Po entirely under her control before venting her frustrations. Now is not the time for delay. Let us proceed with the transformation, Li Zichang instructed. Indeed, Wang Po, ever the seasoned veteran, wasted no time, shedding her old skin with remarkable efficiency. Her skin, devoid of elasticity and riddled with wrinkles, sagged almost to her navel, causing Li Zichang to wince at the sight. Quickly, she pressed the refining material against Wang Po's exterior. Stand still and do not move. A wave of soothing warmth enveloped Wang Po, rendering her entire being deliciously numb, her expression shifting to one of bliss as her body slackened. Cough, cough. Forgive me, Mississippi. I have become overly sensitive, Wang Po stammered, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. Li Zichang shook her head in resignation, gradually acclimating to Wang Po's nature, channeling her focus entirely on the task at hand. Applying the material onto another was far more troublesome than doing so for oneself. It required meticulous attention and manual effort, as she could not simply cast a spell for it to adhere automatically. Once the application was complete, she would then refine the entirety to finalize the puppet's creation. Despite the complexity of the process, Li Zichang found it no challenge, as it perfectly mirrored her previous experience of covering inflatable dolls. Lower your head, she commanded, and Wang Po complied without hesitation. After tautening the sagging skin of Wang Po's face, Li Zichang pressed the material down with firm determination, akin to rolling out dough, thumping it into place with all her might. Finally, after considerable effort, she completed the head segment. Ah, quite splendid, akin to a facelift, she remarked, noting how the visage now appeared much more refined, shedding the visage of age and decay, revealing an exquisitely smooth surface. However, the subsequent steps posed a challenge. Wang, you seem to have struck too hard. Li Zichang could not help but comment on the exaggerated state before her. Cough, cough. Miss, allow me to handle this. Wang Po recognized the difficulty and offered her assistance. Very well, Li Zichang agreed with a nod. Wang Po, without hesitation, executed a series of bold maneuvers. Quite like crafting glutinous rice balls, forcefully inserting the filling, leaving Li Zichang in awe. Miss, it is done. But I am at a loss for what to do next. Rest your head on the table. Leave the remainder to me, Li Zichang instructed with a notably calm demeanor. Showmanship was her forte, and she could effortlessly complete the task with her eyes closed. Chapter 21. Living puppet in the earlier stages of the process. Li Zichang found himself straining immensely. The intricate structure and fragile exterior demanded his utmost concentration, to the extent that he dared not breathe too forcefully, lest he lose his focus entirely. However, when it came to the installation, he approached it with a newfound ease. The contrast was stark. Upon comparing the two experiences, the seasoned Li Zichang quickly discerned the critical element. No matter how he tugged, he was unable to fully cover old Wang. Miss, why have you paused? Old Wang, sensing her own transformation, was filled with an urgent desire to regain her youth. Despite having become an entirely different individual, the sensation remained familiar. The outer shell was merely superficial, and the identity of the individual was ultimately inconsequential. Old Wang, your measurements are somewhat exaggerated, Li Zichang remarked, visibly embarrassed and unsure of how to proceed. Cough, cough. I suppose I have indulged a bit too much, Old Wang admitted, aware that some intimate matters were difficult to articulate, even for someone like her. Li Zichang understood without needing further explanation. Take a deep breath, tighten your abdomen, and lift your hips. Issuing these 3 commands, Old Wang did not dare to hesitate and fully immersed herself in the transformation process. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Zichang precisely affixed the final component. The entire procedure resembled a corpulent individual struggling to fit into tight clothing. It was a cumbersome endeavor that left them breathless. Brief, Li Zichang cautioned, fearful that she might burst free from the confines. Old Wang grit her teeth, refusing to relent. Now was the moment. He seized the opportunity, abruptly removing the hairpin from his hair and targeting the connection point with unyielding force. Old Wang's cry echoed throughout the dark chamber, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Ah, Mississippi. What is happening? Silence. If we do not secure this, how can we proceed with the incantation? Li Zichang admonished firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. The resentful expression that had briefly flickered in Old Wang's eyes vanished. One must admit, Li Zichang was truly resourceful. The hairpin, akin to a U-shaped clip from Blue Star, featured sharp ends that served to anchor effectively. As long as there was no vigorous struggle, it would remain in place for a short duration. Thanks to this remarkable method, the entire refining object barely adhered to Old Wang's surface, though it appeared somewhat bulky. Its resilience ensured it did not tear apart. I am about to cast the spell, Old Wang. Focus entirely on compliance without distraction. The art of puppet making consists of 2 methods. The first is the dead refining, where the subject is entirely unaware. Although the process is simple and effortless, the resultant puppet lacks any consciousness and can only obey the puppeteer passively. The second method is living refining, which is the approach Li Zichang currently employed. It necessitates the subject's active cooperation and requires complete compliance throughout the process. Any resistance would nullify the effort. The advantage of this method is that the completed puppet retains its autonomous awareness. This is precisely why Li Zichang exerted such effort to transform Old Wang into a living puppet, once she became Jiner. She would serve as a valuable pawn within the household. Miss, rest assured, I shall not resist, Old Wang declared, her obsession with beauty and unwavering trust in Feng Rao causing her to cast aside any concerns. Good. Li Zichang held his breath as he formed hand seals, reciting the incantation, the esteemed skin of the path, devoid of virtue, who commands the natural order. As the words took effect, two beams of light shot forth from his fingertips, one flesh-toned and the other white, merging into Old Wang's body and forehead, respectively. In an instant, her exterior was enveloped in a dark, fleshy aura, while the refining substance of Jin'er was dissolved and swiftly transformed into a liquid that permeated beneath her skin. The white light penetrating her forehead aggressively invaded her consciousness, encircling it without triggering any awareness. Lying on the table, Old Wang felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. Her face illuminated by an indescribable expression. Miss, I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Once Old Wang had completely transformed into Jin'er, she disregarded her attire and nearly prostrated herself at Li Zichang's feet, her slender figure captivatingly displayed, particularly the alluring curves at her waist, which momentarily left him entranced. Bah! Bah! What are you thinking, Li Zichang? This is still Old Wang. How can you be so inappropriate? He shook his head vigorously, frightened by his own unseemly thoughts. Jin'er, rise quickly. If your legs go numb, how will you attend to that old fellow later? He chuckled, directly addressing her as Jin'er. Old Wang, adept in her dealings, instantly understood and replied sweetly, rest assured, Sister Rao, Jin'er is fit as a fiddle. The two exchanged knowing glances, their mutual understanding unspoken. In the third watch of the night, the rooster crowed. Jin'er had no time to don proper clothing, hastily wrapping herself in a thigh-length shawl as she rushed toward the kitchen room deep within the Master's estate. Chapter 22. The unexpected backlash from Gino observing Jin'er's alluring running posture, Li Zichang smiled silently connecting his consciousness with hers to share this body. In the Master's bedroom, the drunken Peiyou Shun was particularly indulgent that day, choosing not to employ his cultivation to dissipate the effects of alcohol, but rather allowing the intoxicating liquid to course through his veins. Coupled with two potent kidney-enhancing pills, the alcohol further intoxicated him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Snoring like thunder. Creak. Jin'er, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, peered through the crack of the door, seeing that he was completely unaware. She boldly pushed the door open and intruded into the bedroom. Hee. Master, Jin'er has come to serve you. Although Wang Po's form had been supplanted by Jin'er, her essence remained parched, desperately in need of replenishment. Like a ravenous wolf, Jin'er pounced, flinging aside the silken quilt. Master. Master, tentatively calling out twice. She noticed he was sleeping like a log, and only then did she feel reassured, revealing her true nature. Hee. Even if you are utterly oblivious, you shall not escape the tyranny of this old body. With that, she extended her hands and mercilessly pushed Peiyou Shun aside. This scene unfolded before Li Zichang, who shared her consciousness, as he swallowed hard, thinking, goodness, this old woman is far too frantic. His sole desire was to uncover the secrets hidden within Jin'er. Although she acted unpredictably, he did not intervene, allowing her to wreak havoc. Jin'er indeed did not disappoint Li Zichang, diving straight into the matter without any superfluous actions. This move alone was beyond the grasp of a young woman. Li Zichang focused intently on the location of the seal, fearful of missing any detail. Suddenly, the spot where the seal was engraved erupted in golden light, the released golden runes transforming into specks of gold dust that floated in the air, swirling around her body without any sign of falling. Such brilliance! Li Zichang gasped in astonishment, his eyes glued to the clues that were about to emerge. As the golden sheen faded from Jin'er's skin, blue-black characters gradually materialized, as if parting clouds to reveal the sun. Li Zichang's excitement surged, his fists clenched tightly, his back teeth grinding. After tremendous effort, he finally glimpsed the formation. The prospect of a lead regarding his mother's whereabouts invigorated him. However, just as he was about to decipher the engraved words, an inexplicable sensation coursed through his body, startling him into retreat, landing him unceremoniously onto the bed. Wah! What is happening? Clearly, it is Jin'er committing misdeeds. Why am I reacting so? Li Zichang felt an indescribable discomfort as conflicting emotions intertwined, rendering his vision increasingly blurry. Despite his efforts to discern the clues, he was utterly unable to control the turmoil within. Meanwhile, the transformed Jin'er, embodying Wang Po, created a ruckus akin to Nezha stirring the sea, showcasing an array of skills that utterly reshaped his understanding. The more ferocious Jin'er became, the more uncomfortable Li Zichang felt. An unfamiliar sensation nearly robbed him of his agency, only granting him respite once the tumult ceased. Damn it, after all my scheming, I never anticipated this calamity. At that moment, Li Zichang comprehended the reason behind it all. With his consciousness shared with Jin'er, as the puppeteer, he naturally felt her experiences. Any external assault she endured would reflect back upon him, a phenomenon known as backlash. To escape this constraint, he could only employ a deadened puppet to avoid harm. Huff. Huff. This bizarre sensation left Li Zichang momentarily disoriented. And even the formidable enhancement from the 4th level of the unethical classic could not facilitate his passage over this hurdle in the short term. After considerable effort to regulate his breathing, he managed to refocus his consciousness on the clues beneath the seal. What is going on? As his gaze sharpened once more, Li Zichang found himself utterly dumbfounded. The seal that had been undone had inexplicably reverted to its original state. Jiner, seemingly oblivious, continued to play with her fingers, entirely unaware of the significant backlash she had inflicted upon Li Zichang. Yet before he could regain his bearings, that same sensation surged forth again. Upon sensing, he realized Jiner was at it again. Goodness, is she trying to kill me? Li Zichang felt tears welling up, his muscles tensed, utterly powerless to resist. After struggling to adapt, he intended to inspect the clues again, only for everything to come to an abrupt halt. The seal reverted once more, infuriating Li Zichang, his veins bulging with indignation. No, I cannot remain a mere bystander any longer. At this rate, when will it end? I must seize control of Jiner. Resolute, he decided to personally take command of the puppet. In an instant, Jiner felt her mind go blank, swiftly succumbing to slumber, her body completely under Li Zichang's control. Gazing at the elderly yet still robust Pei Shun, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'm all in. Chapter 23. The clue in hand. Li Zichang, disregarding the distortions of humanity, resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve his objectives. Despite his inner resistance, he chose to once again breach his moral boundaries. The body and skin were gifts from his parents, meant to be used by them. With eyes shut, he suddenly launched a surprise attack on Pei Shun. As the immoral teachings within him surged rapidly, the remnants of his ethics dissipated, and his brows gradually relaxed. Since it was not his own body that was affected, only his consciousness bore the brunt. Upon realizing this, he no longer resisted as vehemently as before, adopting a pragmatic approach of joining forces when he could not prevail. After a fierce struggle, Li Zichang finally gained the upper hand, unveiling the long-hidden clues. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he absorbed everything before him. There, on the smooth and delicate surface of Jiner's skin, was a character for woman, one of the 3 clues. Woman? Woman, what? Li Zichang stood motionless, his mind racing yet devoid of clarity. Though he still lacked a definitive target, he was grateful to have moved one step closer to a complete clue, feeling a sense of fulfillment for his efforts. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Pei Shun was regaining consciousness. At that moment, Pei Shun, having endured a barrage of attacks, slowly opened his eyes. With such a commotion, even inebriated, he should have sensed something amiss. Retreat. Li Zichang, no novice, understood the potential repercussions of his previous painful experience. To avoid being struck back, he decisively relinquished control of his body back to Wang Pe, severing his connection with the puppet. What transpired next was predictable. Sure enough, after regaining some awareness, Pei Shun felt an overwhelming weakness, his drunken stupor mingling with the preceding ordeal. Jiner, what brings you to my chambers? Pei Shun struggled to prop himself up, questioning Wang Pe, who had resumed control of her consciousness. Like one in a dream, Wang Pe fought to maintain her balance. As if under the influence of a sedative, lost in a fog of forgetfulness. After a brief pause, she recalled her purpose for being there, yet, due to lingering effects, mistakenly believed the task had only just begun. Just in time for you to experience my prowess. Wang Pe internally chuckled, then, adopting Jiner's tone, said, My lord, I noticed you were unconscious, so I came to attend to you. Although Pei Shun had just awakened, the fatigue of his body and Jiner's current behavior hinted at something more. Cough, cough. Well, you've attended to me enough. It's time for you to return to your quarters. My lord, you must have drunk too much. I have only just arrived. Jiner replied with a flirtatious smile, pushing him back down. Jiner, do not act foolishly. Leave at once. At this moment, Pei Shun was gripped by fear. Feeling as if a debilitating spell had been cast upon him, trembling uncontrollably, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting a strong cultivator. However, Jiner was, after all, his concubine. He could not resort to using his powers to cast her away. Reluctantly, he could only endure the humiliation. In the dimly lit study, Li Zichang, having withdrawn his consciousness, also found himself in a dire state. Though he was not directly involved, the pain felt all too real. Pei Shun, once I acquire the dagger, I shall ensure your execution is slow and torturous. His eyes bloodshot, fury evident in his expression, he thought, not to mention that old widow Wang Pe. If it were not for her unrestrained and crude behavior, how could I have suffered this humiliation repeatedly? When she returns, I shall deliver a proper reprimand. Although Wang Pe was once a servant of Feng Rao, she had now become his puppet. She could escape death, but not the punishment that awaited her. After a brief moment of adjustment, Li Zichang retrieved the map of Yinshan City left by Pao Gangtai, meticulously searching for clues. Earlier, Jiner had informed him that the clues pointed to a specific location, leading him to consider places containing the character for woman. The women's sect? The widow's tower? The maternity hospital? Or Fuyanjia? He paused, realizing he had misread. It was actually Fu Yanjie, his eyes momentarily deceived. Despite possessing dual identities as a traveler and a native, he had never ventured beyond the novice village, limiting his knowledge of places associated with the character for woman to this immediate vicinity. After much contemplation, the marked locations on the map led him to conclude that Fu Yanjie was the most plausible option. This site was known to be a barrier's location, situated within the forbidden grounds of Yinshan sect's rear mountain, said to have been established by the founding master Fu Yin of the Baiyun sect, enduring to this day. Baiyun sect again. Pao Gangwen studied there, and the second and third sisters of the Jinping May are also present. Could it be that my mother has entered this barrier? All clues pointed towards Baiyun sect, although this was merely Li Zichang's speculation. In order to swiftly locate his mother's whereabouts, he was prepared to brave even the most perilous of places. After dealing with the disgrace left by Feng Rao, he would personally make a trip to Baiyun sect. Chapter 24. The night meeting at the house of Pao after a taxing day spent searching for clues. Li Zichang was utterly exhausted. The backlash from the earlier chaos had left him both physically and mentally drained, and he collapsed into a deep slumber. The following morning, accustomed to rising early, Li Zichang donned the guise of Feng Rao, continuing to present himself as a devoted wife. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Wang Pe sneaking in through the back door, her hair disheveled and her demeanor markedly different from before. Wang Jiner. Upon seeing her, Li Zichang's anger surged, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront her violently. Wang Jina? Wang Po appeared bewildered, unsure of whom he was addressing. Li Zichang suppressed his fury, took several deep breaths, and slowly articulated, "For now, wear Jiner-esque guise and present yourself as such. Privately, I shall refer to you as Wang Jiner." With the mastery of puppet techniques and skin manipulation, one could adorn puppets with various skins while effortlessly changing one's own. Understood, I shall obey your commands. Wang Jiner, having indulged in a hearty meal the previous night, was acutely aware of the benefits to come and was wholly compliant. How did last night fare? Li Zichang feigned ignorance in his inquiry. Miss, the mission was a resounding success. The old man is still in bed, utterly dazed, Wang Jiner teased, playfully toying with her disheveled hair while her tongue languidly licked her lips, a satisfied expression adorning her face. Though Li Zichang suspected her talents were considerable, he clearly underestimated the extent of her years of solitude, which had led to a significant backlash. Are you satisfied? Li Zichang shot her a sidelong glance, his tone slightly harsh. Wang Jiner remained lost in the euphoria of the previous night, oblivious to his displeasure. Satisfied indeed. I never imagined the old master, nearing 80, possessed such vigor. Truly, practitioners are different. I wonder how he compares to that butcher. At this, Wang Jiner's eyes sparkled with mischief, causing Li Zichang's mouth to twitch in irritation. Get out. Forgive me, miss. I am but a greedy old woman. Wang Jiner quickly knelt, realizing she had let her pride cloud her judgment. Setting aside their master-servant relationship, the ability to transform oneself was enough to instill in her a sense of caution. Curse it. Were it not for her being Wang Pe, I would have dealt with her most severely, akin to how I punished Feng Rao. Li Zichang stifled his anger. His body is solid as iron. Rise, I have tasks for you tonight. Thank you for your grace, miss. Wang Jiner sprang up, her eyes darting as she pondered her master's intentions. Tentatively, she inquired, are we dealing with that old man again? Li Zichang shook his head, a wicked smile curling his lips. Tonight, I will be personally involved. You merely need to. He then laid out his plan in detail, instructing her to act accordingly. Wang Jiner nodded vigorously, her admiration for Li Zichang's cunning evident. Miss, your strategy of two snakes vying for a hole is truly brilliant. The father and son will surely turn against each other. Two snakes vying for a hole. Li Zichang was momentarily perplexed, prompting Wang Jiner to laugh suggestively and demonstrate, leaving him involuntarily exclaiming that he was still too young. Do you understand clearly? Rest assured, I will ensure nothing goes awry. You may trust me completely. The transformed Wang Jiner now exuded an almost ethereal confidence, her renewed beauty seemingly restoring her youthful spirit. Here, take this. Make certain to acquire the item. Li Zichang handed her the key to the treasury he had received from Pao Deshen the night before. Yes, I shall return promptly. Wang Jiner accepted the key and carefully tucked it away before turning to leave. Wait, do you have any further instructions? Wang Jiner halted and turned back to inquire. Tonight. Signal with father, please don't do this. Upon hearing me call, commence your actions. Understood, I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly. Wang Jiner assured, patting her chest as if to emphasize her commitment. Once she departed, Li Zichang reverted to his true form and slipped out through the back door, intending to visit the White Cloud Sect's office in Yinshan City for further inquiries. The White Cloud Sect, a third-rate sect located atop White Cloud Mountain, had a history spanning several centuries, situated roughly 100 miles from their current location. After preliminary investigations, it was revealed that a typical body-refining cultivator needed to pay 500 taels of silver to gain an opportunity for selection into the outer sect. Success in the trials would grant them formal admission as disciples, a method of revenue generation for such lesser sections, Li Zichong promptly paid the registration fee, preparing to attend the tri-monthly selection trials at the White Cloud sect 3 days hence. Meanwhile, Wang Jiner infiltrated the treasury of the Pao household, successfully deceiving the guards under the guise of a favored concubine, and quickly located the items Li Zichong had instructed her to procure. At the third watch, clad in a light peach-colored garment that left little to the imagination, Li Zichong entered the main estate through the back door. "Miss, I am ready." Wang Jiner, tasked with guiding him, led him to the garden outside the master bedroom and then discreetly concealed herself, awaiting the unfolding drama. "Now is the time to reveal my true allure." Li Zichong deliberately loosened the ties at the back of his garment, prepared for a mere touch to bring it cascading down. "Knock, knock, knock." He lightly tapped on the door, calling out with a sultry tone, "Father, I have kept you waiting. Your daughter-in-law is here to pay her respects." Chapter 25. Father-in-law, please verify within the chamber. The chef had long prepared an array of exquisite dishes, awaiting the arrival of his daughter-in-law. Upon hearing the sultry exclamation of Li Zichong, a jolt of vitality surged through the weary old man, dispelling the remnants of last night's exertion as if he were rejuvenated. His daughter-in-law had arrived. He beckoned her in. The chef feigned composure, his tone particularly steady. "Humph, the old man certainly knows how to put on an act." Li Zichong, well aware of his nature, silently cursed him, yet did not rush inside. Instead, she retrieved a bottle of entrancing potion purchased earlier that day, applying it generously to both sides of her chest. Half a bottle on each side, enough to render an ordinary cultivator unconscious. The burdens of greatness. For Wang Jiner, a mere half bottle would suffice. Li Zichong felt a pang of regret. This potion cost nearly 100 taels, a significant sum for someone accustomed to hardship, though it wouldn't render the chef unconscious. A simple kiss would greatly diminish his senses, facilitating Wang Jiner's covert actions. The potion was colorless and tasteless, and its effects could only be realized upon ingestion, rendering the application here a last resort. With her hands finally freed from her garments, Li Zichong pushed the door open. "Father-in-law, your daughter-in-law pays her respects." The chef sat prominently at the head of the table. Upon catching sight of her radiant chest, a gluttonous expression involuntarily crossed his face. No need for formalities. Come, sit beside me." The old man stroked his beard with one hand while gesturing for her to take a seat with the other. Li Zichong, unembarrassed, deliberately swayed her hourglass figure as she approached. Then, with a swift turn, she bent forward, her hips elevated in a striking pose as she settled onto the round stool. Such a captivating sight rendered the chef momentarily dazed, his previously smiling visage frozen in astonishment. Who was Li Zichong? A professional in the art of silicone dolls, she knew precisely which angles would ensnare a man's attention. Even the most seasoned of men would find it difficult to resist the allure of a married woman. The universal truth that others' daughters-in-law are more enticing held true in any context. At that moment, the chef's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his trembling right hand instinctively reaching out, yearning to grasp her, yet he ultimately restrained himself, unwilling to cross moral boundaries. Dressed in thin fabrics, the subtle aura emanating from her was unmistakable. She was confident he could not resist. Once settled, Li Zichong playfully twisted on the stool, her slender waist swaying like a graceful serpent, further enticing the chef's imagination. Though the Golden Core realm represented the pinnacle among ordinary cultivators, the difficulty of further advancement made the desires of the well-fed manifest vividly in him. "Your daughter-in-law is truly well-preserved, indistinguishable from a youthful maiden." Although the chef was itching with desire, he could only tease her verbally. At his age and level, the strategy of neither pursuing nor rejecting was his method of seduction. He maintained the necessary decorum. Li Zichong, however, was all too aware of his tactics. "You wish to be passive? Then I shall compel you to take the initiative." "Father-in-law, it is quite late, and if you have any commands, feel free to express them. No one knows of my presence here." As she spoke, Li Zichong dramatically swayed her upper body, leaning onto the table. To lay everything on the table so plainly nearly overwhelmed the chef, who hastily drank from his cup to mask his embarrassment. "May I inquire how you have mastered such profound techniques in butchering?" After drinking 3 cups in her company, Li Zichong rested her right hand against her flushed cheek, casting a coy glance as she sweetly replied, "Though I have been widowed for 10 years, I have never forgotten your teachings, father-in-law. In my spare time, I practice with chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, gradually grasping the essence of the butchering technique. Perhaps it is heaven's mercy upon this weak woman." "Truly so?" the chef exclaimed in disbelief. In the realm of cultivation, the matters of comprehension and opportunity were enigmatic. Yet one could not help but believe. "Indeed, it is absolutely true." Li Zichong's eyes sparkled with innocence as her delicate hand unexpectedly grasped the chef's right hand, gently lifting it while inching her body closer. "It is precisely because of this that I have become overly nourished, to the point where my clothes scarcely fit." "Would you care to verify?" The chef's eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, "Ahem. I have practiced for decades and have never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence." It must be thoroughly examined to discern its authenticity. The old man perfected the art of non-commitment, proclaiming grandiose words while his hands engaged in dubious behavior. Li Zichang's moral compass was quite lenient, and having grown accustomed to last night's escapades, she felt no discomfort in such actions. Willing to employ any means to achieve her goals, which was the essence of her own moral philosophy, the chef's expression morphed through surprise, disbelief, and ultimately obsession. And within mere moments, he lost control and lunged forward. Chapter 26. So valuable? As Pao Deshen continued his nefarious deeds, Li Zichang did not intervene. Instead, feigning a reluctant, yet welcoming demeanor, gradually leading him deeper into the trap. The once timid old rogue, who had only dared to indulge in minor transgressions, could scarcely withstand such provocative enticements, swiftly losing his reason as his moral boundaries crumbled, transforming into a ravenous beast indulging in gluttony. Humph! Such feeble morals and this old dog cannot withstand my manipulation. In no time, I shall render you more beastly than a mere animal. Li Zichang smirked, his eyes brimming with self-satisfaction, patiently awaiting the effects of the mesmerizing potion to take hold. Had this been earlier, he might have resisted such conduct vehemently. However, repeated breaches of his moral limits and subsequent repercussions had imparted upon him a profound understanding of the true essence of shamelessness. Faced with the unfolding scene, he exhibited a remarkable composure. He chuckled inwardly. After all, it is not mine. Let it be. As time passed, Pao Deshen had ingested a copious amount of the intoxicating potion, his eyes gradually blurring, and his consciousness becoming increasingly muddled. Despite his cultivation at the golden core level, he did not instinctively guard against external threats during such passionate pursuits, even though his physique far surpassed that of ordinary men. The overwhelming influence of the potent potion left him nearly devoid of awareness of his surroundings. At that moment, Pao Deshen, driven by primal instincts, could perceive only his prey, his sole desire to feast. Hold on, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Li Zichang seized the opportunity to make his demands, proceeding entirely as planned. Pao Deshen's thoughts were singularly focused. At this moment, he would comply with anything. Your wish is my command, he replied while continuing his misdeeds. Tomorrow, I shall return home to visit my family, and while there, I will attend to my father's grave. Li Zichang spoke with feigned innocence. Granted, the old rogue responded without a moment's hesitation. However, the household expenses are quite significant, and there are no extra funds available. Li Zichang pretended to express grievance. Tomorrow, I shall withdraw 10,000 taels. Consider it a token of my appreciation. One cannot deny the depth of Pao Deshen's intoxication. Li Zichang had initially planned to deceive him for a few thousand taels to fund his living expenses at Baiyun sect, but he never anticipated being granted 10,000, which delighted him immensely. Every man understands that during such moments of intoxication, any issue that can be resolved with money shall not be treated lightly. And Pao Deshen was no exception. Wow, such generous expenditure? 10,000 taels of silver is no trivial sum, he thought to himself, resolving to exchange some for spirit stones. Although silver is considered a hard currency, spirit stones hold greater practicality in the eyes of cultivators, their value rivaling that of gold. According to the conversion rates of this world, a standard spirit stone is worth 1 tael of gold, equivalent to 10 taels of silver. Li Zichang calculated that he could exchange it for a full 1,000 spirit stones, sufficient to provide the necessary spiritual energy for a chi refinement cultivator to break through a minor realm. He chuckled to himself. Who would have thought that a night with Feng Rao would be so valuable? He promptly retrieved the Pao family token from his storage ring, holding it before his chest. Pao Deshen, without hesitation, infused a wisp of spiritual energy into it, transmitting the withdrawal order. Bravo! Li Zichang exclaimed enthusiastically, applauding, leaving the old rogue dizzy with excitement. Why does it feel so different here? Pao Deshen, in a daze, suddenly sensed something amiss. The sensation in his legs was entirely dissimilar to that of his body, devoid of any smoothness. Li Zichang, aware of his confusion, had already prepared his explanation. I have always been quite hirsute. It is said that an abundance of hair denotes desire. Oh, never mind. How embarrassing. He feigned coyness, turning away to present his exquisite silhouette to Pao Deshen. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. This is precisely to my liking. The old rogue, having encountered countless women, found that only those with such a distinct allure as Li Zichang could pique his interest. As Li Zichang delved deeper into his role, portraying the many charms of a young woman with exceptional finesse, even a formidable figure at the tribulation stage would struggle to detect any flaw. Under repeated provocations, Pao Deshen had long lost his rationality, resembling a lovesick fool, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a golden core cultivator. Observing his state, Li Zichang flashed a wicked smile. The time has come, he promptly turned his head towards the window and called out, "This is unacceptable." Pao Deshen, still possessing a shred of clarity, momentarily froze before disregarding everything, pulling Li Zichang tightly into his embrace, utterly enamored. Meanwhile, Wang Jino had long been concealed beneath the windowsill, breathing heavily like an old cow. Upon hearing the prearranged secret phrase, she discreetly retrieved stolen goods from her bosom. Cautiously peering out to aim at the pair, Li Zichang caught a glimpse of Wang Jiner from the corner of his eye and smiled knowingly. Then transitioned into an explosive performance mode. Chapter 27. The Shadow of the Film Empress Father-in-Law. This is unacceptable. Jiang Tai was acutely aware that he would be dismissed. Li Zichang protested verbally, yet her hands clasped around him with an iron grip, rendering the formidable Peiyou Shun completely immobile, despite his lack of exertion. Daughter-in-law, release me. I can hardly breathe, Peiyou Shun gasped. His face flushed crimson as he was ensnared in Li Zichang's embrace, struggling to articulate a few words, as if on the verge of fainting. Witnessing this, Wang Jiner promptly activated the magical artifact in her possession, directing it toward Li Zichang's back to capture the scene. This artifact, known as the Stone of Time, was specifically designed for recording images. Prominent families and sects utilized such devices to document significant events or activities. Although costly, it bore little utility for ordinary cultivators. The reason Li Zichang urged Wang Jiner to seize this artifact was to record Peiyou Shun's heinous transgressions against morality, serving as irrefutable evidence to incite discord between father and son. Coincidentally, the Peiyou household was preparing to celebrate the patriarch's 80th birthday soon, at which point the recorded footage would undoubtedly be presented, showcasing Peiyou Shun's past achievements. It was easy to imagine the atmosphere that would ensue should this footage be accidentally released. Not only would Peiyou Shun's reputation be tarnished, but Peiyou Jiang Tai would also be unable to swallow the humiliation of being publicly cuckolded. At that moment, Li Zichang would surely amplify her grievances against Peiyou Shun, inciting conflict, and securing her claim to the Peiyou would be assured. Fortunately for Li Zichang, as a time traveler, she could devise such explosive tactics. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public. Only she could contravene the moral standards of this world. Poor Peiyou Shun remained blissfully ignorant, preoccupied with his desires, entirely unaware that he had fallen into the trap meticulously crafted by Li Zichang. Yet that was not sufficient. It needed to be even more convincing. As Peiyou Shun prepared to utilize his powers to break free, Li Zichang quickly rolled with him, initiating a playful struggle. Father-in-law, a daughter-in-law must not betray her husband. Fear not, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. From this day forth, the household allowance will double. Peiyou Shun attempted to entice her once more, hoping to dismantle her defenses entirely. Li Zichang, however, transformed into an actress of the highest caliber, delivering a performance worthy of a film empress. Humph. Have I not watched thousands of films for naught? In an instant, her mind was flooded with lessons from renowned instructors, executing expressions and movements with utmost precision. At times, she donned a mask of anguish, while at others, her face radiated joy, elevating her performance to its zenith. Wang Jiner meticulously recorded the event, framing only the upper portion, ensuring that anyone who viewed it would believe the two were engaged in a scandalous affair, leaving no room for suspicion. This situation was utterly tormenting for Peiyou Shun. His consciousness hazy, akin to a state of drunkenness, leaving him unable to discern whether any actual misconduct had occurred. Though the entire charade lasted merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, it sufficed to clarify the facts and achieve Li Zichang's intended goal. Alright, the main act is about to commence. As the effects of the aphrodisiac reached their peak, Li Zichang rolled away from Peiyou Shun, while Wang Jiner, concealed beneath the window, followed her instructions and entered, presenting the Stone of Time to her. Miss, you are truly a remarkable performer. Such realism. Even I, an expert in this domain, find myself in awe, Wang Jiner exclaimed, overwhelmed by admiration after witnessing the previous scene that had completely reshaped her understanding. At that moment, Wang Jiner's mind was a blank slate, unable to comprehend how Feng Rao, who had been widowed for over a decade, could have exerted such effort in the quiet of night to cultivate such skills, a talent so innate that it left her in admiration. Begone. We have matters to attend to. Li Zichang shot her a glare, her mind preoccupied with more pressing concerns. Yes, finally, it's my turn. Wang Jiner licked her lips, her cheeks flushed with excitement, clearly eager to proceed. Go ahead. Do as you please. Li Zichang made no demands, allowing her the freedom to act. Yes. Wang Jiner nodded vigorously, turning to the incapacitated Peiyou Shun on the ground, calling out, My lord, I have returned. Peiyou Shun, in a state of confusion and weakness, could barely see the figure before him. As he vaguely recognized Wang Jiner, a wave of panic washed over him, remnants of last night's ordeal still haunting him. Struggling, he raised his right hand, spreading his fingers in a gesture of defense, pleading, Please, don't come any closer. Thus, the once mighty Peiyou Shun, now reduced to a pitiful state, was mercilessly toyed with by the two women, epitomizing the ancient adage about the dangers of temptation. Li Zichang glanced back at the room, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she observed Wang Jiner's audacity, before departing with grace, leaving her contributions unrecognized. The following morning, after collecting 10,000 taels of silver from the treasury, Li Zichang hurried to Wang Jiner's ancestral home. making final preparations for the upcoming visit to Baiyun sect in 2 days. On this occasion, she could only present her true self. The sisters, Jean and Mei, had not been sealed by Peiyou Shun. Capturing them would yield the complete thread of clues, ultimately gathering the trio of Jean, Mei, and Peiyou. Chapter 28. Murder and Heart's Fury. Having previously suffered a severe backlash, the pain reminiscent of a hemorrhoid flare-up lingered vividly in Li Zicheng's memory. He refrained from employing the puppet technique to observe the ensuing battle, and instead, prior to leaving the city, he connected with Wang Jiner through his consciousness to convey necessary warnings, urging her to monitor every movement of the kitchen. Before exiting the city, Li Zicheng deliberately exchanged 5,000 taels of silver for spirit stones, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Jiner, whose family name was Meng, resided in Chinatown, 500 miles away, reachable by a day's ride. The Meng family had a long-standing tradition of hunting, and their estate was not located within the town, but rather independently constructed at the foot of the White Cloud Mountain, facilitating easy access to the mountains for hunting, and only a 2-day journey from the White Cloud sect. At long last, he had arrived. Anyone associated with the disappearance of his parents would not escape his wrath. Li Zicheng dismounted his horse, gazing at the opulent mansion several dozen feet away, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. To him, the edifice before him was not a mansion, but merely a slaughterhouse for livestock. From Jiner's memories, he learned that the Meng family had 1 son and 3 daughters, with the 3 sisters, Jinping Mei, already betrothed to the esteemed Pao Deshen, and their eldest son Meng Jiang destined to inherit the family estate. Their matriarch was still alive. With a resounding crash, the door was shattered, startling the entire Meng estate. The guards rushed towards the main entrance without hesitation. As a practitioner who had grasped the concepts of the fivefold unethical sutra, Li Zicheng held no regard for the customary approach of diplomacy before hostility. He demonstrated his intentions with overwhelming force. Who dares to be so audacious, knowing where this place is? The head guard, revealing his muscular physique, brandished a steel broadsword, his tan skin glistening with a sheen of vigor, questioning Li Zicheng while exuding the unrestrained aura of a late-stage body refinement realm cultivator. The other 9 ordinary guards swiftly surrounded Li Zicheng, their eyes filled with ferocity. "Where is Meng Jiang? Bring him out, you are not worthy," Li Zicheng declared, simultaneously shedding his somewhat faded gray robe, which he cherished dearly, storing it within his storage ring. This robe, sewn by his mother, had been too precious for his father, Li Fuzai, to wear daily. After their disappearance, it became his sole memento. The thought of soiling it would cause him immense sorrow. As Li Zicheng similarly bared his torso, his formidable physique, honed through the 9-bull strength technique, momentarily intimidated the guards, causing them to recoil. Peak of the body refinement realm. The head guard swallowed hard, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, for in his understanding, only those above the peak of the body refinement realm possessed such a formidable physique. Where does this rogue come from, daring to wreak havoc at the Meng estate? Just then, a white-haired old matron appeared before Li Zicheng, her face devoid of fear. "Kneel and beg for mercy. My son is a Qi refinement realm cultivator. If he returns, he will surely spare your life." Old matron. The head guard's confidence surged, recognizing her as Chun, Jiner's mother. "Huh, I would dare to do so." Li Zicheng boldly stepped forward, addressing Chun. "I have heard your daughter possesses extraordinary beauty. I wish to marry her. What say you?" This proclamation left the Meng estate in shock. They had not anticipated that this harbinger of death had come merely to propose marriage, a notion that defied all conventions and was utterly absurd. Chun erupted into laughter, her voice dripping with disdain. "You audacious little brat. How dare you? A madman, this boy is a madman." The guards joined in derisive laughter, mocking him. "A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Not only is my daughter promised to the venerable Pao of Yinshan City, but even without that engagement, you are not worthy to cast your eyes upon her." The Meng family was the foremost clan in Chinatown, backed by the formidable Pao family, with a golden core cultivator supporting them. Accustomed to their lofty status, they regarded him with utter disdain. Li Zicheng's plan was direct. He intended to compel the Meng family to unilaterally annul the engagement, drafting a formal letter of repudiation, thereby liberating the Jinping Mei sisters from their moral constraints. At that point, he would employ his abilities to win them over and acquire complete clues from Pao Deshen. Previously, his conjectures about his mother's whereabouts had relied solely on speculation. He had to be thoroughly prepared. If the woman's flame barrier yielded no trace of her, he would not be left without direction. Although the White Cloud sect was a third-rate sect, given his current realm, he could not forcibly abduct the 2 women. They must willingly surrender themselves before he could refine them into puppets, thus exacting his revenge. As for the several dozen members of the Meng family, their demise was an inevitability, and he would ensure it was attributed to that cunning Pao Deshen. Seeing Chen's contemptuous expression, Li Zicheng grew weary of further discourse. He seized the head guard and pulled him before himself, the sheer might of his 9-bull strength rendering any escape impossible. "Impudent! Beat him to death!" Chen cried out in alarm, rallying her guards to action. Yet before they could advance, Li Zicheng slammed the head guard to the ground. delivering a single punch that shattered his skull, painting the scene in gruesome bloodshed. The sudden onslaught of violence sent the entire Ming estate into a state of panic, with dozens, including the guards, scattering in all directions. Li Zichang drew forth the ox ear blade, employing the ancestral butchering technique of the Pao family to unleash a massacre. In less than 15 minutes, nearly 30 members of the Meng family had been dismembered, leaving only Chun alive, the entire process executed with a fluidity reminiscent of slaughtering cattle. Monster, monster. Chun, drenched in blood and surrounded by dismembered flesh, was rendered insensible, muttering those two words repeatedly. Li Zichang kicked her over, slicing open her fingertip with the ox ear blade, and laid out a piece of prepared white paper on the ground, his tone chilling now. Write a letter of repudiation in blood. Oh, and remember to clearly state how I heroically intervened to save you from the assassins of the Pao family. With some semblance of clarity returning to Chen's mind, she gazed upon his devilish grin, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 29. I prefer the older ones. Who are you? My Ming family has no grievances with you in the past, nor any enmity recently. Why must you be so cruel? Chen's voice was hoarse, her eyes bloodshot as she questioned vehemently. Li Zichang maintained his wicked smile, arms outstretched, responding nonchalantly. Who I am is of little consequence. You merely need to understand that I wish to toy with your daughter. You beast, sob. My son will not spare you upon his return. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon her household, Chen's rage boiled, her teeth stained crimson with the blood that spilled from her lips. Huh, old hag, still holding your ground. Are you? Li Zichang slowly crouched down, turning a knife over in his hands before delivering a series of vicious blows to her face. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking teeth echoed as Chen's front teeth shattered, the remnants forced into her mouth. Li Zichang covered her mouth, compelling her to swallow her own teeth. MMM. MMM. Chen could not articulate, her anguished cries contorting her features in excruciating pain. How about it? Care to write? Despite the smile on his face, there was a chilling undertone in his demeanor. In your dreams. Kill me. Chun, known for her fierce spirit and exceptional hunting skills in her youth, was a woman of unyielding resolve. Is that so? I hope you will not change your mind. Li Zichang, understanding the need for a different approach with such a tough opponent, remained calm. Do you know what this is? He drew an object from his storage ring and slowly presented it to her. Chen's pupils dilated, her voice trembling as she uttered, the time stone. Ah, quite discerning, aren't you? Indeed, it is the time stone. Li Zichang nodded, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen's eyes were filled with confusion, not grasping his intent. Madam Meng, imagine if I were to defile you and record the entire process using the time stone, then place it atop Meng Leoi's grave. Do you think he would rise in anger from his coffin? Ha! His laughter was cruel, his hands moving suggestively at his waist, embodying the depths of depravity. Such actions and lewd words turned Chen's face as pale as a sheet, instinctively closing her legs, letting out a shriek akin to that of a terrified creature. Ah, you are so vile at such a young age. I could be your mother. Li Zichang's hands did not cease, and his grin widened. I shall be frank. I have a preference for such things. After all, how else could one describe an older woman like Sun Yang, still possessing her allure? Even before he had delved into the unethical scriptures, Li Zichang had set his sights on Feng Rao, both of similar age and commendable beauty. If he were to proceed, it would be effortless, indeed. Within mere moments, Chun was left dumbfounded, her robust physique now a vessel of endless dread and oppression. A woman of fiery temperament might not fear death, but she held her honor in the highest regard. As long as she could retain her complete form, she could face her ancestors without shame. Yet, to be sullied would condemn her to an eternal restlessness, a wandering spirit. With the threat laid bare before her, the last vestiges of her mental defenses crumbled. For her, life and death could be disregarded, but her body could not be compromised. Enough, enough, I shall comply. But only if you spare my body. Tears welled in Chen's eyes as her bloodied fingertips trembled over the white paper, inscribing her humiliating letter of resignation. The Pa family is merciless, slaughtering my Meng clan. Thankfully, a hero has come to my aid, granting me a second chance at life. This blood feud shall be etched into the hearts of the Ming descendants, and thus our engagement is hereby dissolved. With her blood-soaked letter complete, Li Zichang beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Today, I shall grant you a complete corpse to reunite with the old thief Meng. After securing the letter in his storage ring, he swiftly ended Chen's life. Humph, that scoundrel Meng Jiang has narrowly escaped today. I shall seek him out again. Li Zichang exhaled deeply, relishing the exhilaration of avenging his enemies. Thanks to the sacred text, I could not have acted otherwise. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground and dismembered limbs, any residual discomfort he felt dissipated with the workings of the unethical scriptures. He nudged Chen's corpse with his toe, a hint of regret flickering across his features. Alas, with my current level, I can only forge a mere puppet. If I could control her to deliver the truth to the bottle and the two ladies, that would surely yield greater results. Contemplating his options, he resolved to fashion Chen into a skin suit for future needs. Even though the evidence pointed towards the Pa family during the massacre, one loose end remained. For precaution, he needed a backup plan. Relocating Chen to the kitchen, Li Zichang prepared to remove her hair, ensuring she was meticulously cleaned before retrieving the knife to continue his work. Half an hour later, a lifelike skin suit of Chen lay before him, still exuding an air of vitality. With the task complete, he turned to ascend the mountain with peace of mind. However, as he stepped into the courtyard, a fierce wind erupted, the still damp blood on the ground rising like steam, enveloping the area in a thick blood mist, instantly shrouding the entire Meng estate. The sudden transformation tightened his core, an instinctive dread warning him of impending calamity. What is happening? Have I disturbed some powerful being? Such a terrifying scene was beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Even those at the Golden Core stage lacked such power. As he stood bewildered, the swirling blood mist began to coalesce, forming into a grotesque visage that loomed before him. Before Li Zichang could react, the agonized mask of the blood mist surged into his body, an excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, causing him to curl up, rolling on the ground. Chapter 30. Am I expecting? My life is over. Li Zichang incessantly pounded his abdomen, his previously defined contours now obscured by distended skin, swelling as if he were a woman on the verge of childbirth. What on earth is happening? Am I really about to give birth? A wave of intense pain surged through his body, his abdomen expanding uncontrollably, as if an inexplicable vitality was tumultuously seeking an escape within him. Please, I beg you, stop this. I am a man. It cannot come out. With his consciousness growing hazy, Li Zichang began to ramble incoherently. Having undergone a complete transformation before, he was particularly sensitive to such changes. The distended abdomen and the tearing sensation in his pelvis led him to believe this was a precursor to something dire. Could it truly be? Is this really so bizarre? Initially, Li Zichang maintained a relatively stable mindset, his earlier remarks mere jesting complaints, but as the situation escalated, he began to grasp the severity of the predicament. Heaven above, I am a man. Where's the justice? Where's the morality? Straining against the pain, he supported himself with his left hand while pointing toward the heavens with his right, his voice soaring in a desperate roar that echoed through the skies. Upon uttering this cry, Li Zichang was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself in a daze. It seems I have been cultivating the unethical classic. What logic is there to speak of? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down without warning, surging through his outstretched finger and into his body. A torrent of mysterious spiritual energy rushing directly to his abdomen. In an instant, two unknown forces within him began to clash and contend, each striving to consume the other, causing Li Zichang's entire being to convulse violently, even forcing bile from his throat. Ugh! This tumult only intensified his discomfort. Akin to the relentless nausea of morning sickness, he struggled to raise his arm, wiping the bile from the corner of his mouth. A novel bitterness spreading through his tongue to his palate, thick and exceedingly acrid. Before he could gather his thoughts, the two forces continued their fierce struggle within him, generating a plethora of waste gas that raced chaotically through his intestines. The thunderous sounds of flatulence reverberated through the surrounding spiritual energy, even causing the ground to tremble slightly, creating a barrier with a 3-meter radius around him that entirely isolated him from the outside world. Even flatulence can shatter barriers. Perhaps even fantasy novels wouldn't dare to write such a scene. Prior to his transmigration, Li Zichang had read countless online novels, but none bore resemblance to his current experience, leading him to question his own reality. However, with each successive expulsion of gas, his previously distended abdomen began to regain control, not only ceasing its prior expansion, but also showing signs of retreat. Could it be that I was on the verge of bursting? After 2.5 years of convoluted experiences, Li Zichang understood the mechanics of the situation. He realized that, in his current state, a favorable outcome was unlikely. The most probable scenario was a catastrophic failure, leaving him in tatters. Yet, seeing the situation stabilize, he felt a modicum of relief. Though the pain had not entirely subsided, it was considerably less intense than the prior excruciating agony, now equating to a more manageable level. The struggle between the two forces had reached a stalemate, achieving a precarious balance. Li Zichang, unwilling to merely await his fate, sat cross-legged within the barrier, probing the condition of his body. As his consciousness connected with his physical form, the profound and resonant chime of a moral bell echoed in his mind. Unethical classic, 6th level. The way is void yet unfilled, a profound source of all things. It dulls the sharp, resolves disputes, harmonizes brilliance, and mingles with the dust. It appears clear yet is elusive, and I know not which progeny it belongs to, a reflection of the primordial. What does this mean? The deafening sound reverberated within him, leaving Li Zichang dizzy and bewildered. However, having learned from his previous experience with the 5th level of scripture, he swiftly circulated the first 5 levels of the unethical classic throughout his body, dissecting it word by word. Enclosed within the barrier, He was free from external distractions and fully dedicated to the process of comprehension. Time flowed, the clear sky turned to night. And after circulating the unethical classic for a full cycle, clarity dawned upon him. Ah, so that is it. With excitement illuminating his features, Li Zichang spoke to himself. The way is invisible, intangible, unfathomable. All growth and development stems from the way, the progenitor of all things. The way gathers sharpness, resolves disputes, harmonizes radiance, and melds with the mundane. It is both present and absent, seemingly existing before the heavens and the earth, rising from the ground. Li Zichang instinctively cradled his lower back and confidently declared, "Indeed, it must be so. The way is the source of all creation." Buzz, accompanying his epiphany. A deep rumble emanated from his lower abdomen. The force of the sound caused the sturdy barrier to tremble. Simultaneously, the two contending forces within him seemed to reach an accord, no longer battling as fiercely as before. They swiftly separated. With the spiritual energy derived from the thunder rapidly sinking, creating an independent space at his abdomen, the spiritual energy instantly misted, filling the space with a white sea of clouds, as a pitch-black cloud platform gradually ascended, resembling a large round disc, steadily resting atop the clouds. Next, the power that had coalesced into a blood-red mass transformed into rich, glistening blood beads that swiftly descended onto the disc, enveloped entirely by a thin, flesh-colored membrane, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat, with red light flickering incessantly. In an instant, the barrier was ablaze with crimson light, as if countless streams of flowing blood surged wildly. The radiance continuously pouring into Li Zichang. Being within the barrier, the surrounding environment remained unaffected, everything continuing as normal. Otherwise, such extraordinary phenomena would certainly attract the attention of formidable beings who could extinguish him with a mere gesture. Thunder as the foundation, flesh and blood as the golden elixir? Upon sensing the breakthrough of his boundary, Li Zichang's first reaction was to think of these 8 words. No, wait, something is amiss. As he scrutinized the interior of his body, he was astonished to find the blood bead resting upon the foundation. It not only contained flowing blood but also pulsated with a red glow, mimicking the rhythm of breathing. In short, the blood bead was not a unique product of the golden elixir stage, but rather a living foreign entity. In an instant, Li Zichang felt the world spinning around him, his mind buzzing as he muttered to himself. What is happening? Is it truly so? Whose illegitimate child is this? Indeed, the foundation he beheld starkly contrasted with common knowledge. It appeared unmistakably like a disc. And upon this disc rested a fetal spirit. Chapter 31. The peculiar sacred body of the fetus god disc. Gazing at the extraordinary foundation within him, Li Zichang suddenly realized. Ultimately speaking the truth aloud. Was this joke taken too far? I merely practiced the unethical scriptures, yet here I am, bound and sold? Faced with such an absurd situation, Li Zichang scoured his memories, seeking a thread of insight to comprehend the origins of this enigma. Could there truly be such divine power? Suddenly, he recalled a fantastical tale he had read before his journey, which spoke of an odd technique called staring pregnancy, capable of bestowing blessings upon anyone from 1,000 miles away. Was I being spied upon? Li Zichang's mind was a muddle, unable to piece together any semblance of understanding, and he could only reluctantly accept the reality at hand. Although his form had returned to its original state, showing no signs of disturbance, the presence within him was undeniably entrenched, and merely contemplating it felt unsettling. How foolish of me to think I could leap across a vast boundary and directly enter the Golden Core realm. It seems I have underestimated the situation. With a bitter smile, Li Zichang reflected on his earlier delusion that, upon discovering the Golden Core within, he might bypass decades of hardship and return to the kitchen to deal with that old schemer, Peiyou Shun. Now, with this peculiar entity lingering inside him, whether he could even engage in combat remained an unknown, and the thought of an inadvertent slip leading to unforeseen calamities was daunting. What if this was the progeny of some hidden master? Would I not be torn to shreds? Alas, I never imagined I would be treated as a tool. After much contemplation, Li Zichang concluded that this presence could not possibly be a part of his own flesh. It was evidently forced upon him by another, merely using his body as a vessel. Yet, what troubled him most was the uncertainty of when this entity would fully materialize. He would need to prepare a complete form to fulfill this absurd life event. If it took 3 years and 6 months. At this thought, he dared not continue, for before his journey, he had just watched Neza 2, and this situation bore an uncanny resemblance. Moments later, the barrier restored itself, and Li Zichang's foundation at the initial stage stabilized as well. At this rate of rapid advancement, he might transcend to the next level within a few years. Though merely speculation, the last few days had seen him break through a small realm almost daily. For him, the future was rife with possibilities. Boom! With a dull thud, the barrier shattered without resistance. The golden light surrounding its perimeter erupted, transforming into a transparent shield akin to a tortoiseshell that enveloped Li Zichang's abdomen and gradually melded into his body. Simultaneously, relevant information surged into his mind. Innate sacred body of the wife, mournful yet resilient, the sacred body of marriage. Marrying a man births treasures. Marrying a woman is equally feasible. As the 20-character mantra imprinted itself in his consciousness, Li Zichang was left utterly bewildered, his already unstable emotions erupting violently. Oh heavens, are you trying to kill me? As a pure man, not only am I bestowed with the sacred body of a wife, but the implications of marrying and being married are beyond comprehension. Boom. In a fit of rage, Li Zichang wielded the ox ear knife with force, unleashing a black blade of light over 10 yards wide, instantly reducing the Meng family estate to rubble, scattering it into countless particles of dust. Once his emotions settled, he sat dazed upon the ground, murmuring to himself, with the fetus god disc first, followed by the sacred body of the wife. This feels like a nested doll, one layer after another, each more shocking than the last. At this moment, the night was deep and silent, the moon hung high in the sky. Li Zichang, bare and muscular, sat alone upon a pebble, resembling a lovelorn soul at the end of their wits. Gazing at the stars, his consciousness gradually cleared, and he recalled the circumstances of the Blood Pearl's dark formation, grasping the essence of the 20-character mantra. In an instant, Li Zichang felt an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through him, every bone and inch of skin enhanced, with impurities pouring out through his pores like dark raindrops hitting the ground. After a night of cleansing and refinement, his body became remarkably smooth and delicate, the pale skin complemented by a cascade of white hair, bestowing upon him a demeanor of cold nobility. Even his rugged features softened, adopting a hint of grace, aptly described as a blend of masculine and feminine. Ah, so it is. Upon fully comprehending the sacred body of the wife, he discovered its uniqueness. In essence, to attain the complete and unparalleled form of the sacred body of the wife, Li Zichang must either marry or take a wife, aligning perfectly with its mutable nature. Whether transforming into a woman to marry or marrying a woman, both paths would gradually enhance the sacred body of the wife, bestowing additional opportunities, with the fetus god being the foremost of such fortunes. As for how many times one must marry or be married to achieve completeness, that remained an enigma, leaving only the journey ahead to reveal the answers. With the fetus god as a foundation, it was akin to donning a protective suit of armor, yet the extent to which it could withstand a blow from what realm remained uncertain. Li Zichang reached out, his tone teasing yet gentle. I hope you can withstand the trials. After all, I am perilously veering towards self-destruction. Whether I can depart safely depends on your own fate. As soon as he spoke, the blood pearl upon the foundation seemed to respond, bouncing up and down incessantly, causing the entire sea of clouds to boil over, akin to a tsunami, inflicting unbearable pain upon Li Zichang, sweat pouring from his forehead like a torrential rain. Oh no, can it understand me? Please, stop this. Can't I just maintain my composure? I assure you, your safety is paramount. With no choice left, he could only gently soothe it with kind words, managing to coax it into a semblance of calm, allowing it to settle steadily upon the foundation. Panting heavily, Li Zichang, exhausted by the ordeal, realized he must hasten to find someone to marry, to ascertain the true nature of this situation. He understood that the only way to extricate himself from this state was to transform and marry. Only then could the fetus god absorb the energies of its parents and flourish. Without such prerequisites, he would remain trapped in this condition, a reality Li Zichang could not accept. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit the Baiyun sect, to seek clues regarding his mother's whereabouts while simultaneously nourishing the fetus god within. Ah, let us see which unfortunate soul bears the brunt of this predicament. Being a father is no easy task. As dawn approached, with determination set in his heart, Li Zichang dressed and set forth toward the Baiyun sect, uncertain whether this journey would bring fortune or misfortune. Yet, having chosen this path, he was resolute in walking it to the end. Chapter 32. The demands of the marriage fraud target. After 2 days of hurried travel, Li Zichang finally arrived at the outer gate of the Baiyun sect just before the trial commenced. Along the way, he encountered numerous young cultivators coming to participate in the competition, yet he chose not to associate with anyone, remaining solitary throughout. His unique circumstances and clear objectives left him disinterested in making acquaintances. During these 2 days, Li Zichang busied himself with devising his upcoming marriage fraud scheme, establishing firm targets for himself, who decreed that cultivation must adhere to a rigid sequence. My path deviates from the conventional 3,000 avenues, and a bit of chaos is only to be expected. As long as I possess sufficient strength, I shall wield the power of discourse and see who dares to voice dissent. With strikingly handsome features and a cascade of silver hair, Li Zichang stood at the mountain gate, instantly capturing the attention of those around him. Look, who is that young master, so extraordinarily beautiful? Indeed, with such a physique and aura, could he not be a distinguished scion of a noble family? Many young female cultivators were captivated by Li Zichang's cold demeanor. However, the Baiyun sect was merely a third-rate sect. What noble prodigy would come here? Among the crowd, a frail figure holding a folding fan cast a disdainful glance at Li Zichang, his bitter remarks quickly gaining the approval of other cultivators. What Ma Xiao said is correct. within 100 miles, who holds greater power than the Ma family. I have never heard of such a figure. The son of the Pao family ascended the mountain last year. This fellow cannot possibly belong to them. The Pao family and the Ma family were two of the most prominent families in Yinshan County, and aside from them, no other family could rival their status. Furthermore, first-rate family scions from the southern domain would not venture to Yinshan County to join the Baiyun sect. Unfazed by the murmurs, Li Zichong's thoughts were solely on the sisters. Meng Pinger and Meng Meier. Excuse me, may I inquire if the sisters Meng Pinger and Meng Meier are studying in the outer gate? Li Zichong hastened to the mountain gate and asked a disciple clad in a gray robe. Based on his conjectures, the sisters were likely still young, at most at the peak of the body refinement stage, making their presence in the outer gate quite reasonable. Oh, you know Senior Sister Ping and Senior Sister Mei? Upon noticing Li Zichong's extraordinary appearance and his connections within the sect, the gate disciple immediately welcomed him with a smile. It cannot be considered acquaintance. We are merely fellow townsfolk. Li Zichong was not prepared to reveal his intentions outright. He intended to gather information about the Baiyun sect before making further plans. Go away. Why bother asking so much when you are not acquainted? The gate disciple waved his hand impatiently, reluctant to engage in further conversation. Li Zichong remained unperturbed, smiling as he discreetly retrieved a spirit stone from his storage ring and slipped it into the disciple's palm. The cool, smooth sensation prompted the disciple to gasp in astonishment. A spirit stone. Shoo. Li Zichong made a gesture for silence, lowering his voice significantly. Brother, please do not make a fuss. It is our first meeting. I hope for your kind assistance in the future. Such trivial and morally dubious tactics were second nature to him, executed with remarkable ease. Although the gate disciple held a lowly status, to those yet to enter the sect, he was a figure of great significance. Establishing a good rapport in advance would facilitate future endeavors. Resources in a third-rate sect like Baiyun were scarce. A gate disciple might only receive a few spirit stones a month. Li Zichong's generous offering was equivalent to 10 days of their income, making their astonishment entirely justifiable. You are too courteous, young master. The outer gate disciple beamed and continued, to tell you the truth, they are elite disciples of the inner sect, personally taught by the sect master. Upon hearing this, Li Zichong suddenly recalled information from Jin'er's memories. Oh no, I forgot they have a godfather. Regaining his composure, he inquired further, if one were to join your esteemed sect, would it be possible to meet them? Certainly, if you enter the inner sect. You will surely have the opportunity to see them, but in the outer gate, do not even think about it. I see. As a newcomer, Li Zichong was entirely oblivious to the sect's regulations. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, accompanied by several disciples, swiftly approached the mountain gate. A prominent birthmark near his right eye was particularly noticeable. Brother. Li Zichong did not leave, but tugged at the man's sleeve, asking, May I inquire what realm the outer gate elder is at? Peak Foundation Establishment. The gate disciple gazed at the elder's retreating figure with admiration, his tone filled with reverence. Peak Foundation Establishment? While Li Zichong outwardly expressed respect, his inner thoughts were dismissive. Indeed, for a third-rate sect to cultivate to the peak of Foundation Establishment was commendable, placing one among the core members of the sect. Let us see what wonders this entrance selection holds. Although he had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, his understanding of this world remained quite rudimentary. Based on Li Zichong's knowledge, any sect would utilize internal treasures for selecting disciples, whether to test talent or roots, which held significant allure for him. Welcome, young talents, to the Baiyun sect's outer gate for the entrance test. I am Zhao Yao, the outer gate elder, responsible for this selection. Without unnecessary embellishments, he stated, everything relies on your strength. Though Zhao Yao bore an unsightly birthmark, his forthright character resonated well with Li Zichong. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Ma Xiao, assuming the role of representative, cupped his hands in greeting. Zhao Yao, hands clasped behind his back, gestured for the nearby disciples to step forward and proclaimed, I must remind you that each of you has paid a selection fee to obtain this opportunity. Do not hide your abilities. Otherwise, if you fail to qualify, you shall lose everything. His words, while brusque, carried a clear message, do not waste time. He was merely going through the motions. The crowd understood this implicitly and remained silent. This is our outer gate's eldest disciple, Yang Gang. At the early stage of Foundation Establishment, each of you has but one chance to engage him. If you can force him back even half a step, you may enter. Oh, by the way, he will not be taking action, so there is no need for concern. Li Zichong was momentarily taken aback, thinking, is that it? How meager. However, he quickly rationalized this, considering it a third-rate sect where magical tools were scarce, and they would not readily offer them to this motley crew. Who will go first? The eldest disciple surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance, yet no one, including Ma Xiao, dared to speak. I shall go first. Li Zichong stepped forward, fully confident and unyielding, his presence even more imposing than the elders. The crowd instantly began to murmur, eagerly waiting to witness the folly of the first to step forward. Chapter 33. The butchers strike young Master Ma. That rascal dares to steal your thunder. Upon witnessing Li Zichang's boldness and stepping forward, the onlookers immediately shifted their attention to the young scion of the Ma family. Ahem. Humph. The spotlight of this young master is not something an insignificant nobody can usurp. It is merely a ploy for attention. Though the sickly figure coughed incessantly, his voice resonated with confidence. Recently, young Master Ma had successfully broken through to the Qi refining stage, and his admission to the sect seemed almost assured, with a possibility of entering the inner sanctum as well. Those in the know revealed the truth, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Indeed, it was the Ma family. They could nurture such talent without even joining the sect. Young Master Ma truly was a dragon among men. We hope to receive his guidance in the future. Many fervently lavished praise upon young Master Ma, fearful of losing their standing. Ahem. You flatter me, but joining the inner sanctum is no simple feat. Young Master Ma feigned humility, pausing slightly before continuing. However, if selected through the outer door, I could indeed attempt to participate in the inner sanctum's debut. Then we shall wish young Master Ma success in his endeavors. According to the rules of Baiyun sect, should an exceptionally gifted disciple emerge during the outer selection, the elders possess the privilege to recommend them for the concurrently held inner sanctum debut. New disciples of the inner sanctum are typically either sponsored by prominent families or recommended by the elders, undergoing 3 months of intensive training before showcasing their results. At that time, the elders may select disciples of their choosing to take under their wing, with the sect master personally rating them to determine the allocation of cultivation resources for the coming year. This is undoubtedly the most crucial opportunity for newcomers to demonstrate their prowess. With young Master Ma's early Qi refining stage, he qualified for the recommendation of the outer door elders and had already discreetly established connections, making his success nearly certain. Meanwhile, Li Zichang, undeterred by the opinions of others, boldly approached the outer sect's chief disciple, locking eyes with him. Who goes there? The chief disciple inquired, adhering to protocol to verify the information. Li Zichang, with hands clasped behind his back, proclaimed loudly, I am Li Zichang, a butcher from the Qinghe County slaughterhouse, 20 years of age. Upon announcing his identity, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Ha ha ha, so this fellow is a butcher. How dare such a lowly individual compare himself to young Master Ma? Ha, what pretentiousness. To think brute strength could earn him a place in the sect? Such delusions. The crowd did not hold back their scornful remarks, and this background swiftly obliterated any remaining advantages in appearance. Humph. The sickly figure scoffed, choosing to disregard him. Silence. Zhao Yao barked, halting the jeers, then turned his gaze toward Li Zichang, puzzled. Butcher, are you serious? His tone reflected disbelief. Since the founding of Baiyun sect, no butcher had ever entered its ranks. The lowest had been wandering cultivators, and someone as unremarkable as Li Zichang surely could not possess formidable strength, essentially offering a free gift. I have indeed spent real gold and silver. Is that in doubt? Li Zichang adjusted his faded gray robe, responding with righteous indignation. Zhao Yao cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his appearance, and chose to ignore him further. Hey, butcher, let me make this clear, though I won't intervene. If you get injured, I won't cover your medical expenses. Ha ha. The chief disciple crossed his arms, his well-defined muscles and robust arms making a striking impression. Understood. I am well aware of the rules. Li Zichang replied, shedding his clothing carefully, cautious whether it be a fight or a spar. As his physique, rivaling that of the chief disciple, was revealed to the audience, the scene erupted once more. This lad possesses some strength. Indeed, butchers have considerable might. Most present were cultivators in the body refining stage, instinctively measuring strength and cultivation by physique, with even many female cultivators resembling muscular warriors. Who would have thought you were a man of substance beneath those rags? Let us begin. The chief disciple could not help but glance a few more times, his tone becoming somewhat subdued. My apologies, brother, Li Zichang said, offering no further words. After neatly folding his clothes, he took a deep breath and assumed a boxing stance. Since this was merely the simplest selection, the assembled cultivators were predominantly in the body refining stage, and the outer sect's chief disciple, at the foundation establishment stage, regarded them with disdain, confident that even with weapons, his protective aura would suffice to withstand their attacks. Are you certain you wish to fight unarmed? The chief disciple's face betrayed his displeasure, feeling as though he were being underestimated. Indeed, more than enough, Li Zichang replied in an exceedingly calm tone. Humph. A toad yawning. What arrogance. The chief disciple scoffed, closing his eyes with an air of supreme arrogance. While stifling laughter, Li Zichang summoned all his strength, intending to end the confrontation swiftly. In an instant, the previously calm surroundings were rife with energy. An uncountable amount of spiritual energy surged toward Li Zichang, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, increasing his size by more than half. Such a shocking spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from those present. Who would have thought this lad was also in the Qi refining stage? Indeed, only those in the Qi refining stage can manipulate external spiritual energy. This butcher is simply terrifying. Even the sickly figure, unable to restrain his surprise, felt color return to his previously pale cheeks. The outer sect elder, Zhao Yao, shared a similar reaction, casting a sidelong glance before muttering, "I have underestimated him." While the commotion was somewhat unexpected, it merely stirred a ripple. Inner sect disciples were all in the mid to late chi refining stage, hardly enough to warrant newfound respect. At this moment, although Li Zichang had only unleashed a fraction of his strength, the might he amassed through the unethical canon and the sacred body of the wife far surpassed that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. "Watch my fist," Li Zichang called out, ensuring his opponent was prepared for adequate defense, while he himself would not hold back. The unethical canon does not entertain notions of mercy. As for the outcome, it was entirely up to the other party's fate. In the next moment, the force of his punch cleaved through the air, the spiritual energy seemingly torn asunder, creating a vacuum in its wake, with a series of explosive booms reverberating through the air. In the blink of an eye, his fist was at the chief disciple's face. The protective aura that had gathered in front of him was compressed and deformed to its limits before collapsing instantaneously. By the time he reacted, it was evidently too late. Chapter 34. The temptation from the elder. With a thunderous explosion, the protective barrier surrounding the elder disciple was shattered by a single punch from Li Zichang. Although the disciple had anticipated this, he was too late to defend himself. The forceful fist struck him squarely in the chest. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? His eyes bulged, and his chest caved in, contorted in a grotesque expression. With a crisp crack, the disciple was propelled backward, crashing through the mountain gate and shattering several spirit stone pillars before hurtling towards the outer hall. Zhao Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, sprinted forward with all his might, barely managing to halt the disciple's trajectory before he could destroy the hall. Li Zichang remained poised, a calm smile adorning his face, seemingly unfazed, as if he had not exerted his full strength. "Have I not even tapped into my foundation establishment cultivation yet, and he is nearly dead?" He remained oblivious to the true extent of his power, merely feeling capable of overpowering cultivators of the same realm. Witnessing his nonchalance, the onlookers reveled in his misfortune. "It's over. The butcher has gone too far and might have killed the outer disciple. Huh. He won't just be barred from entering the sect. He might lose his life. Humph. Such ignorance. Does he think that brute strength will earn him my respect? He has landed himself in trouble." The frail figure waved his fan, his expression shifting from disdain to elation at the thought of removing an eyesore. Li Zichang, however, heard every word clearly. Turning to the young master of the Ma family, he declared, "Come, frail one, if you dare. Let us see if I can obliterate you with a single punch." In his true form, Li Zichang was indeed violent, his temperament starkly contrasting with that of his transformed self. "Young Master Ma, he just called you frail," someone cautioned, noticing the young master as silence. "Get lost." The esteemed young master of the Ma family would not stoop to engage with a butcher. The frail one swallowed hard, retreating a couple of steps into the crowd, muttering, "Humph, let us see how you meet your end. Hey, butcher, you better run. You've caused trouble." Indeed, even if you haven't killed the outer disciple, the reparations alone would cost you decades of labor. The well-meaning warnings from several female cultivators sent a chill down Li Zichang's spine. This is bad. Killing someone is one thing, but if I have to pay for damages, that would be catastrophic. He recalled how little he earned slaughtering livestock. Every coin was hard-won. The thought of laboring for decades to repay the sect made him reconsider his position. Damn it, if it comes to that, I might as well run away and return disguised as a woman. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to flee. "Young friend, please wait." Suddenly, Zhao Yao's voice called out behind him, causing Li Zichang's hair to stand on end. Why does that sound so ominous? After a brief hesitation, Zhao Yao positioned himself in front of Li Zichang. "Elder Zhao, I must clarify, my strike against your disciple was an unfortunate accident, and I cannot afford to cover any repair costs." Li Zichang clenched his fists, channeling all his foundation establishment power, ready to launch a surprise attack if needed. "Do not panic. My disciple is not dead, nor do you need to worry about reparations," Zhao Yao assured him, grasping his fist and sporting a knowing smile on his bearded face. "Not dead." Although Li Zichang felt a twinge of discomfort, he brushed it off. "Ha! My elder disciple possesses a protective heart mirror. Your punch merely shattered it. Though injured, his life is not at risk." Zhao Yao laughed heartily, his gaze filled with admiration. "The heart mirror? So that's it," Li Zichang realized, understanding that he had underestimated his own strength. This elder gifted it to him. "I am a person who values talent. Would you be willing to join my ranks? With your aptitude, you will surely inherit my legacy." Li Zichang hesitated, as his intent was to approach the Meng sisters, and aligning himself with an outer sect elder would hinder that. Seeing his indecision, Zhao Yao lowered his voice, enticing him further. "I possess many treasures. Should you join me, I assure you abundant cultivation resources, and the position of outer disciple will be yours." Something feels off. Li Zichang, instinctively wary, heightened his guard. Zhao Yao took the opportunity to squeeze his robust arms and press against his firm chest, exclaiming, "Truly a muscular specimen." Whoa. Li Zichang instinctively stepped back, realizing the elder's intentions. So he is one of those types. No wonder he is so overly attentive. Though he saw through Zhao Yao's nature, Li Zichong felt no disdain. He had no moral high ground to stand on and would not look down on others. Ahem. Thank you, Elder Zhao. However, my aspirations lie within the inner sect, and I cannot accept your generous offer. While he bore no ill will, he also had no intention of compromising. Inner sect? Zhao Yao appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly offered gentle persuasion. The inner sect is filled with exceptional talent, even as a qi refining cultivator. You may not stand out in your debut. Without divine sense below the god transformation stage, others would remain unaware of his true capabilities unless he revealed them. Zhao Yao, judging solely by Li Zichong's earlier strike, could only assume he was a mid to late stage qi refining cultivator with exceptional physical prowess. Both the lecherous elder and Zhao Yao sought only physicality. Li Zichong understood the old fox's intentions well, recognizing the game of desire and restraint he was playing. Elder Zhao, rest assured, should I establish myself in the inner sect, I will certainly repay your recommendation. Repay? With what? Zhao Yao's gaze lingered on Li Zichong's physique. His meaning abundantly clear. I understand. I fully comprehend. Li Zichong cooperatively flexed his chest muscles, eliciting a delighted reaction from Zhao Yao. Haha, you are quite perceptive. In that case, I shall provide you with this opportunity. After indulging in his advance, Zhao Yao adopted a serious demeanor, stepping into the arena to announce. In this entrance trial, Butcher Li Zichong has emerged victorious and shall rightfully claim the qualification for the inner sect debut. The rest of you may return. Upon hearing this, the nearly 100 spectators stood in stunned silence, and chaos ensued. Chapter 35. The Crisis of the Withered Chrysanthemum Society. The announcement made by Zhao Yao effectively barred others from entering, as 500 taels of silver was no trifling sum. Elder Zhao, we have paid the selection fee. What is the meaning of this? Indeed, we have yet to participate in the trials. There was no mention of selecting only one person. As the crowd erupted in dissent, a frail figure could no longer contain himself and leaped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Elder Zhao, I am Ma Baojia from the Ma family of Yinshan City. The Ma family had previously established connections, prompting Zhao Yao to respond. The outer sect's chief disciple is gravely injured and unable to continue the trials. You all should return in 3 months. However, the frail one remained undeterred. Returning empty-handed would not only be a disgrace but would also invite his father's wrath, jeopardizing his aspirations for the position of clan leader. Enough. This elder of the outer sect has spoken. Everyone disperse. Zhao Yao declared sternly, waving his hand to dismiss them. He then turned to Li Zichong, grinning as he said, Zichong, accompany this elder into the mountains. I shall take you to participate in the inner sect's debut. Li Zichong was overwhelmed by goosebumps but had no choice but to endure. Beware, Butcher, do not rejoice too soon. Someone will deal with you. The frail one scoffed coldly before leaving the mountain without a backward glance. My lord, is this how it ends? A servant hastily inquired, catching up. Fear not. Does he not wish to enter the inner sect? I shall ensure his debut is his last, the frail one replied, producing a communication jade tablet to relay the events. Concluding with, please assist in sending this butcher on his way. He then shattered the tablet, sending the message forth. Simultaneously, amidst the ruins of the Meng family estate, a middle-aged man clad in white gazed with bloodshot eyes at the debris scattered around him, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Mother, where are you? Kneeling in the dust, he uncovered countless fragmented bones and dismembered flesh, a harrowing sight. Ah, beasts, beasts. I, Meng Jiang, vow to slaughter your entire clan. Meng Jiang let out a long howl, veins bulging on his neck, tears of blood streaming down his face as he slowly collapsed backward. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a pair of withered hands steadied his back, and with the infusion of spiritual energy, the turmoil within him began to dissipate, allowing him to regain his senses. Meng Jiang turned to see the person behind him. Master, my family is gone. Gone. He wept, struck by the devastation of losing his family in midlife. Even the Peak Foundation establishment cultivator Meng Jiang could not bear such a blow. Do not panic, my disciple. We shall devise a plan once we have discerned the clues. The old man in a green robe with graying hair, adorned with an embroidered dark golden chrysanthemum, stood in stark contrast to Meng Jiang's embroidered daisies. Understood, master. Meng Jiang wiped his tears and began to sift through the remains. The old man shook his head in resignation, waving his hand to disperse the dust that covered the ground, revealing an array of remnants. Faced with such a scene, Meng Jiang's eyes glazed over as blood trickled from his bitten lip. The old man furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he spoke in a deep tone. I have been a member of the Withered Chrysanthemum Society for over 40 years, executing countless missions, yet I have never witnessed such barbarity. The Withered Chrysanthemum Society, notorious throughout the southern domain, publicly masqueraded as a cult while covertly acting as the black hand of top-tier sects, accepting payment to carry out tasks without question. The founder established an ironclad rule of killing men but sparing women, always leaving a withered chrysanthemum behind, hence the society's name, with the slogan Withered Chrysanthemums. Wounds about known to all. The old man in green, named Gang Lai, was the leader of the Yellow Chrysanthemum Hall. known for his ruthless methods and adeptness with the chrysanthemum formation, using explosions to vanquish foes, earning him the title messenger of the withered chrysanthemum among his peers. Meng Jiang, adorned with yellow daisies, was his most esteemed disciple. Master, have you discerned the methods of the culprit? After examining the remains, Meng Jiang's breath quickened as anxiety clouded his judgment. Gang Lai, a formidable golden core cultivator with years of experience, quickly discerned the underlying patterns. This individual employs precise techniques, targeting joints with surgical finesse. The severing of skin, flesh, and bone occurs in an instant, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial arts. If my conjecture holds true, it must be attributed to disassembly techniques. Gang Lai's analysis struck Meng Jiang like a bolt of lightning. Disassembly techniques? The only such technique in Yinshan County is the butcher's knife work. Could it be the butcher clan is to blame? Meng Jiang's pupils dilated, his body trembling. Do not panic. The butcher clan and the Meng family are kin. Why would they commit such an act without cause? Gang Lai grasped Meng Jiang's arm tightly, urging him to remain calm. But aside from the butcher clan's butcher's knife work, who else possesses such skill? Meng Jiang fell into confusion. He would not recklessly confront the butcher clan until he had clarity. In your estimation, if it is indeed the butcher clan's doing, who might the culprit be? After a moment's contemplation, Meng Jiang analyzed. The elder of the butcher clan, Butcher Deshen, is a golden core expert, capable of annihilating families with a single strike. He would not resort to such convoluted means. His grandson, Butcher Chuwen, is merely a peak body refinement cultivator. He lacks the ability. The most likely suspect left is Butcher Gang Tai, but he is currently an elder of the Shanhai sect, a recognized and esteemed sect. Gang Lai stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, then let us trace the matter back. Does Master suggest we start with Butcher Chuwen? Meng Jiang's expression shifted dramatically, as sorrow evaporated, replaced by a fierce intent. Indeed, let us proceed to the Baiyun sect and probe for information. As the leader of the Yellow Chrysanthemum Hall, Gang Lai stood on equal footing with the master of the Baiyun sect in terms of status and strength, exuding confidence. Thank you, master. With Gang Lai in charge, Meng Jiang felt emboldened. As the remnants were thoroughly mixed, it became impossible to distinguish which pieces belonged to his mother. After excavating a large pit from the ruins, Meng Jiang gathered the remnants and buried them collectively, the process executed with heartbreaking diligence, tears streaming down his face as he repeated the burial ritual. Seeing his profound sorrow, Gang Lai patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Rest assured, my disciple, if this indeed transpires to be the Butcher clan's doing, I will issue the highest order of the Withered Chrysanthemum Society, the explosive Chrysanthemum Edict, to ensure vengeance is served. Meng Jiang bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Within the inner sanctum of the Baiyun sect, the ceremony for the inner disciple's debut was underway, with Zhao Yao leading Li Zichang into the venue, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 36. An astonishing entrance. The inner martial arts arena of the Baiyun sect was currently teeming with people, with numerous disciples and elders from various peaks gathered, amounting to several hundred in total. The arena itself was shaped like a figure 8, constructed from grayish-blue adamantine rock, and extended magnificently from the innermost to the outermost levels in 3 staggered tiers, spanning over 50 zhang in length, exuding a grand atmosphere. At the innermost end, a middle-aged man clad in a dark golden robe, with a square face, sat solemnly upon the sect leader's throne. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the black beard on his chin to sway, and his expression was exceptionally grave. Flanking him on either side were the 8 peak elders, 6 men and 2 women, who, despite their youthful appearances, concealed their true ages. On the disciple platforms at both ends, elite inner disciples donned robes of yellow, blue, and white, seated in ascending order, creating a spectacular scene. Li Zichang and Zhao Yao entered hand in hand, instantly capturing the attention of sect leader Zhao Changshan, the 8 elders, and over 200 disciples. The previously lively atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as the collective gesture of rubbing eyes evoked a sense of awkwardness even in the normally thick-skinned Li Zichang. With his bare shoulders exposed, his pale skin contrasted sharply with his well-defined muscles, casting pronounced shadows where his muscles met under the sunlight. His handsome features presented a stark contrast to his physique. Though somewhat robust, he exuded an undeniable charm, embodying the essence of a muscular beauty. Unexpectedly, such an eye-catching entrance left Li Zichang reflecting on what his mother would think if she were to learn of this. In contrast, Zhao Yao appeared exuberant, seemingly taking pride in the audacity of their entrance, as he led Li Zichang to the forefront of the main stage amidst the scrutiny of the crowd. This short journey of nearly 50 zhang burdened Li Zichang with unprecedented pressure, leaving him with goosebumps and drenched in cold sweat. Even his pale cheeks flushed with a hint of red, which was swiftly suppressed by the internal workings of the indecent scripture. He exhaled a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding the urge to kneel. His legs trembled weakly, yet he endeavored to maintain composure, striving to uphold a dignified posture. This facade of calm astonished even Zhao Yao, a seasoned veteran who regarded him with an expression of intriguing respect, unable to refrain from praising. Zichang, you truly are exceptional. Could it be that you possess experience in this regard? This remark struck Li Zichang like a needle, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Although he understood Zhao Yao's insinuation, he feigned ignorance, replying, Elder Zhao, what do you mean? The disciple does not comprehend. Such a response delighted Zhao Yao, who had not anticipated Li Zichang to be so naive. Being a seasoned veteran, he felt confident in his ability to guide him properly. Ha ha ha, Zichang. You truly are a prodigy among peers. Zhao Yao chuckled, stroking his beard and revealing a broad grin as he appraised Li Zichang. As their banter continued, they approached the foot of the main stage, where sect leader Zhao Changshan wore a grim expression, his lips twitching incessantly, while the surrounding elders observed with detached amusement, remaining uninvolved. After greeting the sect leader and the peak elders, Zhao Yao performed a respectful salute. Despite being an outer sect elder, his status was the lowest among the elders. Zhao Changshan's beard quivered as he scrutinized Li Zichang, his eyes filled with disappointment. Cough. I initially thought the outer sect's top disciple, Yang Gang, was formidable enough, yet you have managed to find someone even more impressive. Zhao Changshan gritted his teeth. His concealed fist clenched tightly beneath the table, trembling with rage. Noticing the sect leader's growing frustration, Zhao Yu swiftly abandoned Li Zichang's side and approached Zhao Changshan, whispering, Brother, this is the new disciple I have nominated for the inner sect. His talent should not be underestimated. Though driven by self-interest, Zhao Yao had to repeatedly emphasize that he was merely selecting talent for the sect to pacify Zhao Changshan's ire. His audacity was bolstered by the fact that Zhao Changshan was his elder brother. Thus, even a slight transgression would not lead to punishment. Are you referring to his explosive physique as talent? Useless fool, get out of here. Zhao Changshan rebuked, fully aware of Zhao Yao's preferences. The outer sect's top disciple, Yang Gang, was a product of countless resources, and such strength was hardly worthy of a place in the inner sect. As the two conversed, Li Zichang scanned the area for Meng Pinger and Meng Meier, but found no sign of them. Were not these sisters the sect leader's adopted daughters? How could they miss such an important occasion? Just as he pondered this, Zhao Yao abruptly pulled him aside, finding an empty seat for him. Zhao Changshan took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind before finally rising to address the assembly, his hands resting on the table. Ahem. Silence. Elder Zhao has just reported that the outer sect selection has concluded and has nominated disciples to represent the outer sect in the inner disciples' debut. Do any elders have objections? We have no objections. The 8 elders responded in unison, all too aware that this was merely Zhao Yao's method of securing favors and accustomed to such antics. They did not regard his selections as worthy. Zhao Changshan understood this as well and had little expectation for Li Zichang's performance. However, the new disciples participating in the debut were bewildered, having endured great hardships to gain entry into the inner sect. Why should they so easily face a new competitor? This kid seems to be at best the peak of body refinement. What qualifications does he have to share the stage with us? One disciple muttered. Indeed, this is unfair. Another echoed in discontent. Noticing their grievances, an older disciple clad in blue quickly interjected, Shu, don't let Elder Zhao hear. He is notoriously petty and protective of his own. Seeing their confusion, the older disciple elaborated, Elder Zhao is the sect leader's younger brother. Understand the implications? The group's eyes widened in sudden realization, and they turned to Li Zichang, wearing mocking smiles. Rest assured, he is merely here to fill space. He won't affect your performance at all. The older disciples' words dispelled their frustrations, leaving them feeling much more at ease. The sect leader announces that the annual inner sect debut of new disciples officially begins. With that, he shifted his gaze to the elder on his left, Elder Zhu. Your 8 peaks may proceed first. At your command. Elder Zhu replied with a respectful bow, then addressed the first row of new disciples. Disciples, it is your time to shine. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of yellow darted from the stage, landing in the center of the martial arts arena in the blink of an eye. Chapter 37. The shadowy hand of Zhao Yao. Li Zichang surveyed the surroundings and spotted a youth clad in a yellow outfit, standing tall and straight like a pine tree, his gaze sharp as lightning. After respectfully greeting the sect leader and the elders, he proclaimed, Disciple Lu Feng, request to demonstrate. Granted. With a commanding voice, Zhao Changshan allowed Lu Feng to turn and face the audience, adopting a martial stance with his arms spread wide. Li Zichang, perplexed, turned to Zhao Yao beside him and whispered, Elder Zhao, what are the rules for the showcase? Coughing gently, Zhao Yao replied, I forgot you were new here. Come closer, and I shall explain. His thumb lightly stroked his scruffy beard, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of mischievous intent. Damn, the cultivation world is indeed filled with oddities, even more so than Blue Star. At that moment, Li Zichang began to comprehend that the myriad paths of the Tao were not mere sayings. Throughout history, no one had fully elucidated them, yet based on his current experiences, he could indeed discern some truths. For instance, Zhao Yao before him exemplified the blatant path of the broken sleeve. Despite being aware of the other party's ulterior motives, Li Zichang, feeling out of place, had no choice but to adopt a naive demeanor, feigning innocence to secure a protector. He gently bit his lip and shifted his well-rounded backside closer to Zhao Yao. It's rather noisy here. You might not hear me clearly. Haha. Reluctantly, Li Zichong moved even closer until their thighs nearly touched, at which point Zhao Yao nodded in satisfaction. Li Zichong. The disciples in yellow robes are all newcomers from the inner sect's 8 peaks, participating in their first showcase today. The disciples in blue robes are seasoned members from various peaks, while the white-robed disciples, the elite few, all possess cultivation levels above the foundation establishment stage. As Zhao Yao spoke, his hand crept towards Li Zichong, finally resting firmly on his thigh. Damn! Li Zichong felt a tightening in his core. A wave of goosebumps spreading across his body. Breathe. I must endure. He clenched his jaw tightly, taking deep breaths to suppress his emotions. His chest rising and falling rhythmically, prompting Zhao Yao's eyes to glimmer with excitement as he rhythmically tightened and loosened his grip on Li Zichong's thigh. The path of the broken sleeve is fraught with humiliation. My fate is my own to command. No one supports my ambitions for the heavens. I shall endure humiliation to reach the mountain's peak. Li Zichong held his breath, acutely aware that having stepped onto this path, he was bound to face extraordinary treatment. With a rogue like Zhao Yao behind him, each humiliation would serve as a trial. As the unethical teachings surged through him, the pent-up frustration gradually subsided. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Li Zichong feigned a submissive demeanor and continued, but what exactly is being judged in this showcase? Seeing his understanding, Zhao Yao beamed broadly. Taking advantage of the situation to explain, while continuing his unwelcome touch, the so-called showcase is a presentation of all that has been learned in the past year, allowing the sect leader and the elders to assess one's talent and effort, categorizing them into 7 ranks for the allocation of cultivation resources, thus ensuring the strong remain strong. Noticing Li Zichong's keen interest, Zhao Yao seized the opportunity to place his hand on his back, relishing the sensation transmitted by his powerful lat muscles. Li Zichong, all new disciples undergo a year of learning. Why rush? If you remain in the outer sect, this elder will surely guide you. And when the time comes to enter the inner sect, it would be a certainty, wouldn't it? Haha. Zhao Yao's intentions were all too clear. If Li Zichong were to enter the inner sect, the time for repayment would be uncertain. However, if he could persuade him to stay close, he could enjoy the benefits without delay. Li Zichong understood the underlying message, thinking to himself, the teachings of the broken sleeve are likely not entirely earnest. It surely does not pertain to the teaching aspect. After enduring a few more unwelcome advances, Li Zichong suddenly turned and clasped his fists, cleverly evading the probing hand. I appreciate Elder Zhao's good intentions, but my decision is firm. I must enter the inner sect. Your kindness will be remembered. Coughing. Zhao Yao mistakenly assumed him to be innocent and knew that haste would not yield fruitful results. A slow approach would be more prudent. Based on what he had previously displayed, Zhao Yao believed Li Zichong could barely qualify for the inner sect, but at most, he would receive a lowly rank. It would not be difficult to entice him later with resources. Meanwhile, in the second row of spectators, a man clad in white with a scar across his brow fixated on Li Zichong's direction, his narrowed eyes radiating intense killing intent. Is this the kid my brother Ma spoke of? Clenching a broken communication jade plate, his expression darkened. How dare you interfere with my lifelong ambitions? You shall meet a grim fate today. Earlier, elite inner sect disciple Wei Zhe had received a message from his close friend Ma Baojia. Upon learning the full story, he was consumed by rage. If Ma Baojia could not enter the inner sect, his prospects of marrying into the Ma family would be dashed. To that end, he had covertly provided Zhao Yao with numerous benefits to smooth over relations, only to have his plans thwarted by Li Zichong. This grievance he could not swallow. In the arena, disciple Lu Feng was showcasing almost a year's worth of learned techniques, drawing thunderous applause from the audience. As he executed the foundational technique of the Baiyun sect, the palm of cloud dispersion, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and his palm strikes cascaded like raging waves toward the arena's exit, creating an ear-splitting explosive sound that echoed for a long time. Indeed, the disciple taught by Elder Bai is exceptional. This cloud dispersion palm flows effortlessly, its might tremendous, perfectly embodying its essence. The sect leader Zhao Changshan applauded repeatedly, clearly pleased with the performance. After discussions with the 7 elders, Lu Feng was rated as outstanding, entitled to the cultivation resource allocation of core inner sect disciples. As the results were announced, the audience erupted in applause, and Elder Bai, as the peak master, beamed with satisfaction, calling Lu Feng over for commendations before finally letting him go. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zichong inquired, Elder Zhao, may I ask how the talent levels are classified? Zhao Yao tapped his finger against his thigh, his eyes filled with envy as he spoke in a measured tone. Talent levels are categorized from low to high as mediocre, outstanding, extraordinary, genius, exceptional, and monstrous. At this point, he paused, leaving Li Zichong anxious and pressing for more. What is the highest level of talent? Zhao Yao first looked up at the clear sky, then scanned the surroundings, his expression revealing resignation. Since the establishment of our Baiyun sect, the most gifted has been our ancestor, a true genius. After him, the highest among sect leaders has barely reached the extraordinary level. For ordinary inner sect disciples, having outstanding talent is already remarkable. As for the pinnacle of talent, there are hardly a few in the entire southern region. It is best not to mention it. As Li Zichang grew increasingly impatient, he nudged Zhao Yao's shoulder, pleading, "Elder, please don't keep me in suspense." This seemingly innocuous gesture delighted Zhao Yao, who cheerfully replied. The highest level of talent is referred to as. Chapter 38. Encountering a stalemate, Zhao Yao spoke deliberately, his tone growing increasingly emphatic. The highest level of talent is referred to as enlightenment. Those endowed with this gift will manifest it after reaching the Qi refinement stage, gaining an early understanding of their unique path. Such individuals invariably attain at least the tribulation crossing stage, and once they withstand the heavenly tribulation, they will ascend, achieving one of the myriad paths. Enlightenment. Li Zichang seemed to grasp the concept, his breathing becoming labored. Surprised, are you? However, do not harbor such thoughts. Individuals of this caliber emerge only once in a millennium. Zhao Yao reveled in his display of knowledge, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his ability to impress Li Zichang. Li Zichang's well-defined chest rose and fell dramatically, his mind racing. Could it be that I possess the rare talent of enlightenment? Indeed. Upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, he had already begun to comprehend the path of humanity and was progressing further along it, mirroring Zhao Yao's description perfectly. Does this imply that I, too, may one day face the heavenly tribulation like our ancestors? Clenching his fists tightly, hope ignited fiercely within him. Ah, that hurts. Just as he felt exhilarated, a disturbance stirred within his abdomen, prompting him to instinctively cover his lower belly with both hands, conveying a calming thought. Little ancestor, do not cause trouble. You must wait until the tribulation before you emerge. Li Zichang dared not neglect this matter. Even the slightest movement could set off a tempest within him, causing him immense pain. Gasping for breath, he wiped the sweat from his brow. And after a moment of reassurance, the disturbance subsided once more. Why is Zichang drenched in sweat? Zhao Yao noticed and quickly produced a red handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks to wipe his forehead, startling Li Zichang into a quick retreat. Bowing slightly, he cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Thank you for your kind intentions, elder. I was merely feeling a bit anxious, but I am fine now. Ha ha ha, do not fear. Even if you are of mediocre talent, this elder will remain steadfast in his support. Zhao Yao coaxed him back to his side, displaying no signs of insincerity. Were it not for his awareness of Zhao Yao's true nature, Li Zichang might have regarded him as a genuine mentor, but now he felt only a shiver of discomfort. As the two engaged in their battle of wits, several disciples clad in yellow robes completed their initial performances, most displaying exceptional talents, and even one mediocre individual appeared. Yet all understood this was merely a favored connection, and thus felt no surprise. Elder Chen, it is time for your peak's disciples to take the stage. May one of them prove to be a talent. Zhao Changshan's expression turned slightly sour, for although the disciples from the 7 peaks showed promise, none distinguished themselves. His hopes rested solely on the most formidable peak. Elder Chen Shuai, the oldest and most prudent, held high expectations for his disciples, selecting only the elite among the elite. Rest assured, sect master, I will not disappoint you. He bowed respectfully before turning to a youth with a hawk-like nose behind him. Ing Zhang. It is your moment to shine. At your command. The disciple named Ing Zhang darted forth with astonishing speed, leaving only after images in his wake. His entrance instantly stirred the audience into a frenzy of chatter. He is Ing Zhang, reputed to be the strongest among the new inner disciples. Is he even 20 yet? His cultivation is already at the early foundation establishment stage. Such talent likely surpassed that of the inner disciples who had joined in the past decade. Li Zichang, seated in the front row, could not help but cast a few glances at Ing Zhang, though his gaze was tinged with disdain. Their eyes met across a distance of merely 2 zhang. What are you looking at, outer disciple? Ing Zhang, confident in his exceptional talent, typically disregarded his peers. But being looked down upon by an outer disciple in such a prominent moment was a blow to his pride. Enjoying the show, thin dog, Li Zichang retorted, refusing to grant Ing Zhang any semblance of respect. Thin dog? Ing Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at his own physique and scrutinized Li Zichang before realizing the implication. Though he had never heard such a term, he understood it was far from flattering. And his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Li Zichang. If you have the guts, come up here and prove who the thin dog really is. Disciple, do not let the presence of a waste affect your mindset. Observing Ing Zhang's distraction, Elder Chen Shuai, with his eyes half closed, calmly admonished him. You're right, master. It was a lapse in judgment, merely a waste. There's no need to dwell on it. Ing Zhang clasped his fists and immediately refocused. As the teacher and student exchanged banter, Li Zichang prepared to step down. If he could not contend with the elder, he would take his chances with the younger one. Having found a connection in Zhao Yao, the sect leader's own brother, he felt it was an opportune moment to assert himself. In his view, enduring humiliation was about tolerating the disdain of a single individual, not about allowing oneself to be exploited. The teachings of the Tao were not to be taken lightly. I relish in subduing others through lack of virtue. Li Zichang abruptly stood, extending his middle finger toward Ing Zhang, and stepped forward, only to be halted by Zhao Yao. Zichang, do not act impulsively. If you get hurt, this elder would be quite distressed. Such a syrupy remark left Li Zichang speechless, his body involuntarily trembling. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yao's demeanor shifted from tender to brazen, hands on hips as he shouted at Chen Shui, "Old man, who are you calling a waste? Zichang is my carefully selected outer disciple. How dare you look down upon him?" Zhao Yao was notorious for his obstinate nature, and even sect master Zhao Changshan found him troublesome. Yet, Chen Shui never anticipated that he would publicly confront him over a newcomer, his face paling in disbelief. Nonetheless, as the elder of the first peak, he could not swallow this insult. He rose, unleashing the formidable aura of his mid-golden core stage cultivation. Damn it, I've kicked a hornet's nest. Li Zichang realized the gravity of the situation. While he harbored no affection for Zhao Yao, the latter was his ally. And being suppressed here would complicate his future endeavors within the sect, not to mention catching the attention of the Mei sisters. Zhao Yao, not one to be outsmarted, seized the opportunity to seek support from the sect master, turning his gaze toward Zhao Changshan with a feigned look of grievance. "Sect master, Elder Chen is imposing his authority and blatantly disregarding your stature." Zhao Changshan understood his intent well. Although he would not be swayed, he could not simply stand by. As he released his own mid-golden core power to counterbalance Chen Shui's, he advised, "Elder Chen, there is no need for anger. Since this is a conflict between disciples, let us wait until after the performance to resolve it according to the rules." In essence, he suggested that Li Zichang and Ying Zheng settle their differences without the elders clashing. Just then, at the entrance of the training ground, an outer disciple rushed in, visibly anxious. "Report to the sect master. The elder of the cleft Chrysanthemum Hall, Huang Juhong, has arrived with disciple Meng Jiang to pay their respects." Chapter 39. The turmoil of Chips. Upon hearing the news, Li Zichang was taken aback. "Oh no. How did Meng Jiang arrive so swiftly? Has he already traced the incident back to me? That Sanju Society? What is that about?" He couldn't help but feel a tightening sensation, and the literal interpretation easily conjured the imagery of wilting flowers, scattered and wounded. The elders of the 8 Peaks were equally bewildered, speculating about the intentions of the visitors. "Master, we have no prior dealings with the Sanju Society. Why would they suddenly pay us a visit?" Chen Shui temporarily set aside his prejudices, redirecting his focus to the matter at hand. Elder Chen's assertion was indeed valid, but Sanju Society had a notorious reputation, and our Baiyun sect upheld righteousness. So how could we possibly engage with them? Elder Bai Heng of the 8 Peaks displayed a look of skepticism, his demeanor particularly cautious. "Master, we are an esteemed orthodox sect. It is unwise to entangle ourselves with the Sanju Society. It might be best to avoid an audience." The other elders unanimously echoed the sentiment, unwilling to associate with them. Bah, such cowards, trembling at the mere mention of the Sanju Society. Zhao Yao, though not seated at the table, expressed his discontent with the elders' attitudes. "Elders, is the Sanju Society truly that infamous?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Zichang inquired. "What does reputation matter? Surviving is the true skill. Cultivation is about self-improvement, not concerning oneself with others' opinions. Were it not for the fact that the master is my brother, I would have long since joined the so-called evil path they speak of. That would be far more enjoyable." It was no wonder Zhao Yao's relations with the Baiyun sect were tenuous. To outsiders, he appeared utterly unconventional, always unwelcome wherever he went. Yet, this audacity rather intrigued Li Zichang. Perhaps being a nominal master wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. On the main stage, Zhao Changshan furrowed his brow, his mind filled with unease. Yet he was acutely aware that Meng Jiang was the elder brother of the 2 individuals he knew, and he understood why the Ming family's patriarch had separated the 4 siblings. However, given their lack of interaction, he was unaware of the reason behind this sudden visit. As the sect leader, coupled with the fact that he had a foster daughter, Zhao Changshan found it difficult to turn them away. "Elder Zhao, please welcome our guests on behalf of the sect." "Understood." Zhao Yao promptly rose and turned to Li Zichang, admonishing, "I will return shortly. Remember, do not agree to engage in a life-and-death duel with Ying Zheng. Do not fall for that old fox's schemes." "Ah," Li Zichang nonchalantly responded, dismissing it like a fleeting breeze. As Zhao Yao departed, he noticed Ying Zheng looking at Li Zichang with a lifted chin and a disdainful expression. "Butcher, dare you engage in a duel to the death with me?" The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Ying Zheng was at it again. The new disciples, clad in yellow robes, exhibited apprehension. It was evident that this was not the first time they had witnessed such tactics. "That kid is finished. Once Ying Zheng has his sights on you, there's no escape. Humph, what use is a pretty exterior? Before absolute strength, it becomes a mere joke." As the new disciples whispered among themselves, the older disciples in the second row could no longer remain seated, rushing forward to gossip. "What does this mean, fellow disciples? Brothers, do you not know? Ying Zheng is notorious for his ruthlessness. A few talented individuals in our cohort were severely injured under the pretense of unrestricted sparring." A knowledgeable yellow-robed disciple explained. "So that's how it is. No wonder Elder Chen holds him in such high regard." The older disciples came to a realization. Although they disapproved of such conduct, they were not foolish enough to provoke him. Only by enduring could they extract more resources from the sect. Sects like Baiyun sect, A third-rate establishment were ideal for nurturing idle talents, better than the alternatives, but still far from the best. As for upholding justice and punishing the wicked, such grand matters were beyond their reach. Securing even a meager share of resources was enough to ensure survival. Are you afraid? Noting Li Zichang's silence, Ying Zheng escalated the provocation, beckoning him with a finger, full of contempt. Li Zichang was no fool. After a brief contemplation, he slowly rose, clasping his fists towards Zhao Changshan. Master, as a newcomer, I am unaware of the customs. May I inquire if I agree to this duel? Will I bear full responsibility for my life and death? And will there be no repercussions afterward? Such a question elicited a unified chorus of derisive hisses from the audience. Ridicule echoing throughout. Haha, the butcher is clearly afraid. I said it. The muscle-bound brute is all show and no substance. It takes someone like me, compact and fierce, to be truly formidable. On the main stage, the elders of the Eight Peaks remained silent, not only scoffing at Li Zichang's butcher background, but also at his questionable demeanor. Silence. Zhao Changshan, sensing the situation spiraling, aimed to quash any potential damage to the sect's reputation. Ahem. Your words hold truth. The life and death duel is no trifling matter. You must consider carefully. Losing face is trivial, but losing one's life is significant. Zhao Changshan emphasized the weight of losing face, his intent unmistakable. To entice Li Zichang further, he quickly raised the stakes. Since this is your debut, should you both step onto the life and death stage, the victor, regardless of talent, will not only be promoted directly to a white-robed disciple, but will also have the privilege to select a technique from the top tier of the scripture pavilion. Wow. Such generous terms ignited an uproar among the assembly. Heavens, is this not blatantly offering Ying Zheng a head on a platter? It's unjust. That butcher has just entered. How can he possibly match Ying Zheng? This reward is far too easy to obtain. Master, I wish to sign up. Count me in. In an instant. What began as a life and death duel between two transformed into a scramble for opportunities, with every disciple present eager to participate, leaving Li Zichang as the target of their ambitions. This unprecedented scene brought a smile to Zhao Changshan and the Eight Peaks elders. Never before in the history of Baiyun sect had anyone been granted such treatment. I hope that ungrateful younger brother of mine understands my good intentions, Zhao Changshan mused, satisfied with the unfolding situation, as he endeavored to steer Zhao Yao back onto the right path. In contrast, Li Zichang feigned panic, yet internally reveled in delight. Hee. You all think I am a mere pig, unaware that I am, in fact, a tiger. With the atmosphere charged to such a degree, to decline now would seem disheartening. Li Zichang straightened his posture, revealing a knowing smile, and calmly declared, Master, I accept the challenge of the life and death duel. Excellent. How refreshing. Zhao Changshan's face betrayed a smirk of triumph, eager to proceed without delay. In my view, there is no need to wait for the debut to conclude. Let us ascend to the life and death stage without further ado. Agreed. Li Zichang replied without hesitation. I too have no objections. Ying Zheng smirked, the depths of his hawkish eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Chapter 40. Master. It's too late. Zhao Changshan felt a surge of joy as he observed the two agreeing so readily. Hidden within his robe, his knuckles cracked with a satisfying sound. This situation would allow him to eliminate the unscrupulous Li Zichang, while also steering his misguided younger brother back onto the righteous path. Furthermore, the sudden arrival of the members of the Zhangju Society was fortuitous. It would serve as a stark reminder that the Baiyun sect was not to be trifled with. With both disciples in accord, he invited Elder Chun to lift the seal on the death and life platform. Zhao Changshan gestured, and Chen Shuai promptly stood and bowed before making his way to the center of the martial stage. He positioned his hands in a formation and began to chant a spell. After a series of incantations, a golden beam shot forth from his fingertips, piercing the ground at the center of the platform. Rise, death and life platform. With a thunderous roar, the previously flat martial field trembled, accompanied by a low rumble that stirred dust from the ground. A circular platform, as dark as ink, gradually lifted until it reached a height of over 3 zhang. Halting its ascent, Li Zichang gazed up at the elevated platform, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, this is what the cultivation world should embody. Having clawed his way up from the lowly status of a butcher, his experiences had hardly differed from that of ordinary people. Only now did he truly perceive the path ahead. His horizons dramatically expanded. Butcher, take a good look. This death and life platform will mark the zenith of your cultivation journey, and soon, I shall send you on your way. Observing the disdainful look on Ying Zheng's face, his contempt only deepened, as if merely gazing upon him would tarnish his own vision. With that hawk-like nose, your demise will be most tragic. Li Zichang refrained from engaging in a war of words, his icy retort infused with a palpable sense of impending slaughter. The calmness of his expression unnerved Ying Zheng, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of dread, though he remained unaware of its source. Firmly convinced it could not stem from Li Zichang, the first peak disciple Ying Zheng and the outer sect newcomer Li Zichang take the stage. Chen Shui's booming voice echoed, and the audience erupted in applause. Witnessing a battle for life and death at such a premier event was a rare spectacle, drawing the attention of the sect leader and elders alike, while the disciples eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao, having stepped out to greet visitors, returned to the martial arena accompanied by Gang Lai, the head of the Huangju Hall clad in chrysanthemum robes, with Ming Jiang closely following. Elder Zhao, I did not come here by invitation. There is no need for such commotion, Gang Lai exclaimed, spotting hundreds seated on either side. Mistakenly believing the grand setup was arranged in his honor, his sense of superiority as the head of the Zhangju society swelling. His gaze turned questioningly towards Meng Jiang, silently asking if he had informed the Baiyun sect of his arrival. Meng Jiang, equally bewildered, shrugged and feigned indifference. In response to Gang Lai's self-importance, Zhao Yao smirked internally, suppressing a smile. You misunderstand, Hall Master Gang. Today is our sect's annual Inner Disciple Showcase, and your visit coincidentally aligns with this event. Hence the grand spectacle. Gang Lai's expression shifted abruptly as he feigned composure, smoothing his chrysanthemum robe to alleviate his embarrassment. Ah, I see. I was merely overthinking. As the trio approached the base of the death and life platform, Zhao Yao overheard Chen Shui calling Li Zichang and Ying Zheng to the stage, prompting him to rush forward, shouting, Zichang, don't be reckless. Damn it, this could ruin my path. Zhao Yao's heart raced, fearing for Li Zichang's safety. Yet it was too late to intervene. Li Zichang leaped onto the platform with an air of nonchalance, completely unfazed. The butcher is not even at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage? So what? He will still be instantly slaughtered. Ying Zheng, a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, was far beyond this waste of space. The disciples were astonished, perplexed by Li Zichang's true cultivation level, while Zhao Yao had not disclosed Yang Gang's severe injuries, leading everyone to believe Li Zichang was merely a reckless brute at the pinnacle of body refinement. However, leaping onto the 3 Zhang Hai platform was clearly beyond the capabilities of someone at the body refinement stage, causing many to waver in their opinions. Perhaps this butcher truly possessed some skill. I think he may have some merit. Who says that a muscular brute is useless? In an instant, opinions began to polarize. Though those supporting Li Zichang were a minority, all of whom were practitioners focused on physical cultivation. Yet physical training does not cease upon entering the Qi refinement stage. Most merely overlook its significance. To become a true master, one must cultivate both energy and body to transcend their limits. Reporting to the sect leader, Hall Master Gang Lai of the Zhangju Society has arrived. After introducing him to Zhao Changshan, Zhao Yao eagerly called out to Li Zichang, Zichang, come down. You are no match for him. Elder Zhao, do not worry. I will hammer this hawk-nosed fool into submission before I descend. Li Zichang paid no heed, stretching and preparing himself in full view of the audience. Zhao Yao, incensed, could hardly contain his frustration, his features contorted in agony. Ying Zheng is a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. Yang Gang cannot compare. It's fine. I didn't kill Yang Gang with one punch. I merely incapacitated him. This hawk-nosed fool will suffice. With those words, a thunderous uproar erupted in the martial arena. The crowd was thrown into a frenzy. Even Zhao Changshan, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Gang Lai, found his attention drawn to Li Zichang. What? The butcher injured the foundation establishment early Yang Gang with a single punch? How is that possible? Though achieved through resource accumulation, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. I said this lad was extraordinary. There's bound to be a spectacle now. What had initially promised to be a mundane slaughter suddenly shifted, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm and heightening their anticipation. Zhao Changshan set down his wine cup, addressing Gang Lai. Hall Master Gang, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Please, take your time. Zhao Changshan leaped from the main stage, landing directly before Zhao Yao. What on earth is happening? Cough, cough. Brother, I didn't have time to tell you. This lad possesses genuine talent. During the outer sect trials, he sent my eldest disciple flying several dozen zhang with a single punch. Had it not been for the protective mirror I provided, he would have surely faced death. Upon hearing Zhao Yao's account, Zhao Changshan's complexion darkened, his spittle flying as he exclaimed, You fool! How could you not inform me of such a significant matter? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to recruit decent disciples for the Baiyun sect? If either of them sustains any injury, it will be a tremendous loss for the sect. Hurry, stop them. Panic surged through Zhao Changshan as he instinctively realized that Li Zichang was undoubtedly gifted. Yet, it was too late. The two had already begun to fight. Zhao Yao pointed towards the death and life platform, his expression fraught with alarm. Chapter 41, Junior Sister. Do not inquire. Following Zhao Yao's gaze, it was evident that Ying Zheng had already made the first move on the life and death platform. A yellow afterimage flickered and vanished, his speed reaching an extraordinary level, such that even Zhao Yao, who was also at the foundation establishment stage, could scarcely discern his movements. Slaughterer, perish! Ying Zheng bellowed, unleashing all of his early foundation establishment prowess. A powerful pressure surged against the barrier at the edge of the life and death platform. The clash of spiritual energy with the barrier igniting bursts of white light. Look, Ing Zheng has initiated the cloud-pushing palm. Huh. No matter how strong that slaughterer may be, he is merely a rogue cultivator. This cloud-pushing palm is a secret technique of our sect. Let us see how he meets his demise. Alas, in such a confined space, the power of the cloud-pushing palm will escalate exponentially. Even if Li Zichong possesses a robust physique, he may struggle to withstand it. On the viewing platform, the disciples supporting Li Zichong and those backing Ing Zheng both sensed impending doom, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Within the barrier, Li Zichong stood bare-chested and motionless, allowing Ing Zheng to display his skills without so much as a glance in his direction. Huh, what use is your display? As Ing Zheng's form flickered like a specter, the overwhelming might surged toward him, yet Li Zichong remained composed, channeling his immense strength. His bones and muscles swelled instantaneously, doubling his bulk, even altering his height, while his core radiated a presence that overshadowed all, creating a striking visual impact. Brother, what weapon does the slaughterer wield? Outside the barrier, Li Zichong's figure shimmered through the misty spiritual energy, leaving the audience in confusion, with many female disciples gasping in astonishment. Cough, junior sister. Do not ask. It is the Fang Tianhua halberd, an informed elder casually remarked. Huh, I did not see it in his hands earlier. Could it be concealed within a storage ring? The junior sister appeared bewildered, her curiosity piqued. In the blink of an eye, Li Zichong's physique had transformed, becoming as robust as an azure bull, his physical strength surging beyond measure. Although Ing Zheng's cloud-pushing palm struck him from all directions, it inflicted no harm, akin to a gentle massage. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the eighth form of the cloud-pushing palm erupted from Ing Zheng's hand, detonating upon contact with Li Zichong's body, enveloping the barrier in a mist of vapor. Even if you are at the early foundation establishment stage, you shall not withstand my entire onslaught. Ing Zheng concluded his display, satisfied with his near-perfect execution. He had resolved not only to eliminate Li Zichong, but also to impress the sect leader and elders with the fruits of his year's training. Excellent. Truly worthy of a master's expectations. Chun Shui on the main platform stroked his beard, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, confidence radiating from his demeanor. The elders from various peaks echoed his sentiments, reveling in the spectacle. Beneath the life and death platform, Zhao Yao witnessed the events unfold. And though he could not see every detail, the overwhelming spectacle led him to surmise that Li Zichong was in dire straits. Brother, look at the calamity you have wrought. The promising talent I painstakingly discovered for the sect is being destroyed by your own hand. Without deliberation, he directed his ire toward Zhao Chongshan. Alas, I was unaware of this lad's capabilities. Moreover, this was for your benefit, was it not? Consider the absurdities you have indulged in over the years. Were it not for my restraint, you would have long been regarded as a rogue and eliminated. Zhao Chongshan felt both anger and regret, having intended to guide his younger brother but inadvertently undermined a promising talent. Enough of your lamentations. Go and collect the remains. Ah, there are plenty of strong men in this world. Forget it. Zhao Yao's eyes brimmed with tears, as if mourning a lost love. Moments later, as the mist within the barrier dissipated and the crowd prepared to search for Li Zichong's body, they were astounded by the sight before them. Quick, look, the slaughterer is still alive. How is this possible? Such a powerful cloud-pushing palm did not fell him. Unbelievable. There are no signs of injury on Li Zichong. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, drawing the attention of the elders and onlookers alike. Zichong lives. He is alive. Zhao Yao wept tears of joy, shaking Zhao Chongshan's arm vigorously, feeling as though spring had returned. Indeed, this lad possesses remarkable fortitude. No wonder you are so enraptured. Zhao Chongshan chuckled ruefully. Gong Lai, observing from the main platform, witnessed the entire episode. While not shocked, he began to gauge Li Zichong's strength. Jiang Er, if you were to employ the 3 exploding chrysanthemums formation, could you defeat him? Meng Jiang smirked confidently. Master, though this lad is strong, should I make a move? There would be no need for 3 chrysanthemums. Gong Lai smiled but offered no further commentary. Within the barrier, Ing Zheng, once brimming with confidence, now stood bewildered, staring at Li Zichong, who remained unscathed, his expression still relaxed. You are not dead? Li Zichong casually twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing as if he were stretching. Dead? Perhaps you misunderstand the term. Casting a disdainful glance at Ing Zheng, he continued. Your cloud-pushing palm felt more like a massage. I found your force lacking. Just look, I have not moved an inch. Ing Zheng's gaze swept down to Li Zichong's feet, noting the thin layer of dust around him, the boundary distinctly clear. He truly had not budged. And no, this cannot be. He had unleashed 80% of his strength in that strike, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected, igniting a surge of fury within him. I will kill you. Humiliated, Ing Zheng stepped back 3 paces, drawing a steel-long sword from his storage ring, pointing its blade at Li Zichong. Slaughterer, whether your survival was sheer luck or genuine skill, this time, you shall undoubtedly perish. Ah, is it time for your ultimate move? Then let us see if I can end you with a single blow. Li Zichong's smile faded as he clenched his fists and charged toward Ing Zheng. Arrogant. To dare come unarmed to your demise. Ing Zhang lunged forward with his sword, his form once again dissolving into an afterimage as he shouted, "Shadowless soul-chasing sword." Li Zichang, no longer holding back, combined his flamboyant techniques with the 18 styles of ox cutting, striking forth with a powerful punch, shattering wall fist. Chapter 42. The breaking wall fist. As the two combatants within the barrier exerted their full strength, the hearts of the onlookers surged to their throats. Ing Zhang was indeed serious. The shadowless soul-chasing sword was Elder Qin's ultimate skill, and the butcher would surely be pierced to shreds. Ha ha ha. I beg to differ. Li Zichang's audacity to confront head-on must mean he possesses ample confidence. Junior sister, what of the Fang Tianhua halberd? Senior brother, cough, hidden in pants. On the main stage, Chen Shui's face lit up with delight as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yao in the distance, confidently declaring, "With the soul-chasing sword unleashed, both gods and demons shall perish." How will the butcher respond? Perhaps sensing the glint of Chen Shui's gaze, Zhao Yao's flickering hope was swiftly extinguished, his spirit collapsing as he bowed his head, fists clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Alas, it is fate, do not force it. Zhao Changshan consoled him with a pat on the shoulder before shifting his attention back to the life and death platform. Though Li Zichang was well versed in the unethical scriptures and butcher's path, both were mental techniques and could not be directly applied in battle. With Meng Jiang observing from the sidelines and to avoid revealing his weaknesses, he was left with no choice but to adopt an unconventional approach, eschewing traditional fighting styles. As the saying goes, sheer force can overshadow skill. Despite Ing Zhang wielding Chen Shui's signature killing move, the overwhelming might of Li Zichang made it exceedingly difficult for him to make any headway. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions erupted in succession, the resulting explosions sending spiritual energy crashing against the barrier's edges. The shadowless soul-chasing sword relied on finesse, launching attacks from various angles, while Li Zichang's breaking wall fist was characterized by its unyielding ferocity. Wherever his fists landed, the sword energy was suppressed, the residual force still brimming with lethal intent, ruthlessly bearing down on Ing Zhang. No, it cannot be. He too has reached the foundation establishment stage. Upon feeling Li Zichang's unreserved counterattack, Ing Zhang's previously held sense of superiority crumbled in an instant, compelling him to evade frantically using his agility. Nevertheless, the might of the breaking wall fist compressed the surrounding spiritual energy to its limits, forcing Ing Zhang to contend with immense spatial resistance, his speed plummeting dramatically. Soon after, a torrential downpour of fists accurately struck his body, each blow sending forth a spray of blood. This overwhelming display of combat left the entire Baiyun sect in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. It was Zhao Yao who first regained his wits, shouting towards the main stage, "Look, see how valiant Zichang is. Have you ever witnessed such colossal fists? Ah, have you? Ha ha ha." In stark contrast, Chen Shui's face contorted with anguish, his clenched teeth grinding audibly as he muttered, "How can this be? The butcher, though also a foundation establishment, possesses neither the virtue nor skill to counter a killing move with bare hands." Witnessing Ing Zhang bloodied and beaten, Chen Shui's heart ached. This was his most cherished new disciple, whom he intended to cultivate as the successor of the first peak. Yet, unexpectedly, he faced a dire setback. Utterly outmatched by a mere butcher. From the sidelines, Gang Lai became increasingly engrossed in the clash, gradually recognizing the potential in Baiyun sect, a seemingly third-rate sect. Hearing such praise, Meng Jiang felt a twinge of displeasure, retorting with a hint of bitterness, "Has the master forgotten? At my age, I was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage." Gang Lai glanced at him, nodding slightly, yet remained silent with a smile. As the head of the remnant Chrysanthemum Society, he was well aware of Li Zichang's unique constitution. Though not yet a top-tier prodigy, his future achievements would far surpass Meng Jiang's. Of course, the one most thrilled was Zhao Yao, who, witnessing Li Zichang's unyielding vigor and enduring combat prowess, was overjoyed, his heart soaring higher than if he had discovered a treasure. While discussions ensued among the crowd, Li Zichang had already knocked Ing Zhang to the ground, his once eagle-like nose now twisted upwards, nostrils flaring skyward. I concede. Please, no more." Faced with such formidable strength, Ing Zhang, uncharacteristically, begged for mercy, his previously proud demeanor shattered, no trace of the top newcomer remaining. Li Zichang stood with his foot on Ing Zhang's chest, leaning forward, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, a smirk of arrogance gracing his features. "Oh, begging for mercy? If I recall correctly, this is the life and death platform, is it not?" At these words, Ing Zhang's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling as he trembled for a moment before stammering, "Spare me. All that is in my storage ring is yours. I can even plead with my master to take you as a disciple. The first peak is the coveted place for new disciples." "Oh, is that so? That could be considered, but you must first hand over your storage ring," Li Zichang replied with a smile, appearing quite mercenary. A fleeting glimpse of malice flickered in Ing Zhang's eyes as he swiftly removed the storage ring from his finger, dispelling its restrictions before Li Zichang. "Very well. You are perceptive." Li Zichang gladly accepted the storage ring, retracting his foot from Ing Zheng's chest. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Chongshan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Li Zichang's greed had spared the sect from further losses. Indeed, the youth is teachable. As a prestigious sect, one must possess the discernment to show mercy when the opportunity arises. Zhao Chongshan felt a swell of pride, regarding him with newfound respect. Conversely, Chen Shui was livid, his lips turning a shade of purple. Although Ing Zheng had salvaged his life, his own dignity lay in tatters. He would not easily forgive Li Zichang. Do not think that by sparing one of my disciples, you can escape unscathed. The disciples in the stands rose in applause, commending Li Zichang's actions. This butcher has commendable character. I believe we can get along. Indeed, with this battle, he has effortlessly usurped Ing Zheng's position. We should cultivate a closer relationship with him. Junior sister. No, I must see for myself where he has hidden the Fong Tianhua halberd. The elder brother beside her warned earnestly. Cough. Junior sister. It would be best not to investigate. Otherwise, you may not leave unscathed. Junior sister replied. I am merely curious. It is a pity you are not. Who says I am not? I simply excel with short swords. The elder brother retorted, his face reddening. Just as everyone thought the situation would resolve peacefully. Li Zichang suddenly drew his bull's ear knife, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he glared at Ing Zheng. What? What are you doing? Did we not agree on terms? Ing Zheng, who had just begun to relax and was plotting revenge, was instantly struck with terror, his face turning ashen. Just now. I merely agreed to consider it. Now that I have deliberated, the deal is off. Haha. As Li Zichang collected the valuables into his storage ring and tossed it back to the ground, he advanced with the bull's ear knife poised towards Ing Zheng's throat. Butcher! How dare you! Chen Shui immediately dispelled the barrier and leaped toward the life and death platform. Chapter 43. The Tale of the Storyteller Zichang. Be cautious. Zhao Yao exclaimed as he observed the old rascal Chen Shui preparing to protect his disciple. Without heeding Zhao Chongshan's warnings, he leaped onto the life and death platform. Li Zichang moved with astonishing speed. Before Chen Shui could land, he swung his blade toward the fallen Ing Zheng. The dark glimmer of the Niu air blade flashed, and in an instant it severed the head from the body, sending it tumbling off the 3 Zheng high platform. Slaughterer, prepare to pay with your life. Witnessing the tragic demise of his beloved disciple, Chen Shui, still in midair, unleashed a formidable surge of power. A strike from the Golden Core realm could obliterate the entire martial arts arena, and Li Zichang recognized he could not withstand such might. However, retreating in the heat of battle was not in his nature. Just as he prepared to make a desperate stand, Zhao Yao, in a flamboyant leap, suddenly positioned himself in front of Li Zichang. Old rascal, do not dare to commit evil, Zhao Yao bellowed, pushing forward with both palms, channeling every ounce of his peak foundation establishment power. Astonishingly, the effeminate man was willing to risk his life for him. Behind Li Zichang, tears welled in his eyes as he felt a flicker of warmth for the first time in a decade. Caught off guard by Zhao Yao's selfless act, Chen Shui could hardly believe his eyes. Zhao Chongshan, though quick to follow, was a fraction too late. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as Zhao Yao endured the full force of the attack, his body propelled backward, blood spewing forth in a crimson arc that soared above Li Zichang's head. Zhao Yao. Zhao Chongshan pivoted mid-flight, catching Zhao Yao's back with one hand while conjuring a protective barrier with the other, shielding the onlookers from the residual impact of the assault. Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. Upon landing, Zhao Chongshan immediately infused spiritual energy into Zhao Yao, his face etched with brotherly concern. Chen Shui, from the life and death platform, let out a cold snort directed at Li Zichang before hastily descending to inspect the situation, while the elders from the various peaks rushed down to encircle the two. Master, I did not intend for this. Chen Shui clasped his fists, guilt flashing briefly across his eyes. Zhao Chongshan gestured for him to remain silent, his full attention now on Zhao Yao. In this chaotic moment, Li Zichang stood dazed on the life and death platform, still reeling from Zhao Yao's act of valor. As Zhao Yao fell into unconsciousness, protected by Zhao Chongshan's spiritual barrier, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Slowly opening his eyes, he managed to smile. Master, I shan't perish. Have you forgotten the feather transformation armor that Shao Wan gifted me over a decade ago? Alas, it is completely shattered this time. Blood stained Zhao Yao's pearly white teeth, and despite his efforts to maintain a smile, the pain hidden in his eyes did not escape Zhao Chongshan's notice. Alas, it is all my fault. Had I not urged you into this marriage, things would not have come to this. 2 simple sentences conveyed a deeper, unspoken truth, and the elders were evidently aware of this matter, yet chose to remain silent. Upon hearing Zhao Chongshan's implication, Li Zichang finally came to his senses, realizing that Zhao Yao, too, had a story to tell. After this incident, Li Zichang's attitude towards Zhao Yao shifted. He no longer felt the same aversion, recognizing that they were both compelled to walk a similar path. Seeing that Zhao Yao, though gravely injured, was not in danger of death, Zhao Chongshan breathed a sigh of relief, his expression softening as he offered Zhao Yao a brown medicinal pill. Cough, cough. Master, if I'm not dying, why bestow upon me such a precious Xianyang pill? Zhao Yao struggled to utter, his face reflecting immense pain. Li Zichang then leaped down from the life and death platform, hastily approaching Zhao Yao, but was obstructed by the encircling elders. Elder Zhao, I'm glad you're safe. I shall never forget your life-saving grace. He bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing Li Zichang's robust voice, Zhao Yao, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly regained his spirits, as if his injuries had significantly healed. Old rascal, step aside. Do not block my path. Zhao Changshan, supporting him, snorted, useless fellow. Noticing that Zhao Yao had stabilized his condition, Chen Shuai shot a glare at Li Zichang before turning to collect Ing Zheng's remains. Zichang, are you well? Elder Zhao? Rest assured, I am unscathed. Li Zichang involuntarily flexed his chest muscles, leaving Zhao Yao wide-eyed and his fingers curling in astonishment. Good, then I shall rest easy. Reluctantly shifting his gaze back to Zhao Changshan, he continued, Master, after that battle, the elders should now be able to accurately assess my talent, correct? Despite his injuries, he remained focused on advocating for resources for Li Zichang. Zhao Changshan glanced back at Li Zichang, then scanned the elders. Seeing their collective nods, he declared, Li Zichang has defeated the early-stage foundation establishment, Ing Zheng. Based on the talent he has displayed, he is undoubtedly worthy of the extraordinary rank, if not more. The other 7 peak elders nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Zhao Changshan's assessment. At this revelation, the disciples present were left astounded. Their earlier skepticism toward Li Zichang replaced by enthusiastic applause. Who would have thought this butcher possessed extraordinary talent? We were all mistaken. Indeed. One must not judge a book by its cover. Senior brother, I told you, wielding the Fong Tianhua halberd must be impressive. Cough, cough. What my junior sister said is quite accurate. Upon hearing Zhao Changshan's assessment, Zhao Yao was the most delighted, his vitality seemingly restored. Ha ha ha. How about that? My discerning eye is commendable, is it not? Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps you should speak less. I have yet to finish my statement. Zhao Changshan interrupted, swiftly shifting his focus back to Li Zichang. Although you have triumphed over Ing Zheng, this does not constitute a formal debut. To ensure the fairness of the evaluation, I have decided to summon the Sect's treasure, the Wen Tian Stone, from the Fu Yin barrier to accurately assess your talent. The mention of the Fu Yin barrier startled Li Zichang. This was indeed his ultimate goal in coming to Baiyin Sect. And to gain insight ahead of time was a blessing. I shall obey. Zichang, are you mad? The Wen Tian Stone is notoriously stringent. It may not even recognize you as extraordinary. Zhao Yao, struggling to maintain his composure, expressed his concern. Elder Zhao, rest assured, Zichang is well prepared. Seeing no dissent among the crowd, Zhao Changshan declared with a booming voice, let the Sect's treasure, the Wen Tian Stone, be summoned. Chapter 44, A Taste? As Zhao Changshan's words fell, the entire venue erupted once more. Both the disciples in blue robes and the newcomers in yellow were utterly bewildered by this object. Even the elite disciples clad in white had scarcely heard of it. The winning stone, what treasure could that possibly be? After 5 or 6 years in the sect, how had they never encountered such a thing? I've been in the inner sect for over a decade and have never heard of it, let alone you all. The white-robed disciple cast a disdainful glance at his junior brethren below. The winning stone was the sect's greatest treasure. I had the fortune to witness it once. But it was not during the debut performance. Sitting in the foremost position at the top, a handsome white-robed disciple, radiating righteousness, fixated his gaze on Li Zichang in the arena, appearing somewhat distracted. Senior brother Mahai, please elaborate. A chorus of eager voices rose from dozens of disciples below. Filled with anticipation, Mahai understood that revealing the winning stone would not be so quick. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and began, about 10 years ago. When I claimed first place in the debut performance with my extraordinary talent, I believed I was the strongest among the new disciples of Baiyin Sect. Unexpectedly, the sect master returned with 2 little junior sisters. The younger sister, Meng Meier, just 3.5 years old, was said to possess an exceptional constitution, prompting the sect master to unveil the winning stone. Oh, the revelation sent a ripple of astonished gasps through the gathered disciples. So it was little junior sister Meier, but it seems we haven't seen her for 3 years, right? I am well aware that 3 years ago, when Meier was 14, she was sent into the Fu Yin barrier. Yes, I have heard my master mention that she was to cultivate within the barrier until she turned 18. No wonder she did not accompany senior sister Pinger when she was sent to be a hostage 3 years ago. The crowd exchanged words, finally clearing their confusion. Li Zichang listened intently to their discourse. I knew I hadn't seen those 2 sisters around. But what about Meng Pinger? Taking advantage of the moment, Li Zichang slowly crouched down, gently patting Zhao Yao's back as if to comfort him, quietly inquiring, Zhao Changshan, what does being a hostage entail? You must have heard those old geezers talk about Meng Ping. Zhao Yao cleared his throat and continued, to tell you the truth. Meng Pinger is betrothed to a golden core cultivator. Don't even dream about it. With this elder around, it's out of the question. Li Zichang forced a smile, fully understanding the implication of the elder's words. What nonsense. I am not a lecherous person. Well then, that's a relief. Zhao Yao felt somewhat reassured and explained. A hostage is a token of loyalty from a lower sect to a superior one, wherein they periodically send talented disciples as collateral. That is the essence of being a hostage. However, hostages are exchanged every 3 years, and this year marks the third. Once the new hostages are chosen, they will be sent to the upper sect to bring Meng Pinger back. He muttered anxiously, I hope you won't be selected. Li Zichang suddenly understood, so, being a hostage is quite perilous? Zhao Yao nodded slightly, imparting a weighty explanation. Although they are hostages, they can attain greater opportunities for advancement within the second-level sect. If they manage to return safely, they will leap to become the core disciples of the sect, embodying a coexistence of risk and opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Zichang wore a bitter smile, thoughts racing. Damn. After all the effort to enter the inner sect, one sister has become a hostage while the other is trapped in the barrier. What on earth am I to do? Just as Li Zichang lamented, a flash of azure light surged from the forbidden area in the back mountain, swiftly approaching the inner sect's martial arena. In mere moments, the azure light covered hundreds of feet, landing squarely on the main stage. Immediately, Zhao Changshan and the 8 elders rose to kneel, prompting the other disciples to follow suit. Though they remained unaware of the significance, the guests, Gang Li and Ming Jiang, also recognized the arrival of a senior and promptly bowed, their heads lowered. Disciple Zhao Changshan, leading the 8 peak elders and the inner sect disciples, welcomes the Grand Elder. Changshan, no need for such formalities, rise. The Grand Elder raised his hands gently, his tone exceptionally warm. Li Zichang stood with the others, stealthily glancing at the main stage. He observed the Grand Elder clad in a brown robe adorned with Baiyun patterns. Silver hair flowing in the wind, his unkempt appearance belied by a commanding presence. What is the Grand Elder's realm? Li Zichang whispered. Peak Golden Core. This old man has been stuck at this level for decades, and has not much time left. Although Zhao Yao was gravely injured, his irreverent spirit remained evident, revealing his disdain for the sect's elder. Li Zichang was momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. On the main stage, the Grand Elder's gaze flicked over Gang Li and Meng Jiang before turning to Zhao Changshan, inquiring, who are these two? Reporting to the Grand Elder. This is the leader of the Zhangju Hall, Gang Tangzhu, and his disciple. The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly, his voice growing somewhat curt. Our Baiyun sect has no dealings with your association. What brings you here today? Despite Gang Li's position being comparable to Zhao Changshan's, he still had to maintain a humble demeanor in front of the Baiyun sect's elder. The younger generation merely wishes to inquire about a matter concerning your disciple. Pao Chu Fun, and means no offense. The Grand Elder turned to Zhao Changshan, who promptly nodded in affirmation. Very well then, Changshan. You may offer them a modicum of hospitality. The implication was clear, no need for deep engagement. Zhao Changshan understood this well. By the way, isn't today the debut performance day for the inner sect disciples? Why unveil the Wenting Stone? The Grand Elder surveyed the crowd, his white brows slightly furrowing. Zhao Changshan hurriedly stepped forward to clarify the situation. The Grand Elder's expression gradually turned serious. If what you say is true, this disciple, named Li Zichang, likely possesses extraordinary talent? Indeed, in his early 20s, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, with an exceptionally robust constitution, Zhao Changshan reiterated. The Grand Elder then fixed his gaze upon Li Zichang, scrutinizing him before declaring, this young man is indeed inscrutable. Li Zichang secretly chuckled. If even Pao Deshun can't see through me, what can you do? Both were at the peak of the Golden Core realm, and he harbored no fears of revealing any flaws. Then I shall summon the Wenting Stone for a measurement. With that, the Grand Elder turned towards the forbidden area, waving his sleeve. In an instant, a radiant golden light shot upwards. In the blink of an eye, an unassuming, egg-shaped stone, covered in a dark brown patina, appeared in his palm. Is this it? Li Zichang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected something magnificent. Yet this small stone appeared as if it had just been unearthed from a latrine. Li Zichang, come here and give it a lick. The Grand Elder called out eagerly. What the heck? I'm not some sycophant. Who ever heard of testing talent by licking? Li Zichang's face turned ashen, looking as though he had just tasted something utterly repugnant. Chapter 45. This matter must not be disclosed. Such an eccentric method of testing left not only Li Zichang bewildered, but even the disciples above the 9th level were equally perplexed. All eyes turning to their senior brother, Mu Hai. Senior brother, what does this mean? Is that dark, ominous object truly the treasure of our sect? In the face of their inquiries, Mu Bei showed no signs of impatience. He separated his hands, which had been clasped in his sleeves, and rested them gently on his knees, speaking in a soothing tone. As far as I know, the Asking Heaven Stone is a foundational treasure left by our ancestor when establishing the sect. Its appearance has always been like this, and measuring talent is merely one of its capabilities. At this point, Mu Bei gazed longingly at the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. When her junior sister tested her talent, she too licked the surface of the Asking Heaven Stone. I witnessed it myself. And what happened afterward? The crowd's curiosity was piqued. However, Mu Bei suddenly donned a pained expression, his gaze drifting back to the forbidden area, and lamented, but afterward, we were all expelled, including the 8 peak masters, who remained ignorant of what transpired. Only the sect leader and the Grand Elder witnessed the entire event. With this revelation, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, reluctantly redirecting their attention back to Li Zichong on the life and death platform. Fool. If not now, then when? The Grand Elder's irritation grew as he saw Li Zichong lingering, his expression darkening and his tone sharpening. Zichong, go swiftly. Do not worry, that thing is not poisonous. Zhao Yao gently pinched his arm, persistently gesturing towards the main platform. Elder, I am not afraid of poison. It's just, that thing looks too grotesque, making it exceedingly difficult to swallow. Li Zichong's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, his lips making a popping sound as they collided. Grotesque? Zhao Yao was initially taken aback, then scrutinized the asking heaven stone in the Grand Elder's palm. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and images of matching components flashed in his mind. He eagerly licked his cracked lips, exclaiming with delight, Zichong, it is indeed you. To think you could envision such a posture, huh? This elder has much to learn from you. Huh? Li Zichong jolted, puzzled. Elder, I meant to say enduring hardship to seek revenge. What are you thinking? Zhao Yao mustered all his strength to pat his shoulder, grinning mischievously. No need for explanations. I understand. Enduring hardship can also mean tasting all things. Enough. Li Zichong grasped the underlying implication immediately, wishing to punch this shameless fellow. The lingering gratitude he felt vanished in an instant as he turned and dashed toward the main platform, leaving the weak Zhao Yao lying there, grinning at his retreating figure. Disciple Li Zichong has met the Grand Elder. Stop rambling, hurry, and proceed. The Grand Elder spread his palm, carefully pinching the asking heaven stone between his thumb and index finger, raising it before Li Zichong. Understood. Li Zichong dared not dawdle, suppressing the bizarre images flooding his mind as he extended his tongue toward the asking heaven stone, performing a curling motion from below. The moment his tongue made contact with the stone, the taste buds scattered across its surface experienced an unprecedented stimulus. An indescribable flavor surged through his tongue to his palate, rapidly impacting his entire nasal cavity. Perhaps influenced by the teachings of the path of human skin and unethical classics, combined with the nature of the sacred body of a married woman, Li Zichong's posture throughout the process was exceedingly alluring, causing the female disciples to feel inadequate, while the heteronormative male disciples stood agape, each experiencing the illusion of witnessing a beautiful woman consuming lychees. Good lad, indeed gifted. Zhao Yao, too, felt a surge of delight, eager to act. Yet, while this captivating scene enchanted others, it tormented him. In an instant, Li Zichong's eyes rolled back, an overwhelmingly foul taste assaulting his senses, the intense nausea threatening to render him unconscious. My heavens, why does this flavor feel so familiar? Suddenly, a vividly etched memory surged forth. Back when he worked on the assembly line, Li Zichong had endured a similar experience. The haunting shadow of a local's hometown specialty, a bull's ball hot pot, lingered. Each recollection of his co-worker's mouth dripping with greenish broth brought forth waves of nausea. This flavor bore a striking resemblance to the bull's ball hot pot, evoking visceral reactions in his stomach, causing him to writhe in agony. Seeing this, Zhao Yao grew frantic, shouting with all his might toward the main platform, Sect Leader. What is happening? Please save Zichong. The other peak elders shared his confusion, their expressions tightening with concern. The disciples in the stands were equally puzzled, questioning the asking heaven stone's integrity. How could this be? Surely, Li Zichong is not in mortal danger. Indeed, just moments ago, an exceptionally talented Yingzheng perished. If anything were to happen to Li Zichong, the Baiyun sect would suffer greatly. Witnessing Li Zichong's agonized expression, Zhao Chongshan's heart sank. He hastily approached the Grand Elder, whispering, Master, could there be an unexpected turn of events? Although Ming Meyer exhibited a strong reaction, she did not appear in such distress. The Grand Elder remained composed, gently waving his hand. No need for concern. This is merely a normal reaction from the asking heaven stone during the talent assessment. Perhaps this lad truly holds the potential to surprise us. I recall last time, after Ming Meyer interacted with the asking heaven stone, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. An entire area of the Forbidden Grounds was enveloped in lascivious illusions, and the renowned artifact, Phoenix and Dragon. Hush! This matter must not be disclosed to a third party, or it will undoubtedly stir a great uproar. The Grand Elder swiftly interrupted Zhao Chongshan, both understanding the weight of silence, falling silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Li Zichong, writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, felt the fetal spirit within him thrashing violently, as if sensing an unprecedented threat. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted within Li Zichong, and the asking heaven stone miraculously recognized its master. A colossal shadow emerged within his chi-si, enveloping the entire space. Chapter 46. The Demon Eye. The extraordinary transformation occurring within Li Zichong remained shrouded in mystery. Even to the esteemed elders, who believed it to be a normal manifestation of the Wentianshi assessing his innate talent, despite the accompanying anguish. However, The perplexed Gang Lai grew restless, questioning the peculiar nature of the Wentianxi and its testing method. Esteemed elder, how can such an unremarkable stone determine one's talent? Gang Lai inquired with a respectful bow. Gang Lai, there are numerous artifacts for talent assessment, primarily categorized into innate and acquired types. I trust you are aware of this, the elder replied, stroking his white beard with a didactic tone. Gang Lai nodded in agreement, prompting the elder to continue. Currently, the commonly used artifact in the southern region for talent assessment is the heart-piercing mirror, crafted by skilled artifact artisans. By reflecting it upon the disciple undergoing the test, their innate abilities will be revealed. The gathered crowd nodded in understanding, their curiosity towards the Wentianxi intensifying. The heart-piercing mirror emits varying colors. A white light indicates mediocrity. Blue signifies exceptional talent. Orange denotes extraordinary abilities. Red represents genius, and gold marks the truly exceptional. Those possessing monstrous talent would manifest a resplendent purple light, akin to the seven-colored radiance of the highest level of enlightenment, creating extraordinary phenomena visible for hundreds of miles. The elder elaborated on the assessment process in meticulous detail, inspiring the disciples to gaze skyward with reverence for the Tao. Although the Wentianxi is an innate artifact, it possesses a similar function, with the sole distinction that disciples who have licked its surface will emanate a light corresponding to their innate talent from within. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Gang Lai finally comprehended, marveling at its uniqueness as he turned his gaze towards Li Zichang, eager to discern the nature of this anomaly. At that moment, the agonizing expression on Li Zichang's face lessened, and though he remained curled in pain, he no longer writhed on the ground as he had before. Within his qi, the shadow, once ominous and overwhelming, began to clarify, fixating intently on the divine fetus within the disk, two beams of black light piercing downward, enveloping it completely. The previously lively blood droplet was immediately subdued, lying motionless in apparent fear of the enormous shadow looming above. Simultaneously, Li Zichang had established a bond with the Wentianxi, and all its long-buried secrets flooded into his mind. Good heavens! No wonder the Wentianxi is both bitter and foul. It resembles the excrement of a great azure bull. How revolting! Li Zichang retched violently after absorbing the information, causing the elder and Zhao Changshan to recoil in alarm. Alas, Master Uncle, could it be that this lad possesses no remarkable talent? It has been quite some time, yet aside from this foul substance, there has been no change. Zhao Changshan furrowed his brows, recalling the earlier defeat of Ying Zhong, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. Surely not. Throughout my tenure in the sect, I have witnessed the Wentianxi's use over a dozen times. Such a situation has never transpired. The elder, equally perplexed, scrutinized the Wentianxi closely, even bringing it to his nose for a thorough inspection, before affirmatively declaring, indeed, it is the same scent. Meanwhile, Li Zichang unraveled the origins of the Wentianxi, recognizing that the immense shadow in his qi was the celestial manifestation of the great azure bull. The only difference lay in its ominous aura. The bull's eyes, blood-red and fearsome, stood in stark contrast to the gentle nature of the original azure bull. Tracing back, over a millennium ago, the great azure bull was slaughtered just before its ascension, its flesh repurposed while this stone remained, harboring its soul, which later became known as Niu Huang. After passing through several hands, it eventually came into the possession of the founding ancestor of Baiyun sect, Fu Yan. Due to the passage of time and the stone's darkened exterior, it was mistaken for mere rock. Upon discovering its potential as the core of a protective mountain array and talent assessment artifact, Fu Yan aptly named it Wentianxi, passing it down through generations. Could it be that the great azure bull, unable to ascend, transformed its resentment into this stone, evolving into the Bull Demon King over time? Li Zichang, aware that this Bull Demon King differed from the legendary one, marveled at the Tao's exquisite craftsmanship that had led him to this extraordinary treasure. Old bull, return quickly. You frightened the child. With the Wentianxi acknowledging Li Zichang as its master, the colossal shadow slowly closed its eyes, its form gradually dissipating. At this moment, the Bull Demon King had yet to fully materialize, manifesting only its eyes, while its other features remained indistinct. Nevertheless, Li Zichang inherited immense powers, completely acquiring the abilities of the Bull Demon King's eyes, simultaneously unraveling the mystery of his own talent. Azure Bull Demon Eye, seeming demonic yet not, unaffected by inner demons, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation within a single instance stick's duration, yet unable to transcend major realm limitations. Illusion, uninfluenced by divine perception, capable of concealing one's own cultivation and talent while discerning others' abilities. Demon's insight, able to perceive the essence of all things, discerning the efficacy of artifacts and elixirs. This truly is a treasure. Li Zichang rejoiced in the bounty bestowed by the Azure Bull Demon King, imagining the greatness he would attain when the celestial manifestation of the Bull Demon King fully revealed itself. Let us proceed as such for now. I shall gradually seek opportunities to complete the manifestation. With the pain fully subsided, Li Zichong caught a glimpse of the Wentianxi in the elder's hand, stifling a chuckle. The once treasured Wentianxi had now lost its soul, resembling nothing more than ordinary Niu Huang. To maintain appearances, he realized he must perform convincingly. Aren't you all eager to unveil the mystery of my talent? It is time for a grand display, to showcase my true abilities. Resolved. He concealed the radiance of his talent, and, rising slowly, invoked the illusion technique of the Azure Bull Demon Eye. In an instant, the area surrounding Li Zichong was illuminated brilliantly, blinding the onlookers. Chapter 47. The Capricious Talent. In an instant, within a radius of 30 feet around Li Zichong, a brilliant light erupted, a beam as thick as a barrel shooting straight up, piercing through the heavy clouds and ascending into the heavens. Look, the Wentianxi is at work, exclaimed one onlooker. Good heavens, such an extravagant beam. Could it possibly incite a celestial phenomenon? It appears that Li Zichong is indeed exceptionally gifted. Hundreds of spectators lifted their gazes skyward, their eyes filled with shock and anticipation as they awaited the manifestation of this extraordinary light. Master Uncle, with your vast experience, can you deduce the level of this young man's talent? Zhao Chongshan asked, feeling a wave of relief as he awaited Li Zichong to fulfill his promise. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows, gazing into the sky, and spoke in a calm yet measured tone, based on my extensive experience with numerous individuals. While a celestial phenomenon may not occur, it is at least indicative of genius-level talent. Then he will surely stand shoulder to shoulder with you, Master Uncle. Zhao Chongshan laughed heartily. With such a gifted disciple, the Baiyun sect is assured of prosperity for decades to come. As a third-rate sect, merely recruiting an extraordinary talent would be a commendable achievement. Many elders, such as Elder 8 Peaks, fell into this category. If they were fortunate enough to recruit a genius-level talent, it would be akin to striking gold. Such a talented disciple could easily gain entry into the inner sanctum of a second-rate sect. No wonder Zhao Chongshan was so elated. However, just as the crowd eagerly anticipated, the ascending beam transformed into a blinding white light, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. What is happening? Why is Li Zichong emitting such an intense white glow? Yet, this white light signified only mediocre talent. Many disciples rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhao Chongshan was immediately dumbfounded, casting a puzzled look at the Grand Elder and stammering, Master Uncle, how can this be? Wasn't it supposed to be a red light of genius level? Cough. I merely speculated. Am I to blame? The Grand Elder was speechless. Irritation evident as his white whiskers bristled. Alas, fate has decreed that the Baiyun sect is on a downward spiral. Zhao Chongshan slapped his thigh, dejectedly sinking into his chair. Elder Chen Shui, glancing at the phenomenon surrounding Li Zichong, felt a surge of satisfaction, speaking with palpable disdain. Even if that white light reaches the skies, it's still just white light, utterly worthless. In stark contrast, Zhao Yao, lying on a stretcher, wore an indifferent expression and retorted to Chen Shui. So what if it's mediocre? It still managed to defeat your favored disciple. Enough. Treat this as a jest. Refrain from utilizing the Wentianxi in future uncertainties. The Grand Elder's face darkened as he prepared to leave. Li Zichong, however, stood quietly, observing the crowd's reactions. When the atmosphere reached a suitable crescendo, he exerted his power once more, transforming the beam of white light into a vibrant blue. Master Uncle, wait. Look, it's changed. Zhao Chongshan exclaimed, tugging at the Grand Elder's sleeve with fervor. Hiss. Is this truly happening? The Grand Elder turned back to gaze at Li Zichong, witnessing the once snow-white beam now transformed into a soft blue, radiant like the heavens themselves. Outstanding level talent. This is astonishing. How can such a transformation occur so swiftly? I've never heard of the Wentianxi exhibiting such unpredictability. The elders on the stage appeared dazed, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Only Chen Shui remained unimpressed, nonchalantly commenting, just outstanding level. There are plenty of those in the inner sect. Well, it's not surprising, but certainly preferable to being a laughingstock. The Grand Elder's expression softened slightly, and he turned to leave once more. Yet, just as he took a step forward, Zhao Chongshan yanked him back again. Master Uncle, it has changed yet again. The Grand Elder halted and turned back, astonished to see the light transition from blue to a beautiful orange hue. Transcendent. Level. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Zichong shifted the orange light into a resplendent red, the diameter increasing significantly as it dyed the sky crimson. My heavens. It's genius-level talent. The red light. Indeed, it is red light. The disciples in the stands erupted in excitement. Even the usually composed senior brother Mu Hai found it hard to contain himself. Previously, he was the sole genius-level talent within the Baiyun sect's inner circle, often feeling lonely without a companion for cultivation. Li Zichong's extraordinary capabilities sparked a desire to assist him, ensuring healthy competition. A smile graced Mu Hai's face, exuding warmth like a gentle spring breeze. Truly, he is the one I have chosen. How about that? Are you stunned now? Your deceased favored disciple couldn't he possibly possess such talent? Zhao Yao, despite his ongoing cough, couldn't resist taunting Chen Shui. Humph, a shallow individual. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Chen Shui's expression was darker than ever, yet he found it futile to argue against the undeniable facts laid before him. In a similar state of confusion were Gang Lai and Meng Jiang from the remnant Chrysanthemum Society, both bewildered by the unpredictable spectacle and questioning the Baiyun sect's motives. Master, could such phenomena occur with the Toshin mirror? Meng Jiang complained, his face flushed with indignation. In contrast, Gang Lai decisively shook his head. Unheard of. Master, I believe the Baiyun sect is merely putting on a show, flaunting before us. Meng Jiang's expression was one of defiance, feeling deeply insulted. Gang Lai remained silent, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This proves my judgment was indeed correct. It truly is genius-level talent. The Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of delight. His hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of a reclusive sage. Your insight is remarkable, Master Uncle. I'm in awe. Zhao Chongshan's excitement surged as he began to flatter the Grand Elder profusely. Well then, I must return the Wentianshi to the barrier. You shall handle the subsequent matters. Remember to prioritize his cultivation. With that, the Grand Elder turned once more, his gaze fixed on the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Witnessing this, Li Zichong felt elated. Having played with the self-important experts, he was now ready to unleash his true potential. Suddenly, the clear sky was pierced by thunder and lightning. A deafening explosion resonating through the air. The Grand Elder, who had just taken flight, abruptly halted, and after a moment of stunned silence, he turned back to the main stage, calling out, a celestial phenomenon. Heaven bless the Baiyun sect. Chapter 48. The restrained adult phenomenon. The exclamation of the Grand Elder reverberated throughout the inner sanctum, awakening the previously fearful crowd, who now focused intently on the seemingly relaxed Li Zichong. A deep crimson beam radiated from his being, erupting like a burst of light, swiftly enveloping the entire martial arts arena, creating a barrier that spanned hundreds of feet in all directions. As thunderous roars echoed, the crimson aura transformed into brilliant gold, illuminating the azure sky with radiant splendor. Master, am I seeing things? This is pure golden light. A prodigious talent has emerged within our Baiyun sect? Zhao Chongshan rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed forward before the Grand Elder could firmly land on the ground. Calm down, Chongshan. It's more than just a prodigy. The Grand Elder spoke with a facade of composure, yet his trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil, shaking the foundation of his cultivation that had taken over 100 years to establish. While others may not comprehend, he, being at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, sensed the impending anomaly. Witnessing such a rare talent's emergence was his singular chance to find a breakthrough. In the realm of cultivation, while effort and opportunity were crucial, innate talent ultimately defined one's limits. Unless one were to encounter extraordinary fortune, they would remain stymied beneath significant thresholds for their entire lives. Exceptional talent represented a watershed moment for cultivators. Below this tier, the Golden Core stage was the endpoint. In the same realm, the disparity in strength hinged on talent. Identical techniques wielded by individuals of differing talents would yield markedly distinct powers. Conversely, those with exceptional talent possessed the potential to transcend the Golden Core stage and ascend to the nascent soul realm. Reaching such heights would allow one to establish schools or secure positions of power within second-rate sects, wielding influence without fear. At this moment, Baiyun's sect was engulfed in fervor, with disciples fervently chanting Li Zichong's name, elevating him to the status of a hero in their eyes. To witness the birth of extraordinary talent was a story they could boast of for a lifetime. Li Zichong, who could you possibly be? Mo Hai thought, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, compelling even the proudest among them to harbor feelings of admiration. Master, is this truly exceptional? Meng Jiang, who had previously displayed disdain, suddenly turned pale, his composure shattered. Upon observing this, Gang Lai swiftly grasped his wrist, channeling gentle spiritual energy into him, barely stabilizing his shaken heart. Do not let this affect you, my disciple. The path of cultivation is fraught with disparities, as long as you excel in your domain. There is no need for undue pressure. But I resent it. Why isn't at me? If I possess such talent, I wouldn't have to endure the whims of others, disguised as trials. The memory of his tragically lost family weighed heavily on Meng Jiang's heart. Had he been the one gifted with exceptional talent, he would have been the focal point of the organization's nurturing, effortlessly rallying the elite to annihilate his enemies, even at the cost of collateral damage. Heaven's decree was inherently unjust. To vanquish inner demons, one must extinguish them in their infancy. Gang Lai gazed at Li Zichong at the center, feeling a pang of bitterness. As a member of a nefarious sect, he could not permit such a potential threat to linger. The remnant Chrysanthemum Society had the backing of a top-tier sect, and should such talent not fall under their purview, it would meet with a grim fate. The influential figures would not idly watch as a lesser sect flourished, for it would pose a threat to their standing. As the crowd marveled at the golden radiance cascading around them, Li Zichong bowed his head, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he unleashed the full extent of the assessment capabilities of the Heavenly Inquiry Stone. Immediately, the light within him surged once more, a pale violet aura erupting from him, spreading like a tidal wave, enveloping everything in sight. With a resounding hum, the sound was deeply resonant, akin to a demon's roar echoing from an endless abyss, sending shockwaves through the crowd, including the Grand Elder, whose pupils dilated in horror. Master, Master, why do I feel a chill in my heart? Zhao Changshan, though the sect leader, was merely a mid-level practitioner of the Golden Core stage, limited in his experiences to the Southern realms. Faced with such an unparalleled spectacle, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The Grand Elder, equally pale, though the most accomplished among them, felt his legs weaken but forced himself to appear calm. Changshan, you are the sect leader. Such behavior is unbecoming. Should an unforeseen event occur, what will you do to protect our sect? The implication was clear. In the face of danger, he must be the shield. While the Grand Elder remained merely a peripheral figure within the sect, the survival principle of the cultivation world dictated that one must prioritize their own safety. At that moment, Baiyun's sect found itself under a darkened sky, once filled with white clouds, now transformed into a foreboding black, instilling fear among the hundreds present. Confronted by the celestial manifestation, they felt insignificantly small, left with no choice but to await their fate. Suddenly, a beam of violet light shot forth from the horizon, dispelling the darkness in an instant. Rapidly approaching Baiyun's sect. Look, the violet aura approaches. It's the legendary violet aura. Oh my, is this truly a sight meant for me? The previously tense atmosphere ignited with exhilaration, causing many to weep with joy. Changshan, look. The Grand Elder's lips trembled as he fixated on the approaching violet cloud, descending into a frenzied state, utterly abandoning his dignified presence as the highest-ranking member present. Following the direction of his finger, the sky was shrouded in violet mist, with countless colossal, indistinct figures floating within, reminiscent of celestial beings descending for reverence. As the divine figures gradually became clearer, an enchanting melody filled the air, as if a grand celebration was underway, intoxicating all who heard it, igniting an indescribable fervor within. This spectacle was beyond Li Zichang's expectations. While he had previously sensed that his innate talent surpassed mere novelty, he had been unaware of the limitations of the Heavenly Inquiry Stone's assessments. At this moment, the unfolding scene was not something he could conjure. It was all dictated by fate. Yet, upon witnessing the events within the violet aura, he was taken aback, silently exclaiming, "Is this celestial phenomenon genuine? Is such an adult-themed spectacle truly within my reach?" Chapter 49, The Opportunity of the Purple Fog After Merging with the Bull Demon Eye. Li Zichang acquired the ability to dispel illusions, revealing the true form of the divine shadow concealed within the purplish aura. The once glorious figure, enveloped in divine light, swiftly shed its ornate attire, leaving an androgynous being bare, as if partaking in a grand sacrificial ceremony, performing various indescribable poses around the central altar, eagerly awaiting its indulgence. The entire scene was imbued with a lascivious atmosphere, permeated by primal desires, causing even the seasoned Li Zichang's heart to race, completely reshaping his understanding of the dynamics between genders. What was this phenomenon? A lewd gathering or a breeding festivity? Upon closer inspection, among these diverse beings were not only stunningly beautiful humans, but also enchanting female demons, golden-haired elves, and even an array of unknown entities shrouded in darkness. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. While I could tolerate humans and even the demon and elf races, what on earth is that pitch-black creature? A non-terrestrial black pearl? Cold sweat trickled down Li Zichang's back as he recalled the assembly line tasks, having encountered various styles and types of beings, but never having operated with those from Africa, which remained a blind spot in his knowledge. Meanwhile, the bewildered members of the Baiyun sect perceived a celestial phenomenon, witnessing divine beings descending, each radiating a golden light that appeared profoundly sacred. The sensuous music that enveloped Li Zichang's ears resonated with them as the most exquisite melodies of the Tao, evoking feelings akin to a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and invigorating. A heavenly omen had descended, a blessing upon our Baiyun sect. In response to this spectacle, the Grand Elder promptly knelt before the heavens, his rear raised high, expressing the utmost reverence towards the heavenly Tao. The rest followed suit, adopting the most devout postures to welcome this unprecedented era of prosperity, leaving only Li Zichang standing upright amidst the assembled crowd. Such a significant celestial phenomenon immediately stirred the various sects in the southern region, with the spiritual fluctuations palpable for thousands of miles. Numerous top-tier sects and hidden masters vaguely sensed the birth of a prodigy-level cultivator and quickly dispatched individuals to investigate, the ensuing commotion rivaling that of a powerful being undergoing tribulation. The miraculous manifestation of divine beings persisted for approximately half a tea time before gradually retreating into the purplish aura, transforming into a cascade of violet rain that fell upon the entire Baiyun sect. As the purple rain touched the members of the Baiyun sect, it quickly evaporated, releasing a faint lavender mist that enveloped the summit of Baiyun Mountain. The heavenly Tao has bestowed blessings. The Grand Elder was the first to perceive the mystery. With a startled exclamation, he hastily rose from the ground and seated himself in a meditative posture, commencing his breath control. Quick, quick! Zhao Changshan, witnessing this, became equally agitated, urging the members of the Baiyun sect to follow suit. At this moment, the entire sect moved in remarkable unison, casting aside previous grievances as hundreds of individuals synchronized their actions, creating a magnificent spectacle. Gang Lai and Meng Jiang, observing this, joined the ranks without hesitation, eager to partake in this rare opportunity. How dare they covet the fortune of our Baiyun sect? The Grand Elder, noticing the two, immediately unleashed a golden light, enveloping them within a barrier, preventing them from absorbing even a single strand of mist. This display incited urgency in Gang Lai and Meng Jiang, who pressed for clarification. What is the meaning of this, esteemed elder? Is this how Baiyun sect treats its guests? Meng Jiang's face flushed with anger as he relentlessly attacked the barrier, attempting to seize a fragment of the bounty, but to no avail. Observing the Grand Elder's resolute stance, Zhao Changshan remained undeterred, retorting with a sneer. You two arrived uninvited. Baiyun sect has not extended an invitation. Moreover, this is our opportunity. What concern is it of yours? Left with no choice, Gang Lai and Meng Jiang could only grit their teeth in frustration, helplessly watching as the descending fortune was consumed by others. Zichang, well done. I take pride in you. Zhao Yao, having witnessed the entire process, finally emerged from his astonishment. After attempting to breathe and circulate his energy, his previous internal injuries rapidly healed, leaving him revitalized and brimming with vigor. Faced with such a rare opportunity, Li Zichang was determined not to let it slip away. However, unlike the others who inhaled the surrounding purple mist, he utilized the magical perception of the bull demon eye to capture the most unique essence within. On the mist-shrouded mountaintop, a strand of purple energy, roughly the thickness of a thumb, darted through the air like a serpentine dragon, moving with incredible speed. You all can absorb the mist. This is the true treasure. Li Zichang fixed his gaze on the trajectory of the purple energy, locking onto his target before swiftly making his way toward the rear mountain. The others, engrossed in their meditation, entirely overlooked his movements. The purple energy, measuring about 10 inches in length, zigzagged with a cunning path and astonishing speed, making it difficult for even Li Zichang to keep pace despite exerting his utmost agility. After careening through and toppling several large trees, the purple energy suddenly halted. Huh. Let us see where you can escape to, Li Zichang thought, surging forward with determination. Just as he was within 5 feet of it, he extended his right hand, fingers splayed, ready to grasp it. Yet, as his fingertips neared its tail, the floating purple energy abruptly curved, darting forward like an arrow, and vanished instantaneously. When he approached to investigate, an invisible barrier obstructed his way. Phew, just a moment too late, it slipped into the barrier. Without needing to ponder further, Li Zichang recognized this as the forbidden area of the rear mountain, the woman's flame barrier, which he could not breach with his current cultivation level, leaving him dejectedly to return home. After a series of events, the once enveloping purple mist atop the mountain was nearly consumed by the hundreds of members of the Baiyun sect, restoring the surroundings to normalcy. Subsequently, a series of muffled sounds echoed from the training grounds, rising and falling in succession, causing many disciples to erupt in excited cheers. Ha! I've broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Me too. I've been stuck at the initial stage of foundation establishment for 3 years. I never expected to ascend today. In an instant, the entire inner sect was in an uproar, with the vast majority of disciples utilizing the opportunity created by Li Zichang to break through at least one minor realm, while others experienced significant growth in their cultivation. Even the 8 Peaks Elder reaped considerable benefits. Naturally, the one who absorbed the most was the Grand Elder, who monopolized nearly a tenth of the purple mist. Haha. I have been stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage for over 30 years. Today, I have finally encountered a great opportunity. The Grand Elder's complexion glowed with vitality, and after indulging, he was enveloped in a mist of purple energy, indicating an imminent breakthrough. Chashan, from today onward, I shall enter seclusion to strive for the nascent soul stage. The sect shall depend on you. With that declaration, the Grand Elder ceased all further discussion, clutching the asking heaven stone in his palm before soaring towards the barrier of the forbidden area. Chapter 50. The heir upon returning to the training ground. Li Zichang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he observed the Grand Elder seemingly profiting from the situation. The other inner disciples had all reaped the benefits of the purple mist, leaving him feeling more aggrieved than if his home had been raided. This was clearly a celestial phenomenon meant for him. Why had it instead favored others? And what was the significance of the vision he had witnessed? The memories of the chaotic scenes filled him with indignation, turning his face a shade of green. However, a glance at the dismal state of Gang Lai and Meng Jiang eased his spirit somewhat. The master and disciple, who had hoped to seize an opportunity for themselves, found themselves trapped within a barrier set by the Grand Elder. By the time the old man departed, the purple mist had already been thoroughly scavenged, leaving them with nothing. At this moment, the well-fed crowd finally remembered the hero who had brought them all this fortune, Li Zichang. They gathered around him, showering him with praises that echoed through the air. How could I not have said it before? With such a powerful figure among us, how could he be anything but extraordinary? Zichang is truly the pride of heaven. From this day forth, the status of the Baiyun sect shall rise immensely. Surrounded by admirers, they nearly worshipped him, the fervor of the scene surpassing that of welcoming a top scholar home. Brother, don't hold me back. I must ask Li Zichang to take out the Fangtian Huaji for me to admire. The younger sister harbored an unresolved obsession, her mind unstable due to the enigma. The elder brother, understanding the intricacies, desperately shielded her, unwilling to let her become a laughingstock. Sister, heed my advice. You cannot wield the Fangtian Huaji. Why don't we head to the back mountains, and I will teach you how to draw your sword instead. Alas, the poor sister, lacking in strength, was forcibly dragged away to practice swordplay. Everyone disperse. What kind of spectacle is this? In high spirits, Zhao Changshan hurried toward Li Zichang, parting the crowd and standing before him alongside the 8 peak elders. Zichang, the Baiyun sect is truly blessed to have you as a disciple. From this moment on, you shall be the first heir of the Baiyun sect. As the sect leader, I take pride in having you among us. Zhao Changshan was elated, gripping Li Zichang's shoulders tightly, his fingers digging in slightly as his lips quivered with excitement, akin to a father reunited with a son after many years apart. The first heir? Li Zichang felt bewildered. He had just entered the sect, and his identity was still uncertain, yet he was to inherit such vast wealth? Indeed. The Baiyun sect is but a third-rate sect. The position of sect leader cannot be inherited, but must be earned. You possess extraordinary talents, a true prodigy that is 1 in 100,000. In the entire southern region, those with such qualities could be counted on one's fingers. Zhao Changshan did not hide the importance of this matter, making it abundantly clear. This is a major event in your life. Li Zichang feigned hesitation, though he had already made up his mind. Although the Baiyun sect was a third-rate sect, its low profile made it less likely to attract attention. With such a force as a backdrop, he would have a much better chance of returning to confront the Pao family. With the birthday of Pao Desen approaching, if he acted alone, he might only manage to steal a knife, insufficient to eradicate the entire Pao family. It would be much more effective to utilize the power of the Baiyun sect to eliminate them entirely. Seeing him hesitate, Zhao Changshan feared that someone with prodigious talent like Li Zichang might be tempted to join another sect, resulting in a loss that would not be worth it. It is natural for people to seek higher ground, especially since he had just entered the Baiyun sect, lacking any emotional ties or sense of belonging, without sufficient incentives. It would be challenging to retain him. Cough Zichang. While the Baiyun sect is small, in the future, you can expand it and strengthen it. At that time, you will have access to endless resources for cultivation. Zhao Changshan spoke with a benevolent smile, painting a grand vision. Alas, but I have yet to avenge my grievances. I fear I cannot afford to wait that long. Li Zichang sighed, his expression particularly dejected. Haha. Avenging grievances is a matter we at the Baiyun sect shall handle for you. Zhao Changshan thought to himself that as a young lad from a butcher's background, even if he had blood feuds, they were likely mere incidents involving pigs, cattle, and sheep. This, noticing Li Zichang's continued indecision, Zhao Changshan hastily signaled Zhao Yao to add fuel to the fire. Zichang was originally my disciple, yet you wish to take him away. I have no desire to make someone else's garment. Zhao Yao, having recovered from his injuries, understood that Li Zichang was now highly sought after, and rather than compete, he opted to watch the unfolding drama. Brother, this matter concerns the honor of our sect. Let us discuss it later. At most, we can jointly educate him. A disciple competing against a master? Zhao Yao pondered briefly before reluctantly accepting the suggestion. It was better than letting someone else profit, especially since it was his own brother. Zichang, while the Baiyun sect may be a third-rate sect, within the barrier of the Forbidden Land lies a rare paradise, with resources no less than those of higher sections. If you have the ability, you may venture forth. With Zhao Yao's words, Li Zichang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had finally received the leverage he desired. The Forbidden Land not only contained Meng Mire, but also a strand of purple energy that might hold clues regarding his mother's whereabouts. If he could achieve all 3 objectives, the Baiyun sect would become his blessed ground, a splendid base of operations. The message conveyed by the Heavenly Stone regarding the Qing Yo Demon King indicated that Meng Mire was among the top 10 legendary artifacts known as the Phoenix. If he could claim it as his own, it would represent an immense treasure, surpassing any elixir or potion. Very well, for Elder Zhao's sake. I shall accept this position of heir. Li Zichang feigned reluctance in his agreement, yet his heart was already filled with elation. With this heir, how could the Baiyun sect not flourish? Zhao Changshan laughed heartily, finally achieving a significant milestone for the sect, adding vibrant strokes to the otherwise mundane life of the sect leader. Thus, the entire Baiyun sect rejoiced. Even the head elder Qin Shui had no choice but to alter his previous demeanor, treating Li Zichang with reverence. In stark contrast, Gang Lai and Meng Jiang, the master and disciple duo, found themselves mere bystanders, gaining nothing and instead left with a bitter taste in their mouths. Master, what shall we do? Meng Jiang ground his teeth, his fingers cracking with tension. Gang Lai took a deep breath, speaking in a grave tone. This boy must not be allowed to remain. We must return to inform the president immediately. But what about my family's matters? Meng Jiang felt bewildered, as their original mission to gather intelligence had yielded nothing. Disciple. Zhao Changshan mentioned earlier that Pao Chufan has long since descended the mountain. This matter must be related to him. We must first return to report and then pursue Pao Chufan's whereabouts. Understood. The master and disciple departed hastily from Baiyun Mountain, uninvited and without a farewell. Chapter 51. The choice of the fetal deity. Well then, today's debut comes to an end. Each of you has obtained your own fortune. So hurry back to consolidate your cultivation. From this day forth, Li Zichang shall be the deputy master of our Baiyun sect. Zhao Changshan announced Li Zichang's position before hundreds of disciples, and surprisingly, not a single dissenting voice was heard. All offered their congratulations. The 8 Peaks elders also reaped considerable rewards, eagerly anticipating Li Zichang to lead them to greater heights, their faces beaming with joy as they introduced themselves one by one. After nearly half an hour of bustling activity, the disciples returned to their respective peaks in high spirits, leaving only a few individuals in the entire martial arts arena. Zichang. I shall soon retreat to break through to the later stage of the Golden Core realm. The stone for opening the barrier will be entrusted to you. Remember, you may only explore the surface. Do not venture into the deep caverns. They are beyond your capabilities, Zhao Changshan urged repeatedly, describing the general situation within the barrier, though even he could not elucidate its mysteries fully. Listening to this advice, Li Zichang feigned compliance with a nod, yet internally he was skeptical. Thinking, to tell me not to enter the caverns? After all the hardships to arrive at Baiyun sect, and now becoming your deputy master, isn't it precisely to explore those caverns? At that moment, the image of a bottle and a plum appeared in his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhao Changshan called forth Muhai, saying earnestly, Zichang, this is your senior brother Muhai. If you have any unclear matters regarding your cultivation during this time, feel free to consult him. Muhai, a prodigy of exceptional talent and Zhao Changshan's direct disciple, was the most suitable mentor for Li Zichang. Junior brother Zichang, I am unworthy of your deference. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything, Muhai said, his handsome visage complemented by a humble demeanor, devoid of any jealousy towards Li Zichang. Wow, my senior brother is remarkably composed. I have usurped his hopes of becoming the sect master and can freely enter the forbidden grounds, yet he shows no signs of resentment. Li Zichang scrutinized him, his mind flooded with doubts. Perhaps sensing his unease, Zhao Changshan gently patted his shoulder and patiently explained, your senior brother practices the path of desirelessness. You need not worry. Desirelessness? Li Zichang retorted inwardly, pondering, is there truly such a path in the cultivation world? Isn't that absurd? The last practitioner of such a path couldn't even keep his own cow in check. How could there be a future in that? His thoughts shifted, and he immediately recalled his pitiful ancestor, Li Er, a wave of sourness rising in his chest. You need not be overly concerned, junior brother. I seek nothing but a quiet life in Baiyun sect to conclude this existence. I have never aspired to the position of sect master, Muhai said, his deep-set eyes briefly revealing a hint of concealed disappointment, which, despite being subtle, did not escape Li Zichang's discerning gaze. There is something troubling Muhai. Li Zichang realized, perceiving despair and helplessness in his eyes, far from the calm demeanor he projected. Then I shall rely on you, Senior Mu. Li Zichang, sensing no ill intent, graciously expressed his gratitude with a bow. Muhai, displaying genuine concern, gently patted his shoulder. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. At the moment of their contact, Li Zichang felt an electric thrill surge through him, his heart racing uncontrollably. What is happening? Suddenly, he sensed something unusual within himself and hurriedly probed with his consciousness. Little ancestor, are you having a fit? What he saw nearly terrified him. There, in the foundational platform of his abdomen, the fetal deity was radiating a vibrant red glow, seemingly exhilarated. Could it be that I am its chosen father? Li Zichang realized abruptly, understanding that the fetal deity's maturation required yang energy, while he could only provide the yin energy of the mother. As he communicated, the bloodlight surrounding the fetal deity shimmered even more intensely, and a warmth flowed from his lower abdomen to his heart, sending a rush of exhilaration coursing through him, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sensation of pleasure. What is this? Why do I feel such improper sensations? Li Zichang's eyes widened in confusion, struggling to comprehend how. As a man, he could experience feelings typically associated with women. Muhai was equally startled by his intense reaction, experiencing a similar sensation, but quickly regained his composure. Whispering to himself, Muhai, how can you be so absurd? He gazed at Li Zichang, incredulous that his orientation could be in question. After a brief standoff, Zhao Changshan interjected. All right, you two are meeting for the first time and are still unfamiliar with one another. You will become more acquainted in due time. With that, he left the two to their own devices and went off to enter seclusion. Ahem. Senior Mu, I am about to visit the treasure pavilion to select cultivation techniques. Would you care to accompany me? Li Zichang, ever the disciple of the unethical classic, quickly adapted and understood the fetal deity's intentions. Very well, let us have my senior brother assist you. Muhai, without a second thought, gladly accepted the invitation. Though they walked side by side, They maintained a respectful distance, both unaware of the unusual sensations each had previously experienced. Muhai occasionally glanced at Li Zichang, feeling anxious as he muttered softly, "Surely my junior brother does not find me distasteful?" Known for his kind-heartedness, Muhai had always been affectionate towards his junior brothers and sisters. Seeing Li Zichang keep his distance inevitably left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he possessed prodigious talent, while he himself felt rather mediocre and unworthy of attention. Meanwhile, Li Zichang was equally preoccupied with his thoughts. It is fortunate that this little ancestor has taken a liking to Muhai. Had it been Zhao Yao, the one with the proclivity for men, it would have been truly disastrous. Yet, Muhai did not seem as uncomplicated as he appeared. Without understanding the depths of the other, how could he dare to entrust his future? Li Zichang, inherently unethical, found it perfectly normal to hold double standards. In his view, if he were to marry, the partner must be one of unwavering fidelity and virtue, never committing any act of betrayal. However, if it were to be a union of convenience, it would be akin to aligning with the likes of Prime Minister Chao. Given the circumstances, Li Zichang felt compelled to take the initiative, probing into Muhai's background. "Senior brother, may I ask if you have ever had a romantic partner?" His intent was clear. Even if Muhai had prior experiences, he would not consider him worthy and would rather let the divine fetus wither than lower himself in marriage. Upon hearing this, Muhai was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly smiled. How could one of humble means dare to enter the world of affluence? With empty sleeves. How could I mislead a fair maiden? How could I speak of high halls when I barely have enough for 3 meals? How could I speak of home when I am adrift through the seasons? Chapter 52. The scheme of Muhai. Muhai spoke with an air of nonchalance, a gentle smile perpetually adorning his face. While it appeared to be self-deprecating, it was imbued with profound meaning, easily discerned by Li Zichang's keen demonic gaze. Muhai was indeed concealing something substantial. It seemed this individual held a significant secret. Li Zichang scrutinized him, perceiving his true essence with clarity. He was not deceitful, merely an eternal boy at heart. Although in his 30s, Muhai had never engaged in romantic affairs, thus aligning perfectly with Li Zichang's fundamental criteria for consideration. "Brother Mu, what do you mean by that? As the eldest brother of the Baiyin sect, surely there are many disciples enamored by you." Li Zichang sought to draw out information. Yet Muhai remained unfazed. In terms of composure, they were worlds apart. "You jest, junior brother. Aside from my nominal title as eldest brother, I possess no notable background. Were it not for a modicum of talent, I doubt I could maintain my position within the Baiyin sect," Muhai replied sincerely, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. Had it not been for the demonic eye, Li Zichang would have easily been misled by his words. Li Zichang smiled without replying, placing his hands behind his back and gradually slowing his pace. "Do you not believe me?" Muhai turned to glance, halting his steps. Brother Mu underestimates himself. What of living in poverty? What of being windblown with empty sleeves? What fear is there in facing 3 meals a day with uncertainty? Li Zichang's lips curled into a mischievous grin. "Oh, junior brother's open-mindedness is indeed commendable," Muhai remarked, taken aback by this perspective. "My view differs entirely from that of my brother." Li Zichang stepped forward, suddenly pivoting to face Muhai, his left foot anchoring on the ground. He raised his right leg to step onto a nearby stone, dramatically flinging open his robe and declaring, "I, lacking in virtue, engage only in wrongful deeds. Yet I still soar to great heights." Upon hearing this, Muhai's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating as he stared blankly at the muscular Li Zichang before him. "Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, why such surprise?" Li Zichang feigned ignorance, knowing full well the impact of his words. Muhai gulped, then gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising, "Junior brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Brother, you flatter me. I believe cultivation is a personal journey. Why dwell on past misgivings? When faced with challenges, one must act decisively." Li Zichang stated with unwavering conviction. "Haha, brother, your journey seems to have reached a conclusion. From now on, we shall look to you." Muhai laughed heartily, clearly amused, as he stepped closer and instinctively patted Li Zichang on the shoulder. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through them, and both instinctively staggered back half a step, their expressions turning awkward. "Junior brother, this." As the eldest brother, Muhai was the first to regain composure, desperately concealing his inner trepidation, fearful that Li Zichang might misinterpret his intentions. "Ahem. Brother, do not be alarmed. I merely felt the urge to relieve myself." Li Zichang, equally anxious about revealing his true motives, quickly explained, and in doing so, relieved himself on the roadside stone. With a swift release, the sound of water splashing echoed, overwhelming the surrounding foliage. Indeed, junior brother is quite bold. Muhai was once again astonished, choosing not to dwell on the implications. Though a sense of concern for Elder Zhao from the outer sect began to stir within him, both men decided to maintain a silent agreement regarding their previous awkwardness. It seems this approach is insufficient to uncover his secrets," Li Zichang sighed, contemplating alternative methods. "Brother Mu, do you enjoy drinking?" Unexpectedly, this question piqued Muhai's interest, and he perked up immediately. "Do you partake in this as well?" "Haha, During my time working at the slaughterhouse, I often indulged, Li Zichang confessed openly. Before his reincarnation, he had been accustomed to using copious amounts of alcohol for disinfection on the production line, especially with trial products. Spending extended time in such an environment naturally cultivated his drinking habits and remarkable tolerance. After his reincarnation, he continued this practice, consuming a bowl of strong liquor before every slaughter, both to disinfect the tools and to pay homage to the heavens. Since both of us share this fondness, we must indulge in a grand feast soon, Mu Hai proposed eagerly. Ha ha, what better day than today? Perhaps tonight? Li Zichang responded, eager to seize the opportunity. The matter of thee is urgent. If we miss this chance, it may be a long wait before we find another. Junior brother is quite eager. Mu Hai laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the prospect, and readily agreed. Li Zichang's plan was coming to fruition, a broad smile spreading across his face. Heh, after a few drinks. Perhaps I can uncover your secrets. The two quickly agreed and hastened their steps toward the treasure pavilion outside the main hall. Meanwhile, Wei Zhe, the elite disciple of the Ma family, returned to his quarters, immediately sitting cross-legged to stabilize the purple mist he had absorbed earlier. Although his realm did not break through, his cultivation experienced considerable enhancement, comparable to 2 years of arduous training. Phew, this Li Zichang must not be provoked. Otherwise, I shall meet a fate akin to Ying Zhang's. Recalling his earlier impulsiveness, a cold sweat broke out on Wei Zhe's back, grateful that Ying Zhang had taken the fall. Otherwise, he would have lost the chance to benefit from the purple mist and likely ended up as a cold corpse. As the saying goes, a single punch prevents 100. Li Zichang's ruthless nature not only established his authority, but also intimidated scoundrels like Wei Zhe. After much contemplation, Wei Zhe retrieved a communication jade tablet and conveyed his decision to the Ma family's young master. Wei Zhe, cousin, I am powerless regarding Li Zichang. You must seek assistance elsewhere. Ma Baojia, cousin, what has transpired? That lad is merely a waste of the body refining realm. It should be a trivial task. Wei Zhe, do not ask. My ineptitude is all you need to know. As for your affair with my sister, that is another matter. Ma Baojia, frustrated by the inability to resolve the situation, resorted to threatening with his own sister. Wei Zhe clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in determination, replying coldly, cousin, I have thought this through. We are indeed close relatives. Should I marry your sister, it would be a grave violation of moral principles. This excuse infuriated Ma Baojia, who angrily smashed his teacup onto the ground. You shameless scoundrel. Do not think I am unaware of your clandestine rendezvous with her in the woods. Just wait. I will inform father. After receiving the message, although fear gripped Wei Zhe's heart, the memory of Ying Zhang's tragic demise compelled him to resolutely abandon the matter. Li Zichang, wait for me. In 2 days, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in peace. According to tradition, new disciples of the Baiyun sect would register at the city lord's mansion of Yunshan after their debut. Unable to swallow his indignation, Ma Baojia planned to seize this chance to eliminate him. Chapter 53. Rising early to collect manure. The Baoga of the Baiyun sect is situated at the boundary between the inner and outer gates, with the central hall distinctly separating the two realms, almost as if they belong to entirely different worlds. The outer gate is characterized by a thin flow of spiritual energy, merely a fraction of that found within the inner gate, and is more intertwined with the secular world. In contrast, the inner gate boasts a protective mountain formation that gathers energy, resulting in a rich and pure spiritual essence. Although the Baiyun sect is considered a third-rate sect, the distinction between the inner and outer gates does not foster severe disdain, and the sect maintains a relatively good reputation compared to others. The Baoga was established in this location to facilitate disciples from both the inner and outer gates in acquiring and returning their training tasks, as well as exchanging for corresponding resources. Given the sect's limited financial resources, it does not support the establishment of similar facilities for both gates independently. As Li Zichang and Mu Hai stood outside the main entrance, a stir arose among the crowd. The inner gate disciples, having received their resources, were preoccupied with stabilizing their cultivation, which left the gathering comprised predominantly of outer gate disciples. Look, isn't that our senior brother from the Baiyun sect? What brings him to the Baoga? How peculiar. He rarely accepts tasks or exchanges anything from the Baoga. The last time we saw him was 3 years ago. Hey, isn't that the butcher who participated in the outer gate trials this morning? Due to delays in information exchange between the inner and outer gates, the news of Li Zichang's impressive feats in the martial arts arena had not yet reached them. Witnessing him standing shoulder to shoulder with senior brother Mu Hai astonished many, and whispers of jealousy and speculation began to circulate. Humph, need it be said? It's evident that this fellow is of mediocre talent and has been sent back. Yes, it must be so. I initially thought he had defeated senior brother Yang Gang and was quite formidable, but look at him now, back to square one upon entering the outer gate. In the face of such ignorant remarks, the usually gentle Mu Hai chose to remain unperturbed but, concerned for Li Zichang's state of mind, spoke soothingly. The outer gate disciples interact frequently with the outside world, which can be rather mundane. There is no need for you to take it to heart, junior brother. Li Zichang, however, harbored a different sentiment, having endured much idle gossip previously. He seized this opportunity to vent. Senior brother, may I inquire about your standing within the Baiyan sect? Though Mu Hai did not grasp the intent behind the question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded thoughtfully, when the sect leader and the elders are in seclusion, I am responsible for overseeing the disciples' cultivation. His implication was clear. Did this not suggest that he held authority over both inner and outer gate disciples? A sly grin crept upon Li Zichang's lips as a glimmer of mischief shone in his eyes. Indeed, Mu Hai nodded in agreement. Currently, I am the young sect master. In terms of status, who is superior? Haha, that goes without saying. Naturally, you are the junior brother. How could I compare? Mu Hai bore no jealousy. Instead, he genuinely admired Li Zichang. Well then, today I shall exercise the rights of the young sect master. With that declaration, Li Zichang leapt onto the steps outside the Baoga. Adopting a commanding posture as he gazed down upon the outer gate disciples, his expression exuding arrogance. This audacious display incited immediate discontent among those waiting in line to enter the Baoga, leading them to voice their grievances. Hey, worthless butcher. You've been expelled from the inner gate. Why don't you hurry back down the mountain and stop interrupting our business? Right. Are you trying to cut in line? Aha. Does he even have the qualifications to enter the Baoga? What nonsense is this about cutting in? Good dogs don't block the way. Hurry and scram. The atmosphere quickly escalated into a frenzy of indignation. Although Mu Hai wished to intervene, he was deterred by a mere glance from Li Zichang. Standing resolutely, arms crossed, he provocatively addressed the crowd. Today, I intend to cut in line. What will you do about it? Come, those who are unconvinced. Step forward and let me see who dares. His words stirred a tempest, and soon a dozen disciples rolled up their sleeves, encircling Li Zichang, ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. Although they were all disciples of the same sect, the sect did not discourage private sparring, and should Li Zichang get into trouble, it would be of his own making. Li Zichang, however, regarded them with disdain. Yet, he was not in the mood for a fight, surveying the surroundings. He quipped, just the 12 of you? Are there no others who wish to take me on? Among the outer gate disciples, many of lesser cultivation who had witnessed Li Zichang's prowess opted to swallow their pride rather than engage him directly. Very well then. You 12 shall be punished to collect manure in the mountains tomorrow morning, 100 piles each. Those who fail to meet the quota shall not return to the sect. Uft. Even the typically composed Mu Hai could not suppress his laughter, finally understanding Li Zichang's intentions. Have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are to issue orders to us? Stop wasting time with this fool. Let us take him down. As the crowd prepared to strike, Mu Hai's imposing presence quelled their raised hands. Do not be reckless. Mu Hai's intervention was not to aid Li Zichang, but to prevent the uninformed disciples from facing dire consequences. Publicly assaulting the young sect master would be a grave offense that could lead to expulsion from the sect. With Mu Hai's admonition, the crowd fell silent, though their bewildered gazes converged upon him. Young sect master, as the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Please forgive them for their transgressions. In just a few words, Mu Hai conveyed the seriousness of the matter. What? He is the young sect master? I must be hearing things. The dozen disciples collectively felt their legs weaken, their eyes wide with palpable fear. Indeed, half an hour ago, the sect leader accepted him as a direct disciple and entrusted him with the responsibilities of the young sect master. The recent heavenly phenomenon was also a result of Li Zichang. There is no doubt about it. Mu Hai's words resonated like a wake-up call, and the disciples quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly kneeling and pleading in unison. We deserve punishment. Please spare us, young sect master. Li Zichang cast a glance at them, his voice dripping with disinterest. TCH. How dull. Enough. Hurry and prepare. If you do not complete the task, do not return. Feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, the crowd hastily fled the scene. Within half an hour, the news of Li Zichang's elevation to young sect master spread throughout the outer gate. Senior brother, let us hasten into the Baoga. After selecting our techniques, we can attend to more pressing matters. Li Zichang wore a mischievous grin that sent shivers down Mu Hai's spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Shortly thereafter, Li Zichang brazenly cut in line, stepping through the grand entrance of the Baoga first. Mu Hai, who had always adhered to the rules, found himself unwittingly led astray, committing a misstep for the first time in his life. Chapter 54. Entering the barrier. Brother Mu, there is no need to be gloomy about this. It is merely a matter of strength cutting in line. Such occurrences transpire incessantly in the mundane world. If I do not act, others certainly will. Li Zichang, observing the furrowed brows of his companion, easily discerned his hidden concerns. Mu Hai, with a slight twitch of his nostrils and a hint of perplexity in his gaze, murmured softly, how is it that he seems to know my every thought? Could it be that we share a profound connection? He shook his head, striving to maintain clarity and not be swayed by the presence of Li Zichang, his resolve remaining steadfast. What you say bears truth, but as for me, I have always been free of desires and competition. Ha! Brother, you are not perhaps a celestial being untouched by the mundane world? Li Zichang seized the opportunity to jest, finding amusement in his senior's solemnity. Do not jest, junior. Do choose what you desire promptly. Mu Hai, unwilling to delve further into the topic, swiftly redirected the conversation. Noting his senior's reticent nature, Li Zichang refrained from further teasing and proceeded directly to the counter on the first floor of the treasure pavilion. "Greetings, young sect master." An elderly man, frail and hunched, greeted them with a face full of wrinkles. Despite his unappealing appearance, his tone was exceedingly warm. "May I inquire your name?" Li Zichang clasped his hands in greeting. Before the elder could respond, Mu Hai interjected, "Junior, this is Old Death, the steward in charge of the treasure pavilion." He gestured toward the elder's ears, and only then did Li Zichang grasp the implication. Old Death cannot hear anything? Not exactly. He suffered an accident in his youth. Though he has since recovered, his hearing remains impaired, Mu Hai explained with a fondness in his eyes that set him apart from others. "Are you well acquainted with Old Death?" Li Zichang, having gained the ability to perceive emotions since acquiring the bull demon eye, felt particularly sensitive, akin to a woman. "Young sect master, I have served the Mu family since childhood, watching over young Master Mu as he grew," Old Death remarked, his gaze filled with admiration. A constant smile gracing his features. "Aha, Old Death, you flatter me. The young sect master is here to select techniques. Do not let us stray from the matter at hand." Mu Hai once again shifted the conversation, and Old Death ceased his chatter, leading the two to the third floor of the treasure pavilion. "Young sect master, the third floor is exclusively for elite disciples. You may select freely, and should you have any questions, young Master Mu can assist you." With that, Old Death took his leave, allowing the two to converse privately. Li Zichang cast a glance at the elder's hunched figure and then at Mu Hai, sensing that both harbored secrets unknown to others. "Junior, while the techniques of the Baiyin sect may not be exceptional, with your talents, you can undoubtedly unleash extraordinary power. Just select one or two that appeal to you." Mu Hai enthusiastically detailed the various techniques, and Li Zichang quickly identified his goal. "I do not require body refinement techniques at the moment, and I possess a hereditary technique for enhancing my cultivation. What I truly seek is a formidable offensive method." Although he had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, he still relied on basic techniques that were insufficient for real combat and could easily reveal his identity. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Hai approached the innermost bookshelf. After a thorough search, he retrieved a tattered and yellowed jade slip, wiped it with his sleeve, and presented it to Li Zichang. "Junior, I believe this palm technique would suit you. Regrettably, only one form remains, while the rest have long since vanished. The Silent Destruction Palm. Is this a secret technique of the Baiyin sect?" Li Zichang examined the jade slip closely, noting that it contained only a single form. The remainder lost with the fragmented slip. Mu Hai shook his head and chuckled. "I do not know. I stumbled upon it at a cave entrance during a fortunate visit to the barrier years ago, and later had Old Death place it in the treasure pavilion." "Then why have you not practiced it?" Li Zichang inquired, puzzled. "I once attempted to decipher its contents, but discovered that it demands an extraordinary physique and is steeped in murderous intent, making it unsuitable for my cultivation," Mu Hai candidly revealed. "I see. If you believe it suits me, then I shall take it." Having previously used the bull demon eye to sense its extraordinary nature, Li Zichang was convinced that if he could uncover the complete technique, it would wield immense power. However, its true rank remained indeterminate with only the current fragment. "Are you not going to examine any other techniques?" Mu Hai was taken aback by his decisiveness. "Haha, I trust my brother will not mislead me." Li Zichang beamed. Mu Hai's expression grew complex. He felt a flicker of warmth in his heart at the trust bestowed upon him by his seemingly carefree junior. "Very well. Then you should return and study it diligently. With your aptitude, comprehension should come easily." "Agreed. I shall visit you tonight for a drink. Let us not miss each other." Li Zichang remained focused on the matter at hand, offering a reminder. "Haha, fear not, I shall not forget. At the hour of the dog, I will have prepared fine wine and delicacies for our gathering." "Excellent. We shall not depart until intoxicated." The two clasped hands in farewell. Mu Hai, returning to the inner door while Li Zichang, with time still on his side, decided to enter the barrier to investigate further, preparing for his upcoming endeavors. Li Zichang navigated through the various buildings of the inner door toward the back mountain, greeted by various disciples along the way, with several senior sisters vying for his attention. All of which he deftly evaded, cultivating a reputation of aloofness. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zichang once again stood before the barrier of the forbidden area. "Ah, this time, I shall not be stopped." He produced the barrier stone given to him by Zhao Changshan, bringing it close to the surface of the barrier, which immediately triggered a surge of spiritual energy, tearing open a passage approximately 10 feet wide. Without hesitation, Li Zichang slipped inside as the barrier healed behind him. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the stark difference in spiritual energy concentration, which invigorated his spirit, compelling him to inhale deeply. "Ah, what a paradise." Surveying his surroundings, he noted various unknown red and white flora thriving wildly, with even the trees appearing considerably sturdier and taller than those outside the barrier. The air was filled with the fragrance of rare herbs, and distant roars of beasts echoed through the depths, sending chills down his spine. Just as Li Zichang prepared to explore further, he was distracted by a woman's gasping voice emanating from straight ahead. "Ah, no, don't." Such an unseemly sound prompted him to rush forward without a second thought. Upon covering less than 100 paces, he lifted his gaze to find a young maiden, barebacked and sprawled on the ground, locking eyes with him. A purple aura loomed behind her, attempting to force its way into her being. "You beast, release that girl. Let me handle this." Upon closer inspection, Li Zichang recognized the girl, none other than Meng Meier, the one he had been desperately searching for. Chapter 55. The first encounter with Meng Meier. Li Zichang never anticipated that upon entering the barrier, he would witness such an explosive scene, particularly involving the very individuals he sought. His blood surged, akin to a famished wolf pouncing forward. At that moment, Meng Meier stood tense, denying the purple aura any opportunity to take advantage, her large, doe-like eyes wide with shock as she beheld Li Zichang rushing toward her. "You two are beasts. Do not approach," she exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed, you are correct, Meng Meier." Li Zichang unabashedly called her by name. "You know me?" Meng Meier struggled to hold her head high, her hands firmly guarding her body against the purple aura's advances. "I not only know you, but I am also acquainted with your sister, Meng Jiner." Li Zichang grinned maliciously. "Then hurry and remove the purple aura from my back. It has been pursuing me for half an hour." Despite her disheveled appearance, Meng Meier maintained her defiance. Observing the state of the purple aura, which resembled a violet tail swaying behind her, it seemed trapped in a dilemma. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, extending his right hand to grasp it firmly. Let us see where you can escape now." The captured purple aura writhed like a giant python, its size having multiplied several times since they were outside the barrier, almost as thick as his forearm. Phew. Thank goodness. If this creature had entered Meng Meier's body, she would have suffered immensely. Li Zichang felt relieved that she remained unharmed. Otherwise, she would have become second-hand goods. "Quickly, take it away." Meng Meier writhed, her expression tinged with pain. "Are you certain?" Li Zichang scrutinized her bare back, seeking confirmation. "Is there any doubt? If you have the capability, let it enter you." "Very well, this is your request." Li Zichang chuckled, then pressed his left hand firmly against Meng Meier's slippery back, while his right hand gripped the struggling purple aura, yanking it upward with force. A piercing scream echoed, reminiscent of a carrot being uprooted from the earth, yielding a satisfying release. "You scoundrel! That hurts." Tears welled in Meng Meier's eyes as her delicate lips nearly sunk into her teeth from clenching. "Hiki, you asked for this, so do not blame me." Li Zichang's proficiency was not for naught. Every product test required specialized tools, and he had dealt with various types before. Though the purple aura nearly found refuge within Meng Meier, fortunately, no harm was done, a small mercy amidst the misfortune. Perhaps the relief felt so liberating that Meng Meier inhaled deeply and resolved to teach Li Zichang a lesson. However, as she turned, she suddenly remembered her current state, quickly squatting down and clutching her knees tightly. This captivating scene did not escape Li Zichang's gaze, a rather unkind smile gracing his face. "Pervert, have you seen enough? Turn around." Meng Meier attempted to conceal herself, but lacked the shyness typical of other women. "Hardly impressive. What is there to admire?" Li Zichang confidently removed his shirt, his broad chest flexing audaciously before her. "Ah, you lecher." Meng Meier covered her head, shaking it desperately, clearly infuriated. "TSK. Such a size would never be produced in a factory like this. There would be no market for it." Li Zichang, well-versed in the ways of men, astutely discerned the underlying truth. With that, he turned his back, uninterested in such lowly advantages. Meanwhile, Meng Meier retrieved a male disciple's robe from her storage ring to cover herself. Seizing the moment, Li Zichang brought the purple aura to his nose for a whiff, noting the absence of any peculiar scent before examining it closely with his bull demon eyes. Activating the illusory technique, he uncovered the hidden condition within the purple aura. Hiss! How strange! What could this possibly be? Before him lay a translucent, cartilage-like substance, approximately 6 inches long. What on earth is this? Could it be some celestial treasure? Li Zichang sensed its extraordinary nature and swiftly redirected the power of his bull demon eyes for further investigation. An invisible beam of light swept across the surface of the cartilage, transmitting detailed information into his mind. Unknown cartilage, treasure, effects unclear, contains vast life force. Life force? Could it be? Li Zichang's mind swirled with confusion. Those few words conjured unspeakable thoughts, causing beads of cold sweat to form. What kind of treasure is this? A celestial phenomenon reveals this to me? Recalling the lewd chaos he had witnessed, doubts began to arise regarding the fate of this substance. No, I cannot hastily consume it until its essence is understood. Due to its mysterious origins, he decisively abandoned the idea of using it for a nourishing broth, storing it in the ring to ponder its true nature later. Hey, who are you? And why are you here in the barrier? Also, how do you know Meng Jiner? Meng Meier casually tied her robe, though its loose collar failed to conceal her figure entirely. Li Zichang turned to see her unabashed display. His curiosity piqued. I am Li Zichang, the young master of Baiyun sect, with a deep friendship with your sister Jiner. Hiki, how can you be the young master? Where is my senior brother Muhai? Meng Meier, with her oval face and snow-white complexion, possessed large, round eyes that accentuated her beauty, making her the most striking among the three sisters. Were it not for her slightly unruly nature, she would be nearly flawless. The title of young master was conferred upon me by the sect leader today. Behold, this is the stone that grants access to the barrier, sufficient proof of my identity. Seeing the stone in his hand, which indeed belonged to sect leader Zhao Chongshan, Meng Meier could not help but be swayed. What of my sister Jiner? Her gaze remained clear, seemingly innocent, yet Li Zichang detected a hint of peculiarity through the illusory technique, reminiscent of Mu Hai's demeanor. Hiss? Could it be they share a secret? The thought of Mu Hai getting a head start sent shivers down his spine, but upon closer inspection, he observed the pinkish aura surrounding her, reassuring him of her purity. Ahem. Ah, Miss Meng, I must confess, I have come regarding matters concerning the Meng family. With that, Li Zichang's expression shifted, his demeanor turning somber as he produced the blood letter coerced from her mother, trembling as he presented it to her, forcing out a couple of tears like those of a bull demon. Chapter 56. The Phoenix cannot hide any longer my mother's blood letter. Meng Meier grasped the corner of the letter, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. Although her expression was one of shock, there was no trace of sorrow. Hiss. How calm she is. Li Zichang inhaled sharply, astonished by Meng Meier's demeanor. While it is true that high-level cultivators are often detached from familial bonds, she was merely a young girl in her prime, and it was beyond comprehension that she could remain so indifferent upon seeing such a bloody letter. He, an outsider, felt more affected than she did. Li Zichang's puzzled gaze roamed over her partially exposed robe, attempting to penetrate her facade with his piercing eyes. What are you staring at? Be careful lest I gouge out your eyes. Meng Meier's slender fingers curled into claws, gesturing at him fiercely. If you dare to undress, why fear the gaze of others? Li Zichang, wearing a provocative smile, did not take her too seriously. I have lived alone within this barrier for many years. I am accustomed to being bare. And were it not for your reckless intrusion, I would not have suffered this indignity. Meng Meier clearly had no sense of restraint, speaking without a hint of modesty. Ah. So you have a penchant for exhibitionism. Li Zichang smirked, baffled as to how such a young and lovely woman could be so shameless. Even the Book of Immorality would not dare depict such a scene. I have no interest in taking advantage of you. Just look at the letter. Li Zichang immediately shifted the topic, focusing on the matter at hand. Is it truly from my mother? Meng Meier pressed him again. It is indeed, without a doubt. The Ming family was exterminated yesterday, and your mother suffered greatly, her reputation irreparably tarnished. Li Zichang exaggerated the gruesome details, his eyes fixed on her expression. Exterminated? My mother is dead? Meng Meier, though shocked, still showed no signs of grief, as if she were hearing a tale from another family. Yes, aside from your mother. All others have been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, I arrived in time to preserve your mother's remains. The blood letter was pinned with her last breath. The scene was truly heartbreaking for all who witnessed it. You arrived in time? Meng Meier looked puzzled as she slowly unfolded the blood letter. Blood letter. The Pao family is heartless. They slaughtered my entire Meng clan. Thankfully, a hero came to rescue, saving a wretched life. The deep-seated enmity must be etched in the minds of the Meng descendants. The marriage contract between the two families is hereby rendered void. Meng mother, Chun, weeps with her blood, swearing this with her life. Alas. As Meng Meier read the letter, her emotions remained unusually stable, showing no signs of sorrow or anger. Oh, you must be the hero mentioned in the letter. A hero, I dare not claim. I was merely entrusted by your sister Jiner to deliver the message to the Meng family, yet I arrived too late. Sigh. Li Zichang lowered his head with a sigh, continuing his performance. Why did the Pao family seek to exterminate my Meng clan? Meng Meier frowned slightly, folding the blood letter neatly before returning it to him. Her gaze tinged with confusion. Are you going to keep your mother's blood letter as a memento? Li Zichang was momentarily stunned, his outstretched hand hovering in midair, uncertain whether to receive it. What use is this filthy item now that she is gone? If you do not want it, then burn it. What? How heartless. Li Zichang had anticipated many outcomes, yet this was not one of them. Logically, he thought this should lead to tears of gratitude, or at the very least, a scene where she would offer herself in return for his kindness. Yet the current exchange was veering wildly off course, leaving Li Zichang at a loss. Meier, your sister Meng Jiner has been serving the old Pao master day in and day out, worn down to a mere shadow of her former self. Pao Destin, in his greed to possess you three sisters, severed the Meng family's retreat. Unbeknownst to you, after Jiner learned of Pao Destin's schemes, she implored me to deliver the warning. Though Li Zichang's excuse was somewhat forced, it was still plausible. The family dynamics in the cultivation world are complex. The heads of powerful clans often ensure the stability of their households by keeping the backgrounds of concubines minimal to avoid internal strife. Much like the relationship between an emperor and his relatives. Sister Meier, your mother met a tragic end. She urged time and again that neither you nor your second sister, Pinger, should marry Pao Deshen and entrusted me with your care. Li Zichang narrated the scene with great emotion, yet Meng Meier remained stoic, her expression devoid of any warmth. Are you done? Aren't you saddened? Li Zichang countered. First of all, whether or not there was a marriage contract, I would never entangle myself with the Pao family. If the old man has the capability, let him come to Baiyun sect and take me back. Secondly, whether Pinga marries or not is of no concern to me. Nor will I seek revenge for the Meng family. Meng Meyer placed her hands on her hips, adopting an indifferent posture, her words crystal clear and her emotions utterly unchanged. Hiss, could it be that she has been away from her parents since childhood, resulting in such cold-heartedness? Li Zicheng couldn't fathom why things had turned out this way, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. All right, I have received your letter. Now please leave. This is not a place for someone of your weakness. Meng Meyer promptly issued an eviction order, unwilling to linger in conversation. Weak? Li Zicheng was taken aback. A young woman who couldn't even handle the purple aura had the audacity to call him weak. Is it not true? The Baiyun sect is such an inconsequential sect that it hardly merits my attention. Do not think that merely because of a blood letter, you can capture my favor. Dream on. Meng Meyer's sharp tongue lashed out at him like a barrage, as if she were not a disciple of the Baiyun sect at all. Li Zicheng gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that he was dealing with a formidable opponent. His carefully crafted performance could not simply end here. Humph. Very well. Since you insist, I shall drop the pretense. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your Phoenix artifact. Cooperate obediently, or I shall ensure your utter ruin. You, how do you know about this? At that moment, Meng Meyer's expression shifted, her tension palpable. Li Zicheng flashed a toothy grin, his gaze sweeping over Meng Meyer's figure, finally resting on her lower half. He raised a finger towards a crucial area. His tone taunting. I not only know about the Phoenix, but I also know you have a tattoo. WH. What? Meng Meyer gasped in shock, instinctively covering her body, adopting a defensive stance. Haha, does blocking help? Today, I shall take it. Li Zicheng shed his disguise, leaping into the air, diving down like a golden-winged rock, shouting, hand it over. Chapter 57, The Hidden Secret of Meng Meyer. As Meng Meyer lifted her gaze, she was instantly taken aback by Li Zicheng's striking presence. With her right hand firmly gripping her chin and her left hand poised defensively, she appeared quite comical. By the time she regained her composure, Li Zicheng's enormous hand had already pressed down on her head, forcefully pushing her downwards. Desperately, Meyer summoned all her cultivation energy in an attempt to resist him, but Li Zicheng unleashed the full force of his foundational realm pressure, instantly overwhelming her efforts. Let go. Let go of me. Release me. Maya pleaded, her hands frantically searching for a way to free herself, but standing only 6 feet 4 inches tall. She could not reach the towering Li Zicheng, who loomed a full foot above her. Didn't you just claim I was weak? Come. Let me see how strong you truly are. Maya hunched over, her already loose robe nearly slipping from her shoulders, her dark hair disheveled from her own pulling. You lecher. What kind of skill is it for a foundational realm cultivator to bully someone in the chi refining realm? Li Zicheng offered no defense, adhering strictly to his principle that strength equates to righteousness. No matter how she attempted to provoke him, he remained resolute. I shall accomplish what you failed to do earlier. With that, Li Zicheng casually twisted his wrist, causing the head-down Meyer to spin effortlessly, exposing her entire back to his gaze. Don't get carried away. I assure you, with your physique, you cannot withstand the power of the Phoenix. Even if you somehow succeed, it would be your end. As Li Zicheng appeared ready to take serious action, the defenseless Meyer was left with no choice but to reason with him, hoping to dissuade him from his course. Even if it were true, so what? A moment of explosion brings endless pleasure. I do not care. With immense strength and the blessing of a saintly body, he was confident he could endure the backlash of the Phoenix. Having traversed a morally dubious path and having entangled with various individuals, he was not one to be easily swayed by mere words. Seeing that threats were ineffective, Meyer, whose hair was now pulled into a ponytail, became unexpectedly calm. The fear in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute expression that did not align with her beauty. Hero wait. Sensing his murderous intent, Meyer decisively called for a halt, her tone taking on an unusual seriousness. Li Zicheng, poised to strike, halted his advance upon hearing her address him as hero, almost stopping just short of his target. Weren't you just calling me a lecher, certain of my weakness? Now you're afraid? Trying to deceive me with honeyed words, are you? He scoffed repeatedly, momentarily distracted, before charging forward once more. Stop. I speak the truth, and I assure you that once you hear it, you will calm down immediately. Meyer shouted, her heart racing in her throat. Speak quickly, or spare me your nonsense. Just as the words left her lips, Li Zicheng recognized a misstep and quickly corrected himself. Ahem, mistake. I warn you not to jest, or you shall face dire consequences. Meyer had no time to ponder the implications of his words. Gritting her teeth, she stated resolutely, listen well, I am a man. The declaration fell like thunder from the sky, shocking Li Zicheng, whose eyes widened in disbelief. What, a man? Could it be that you, like me, traverse the path of transformation? Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, Li Zicheng immediately dismissed it. Impossible. Only I can dual cultivate with the path of human skin and the unethical sutra. One cannot exist without the other. There must be a secret at play. Despite his racing thoughts, he did not relax his grip, refusing to give her any chance to escape. sensing that he had not continued his advance. Mayer finally seized the opportunity to speak again. Though my body is that of a woman, my soul is unequivocally male. Surely, the young master would not engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Perhaps driven to desperation, Maya spoke earnestly, her tone devoid of pretense. Yet, Li Zichang, possessing the bull demon eyes, knew that no one could deceive him with lies. After scanning her, he found no signs of deceit, which caused his brows to furrow in contemplation. Hiss, she speaks the truth. Could it be a soul exchange? While numerous nefarious paths dabble in such arcane arts, they fundamentally differ from the path of human skin. The former allows for one-on-one exchanges with only the body being occupied, while the latter constitutes an actual transformation of the true self with no loss of power. Young master, every word Maya speaks is the truth. Should you forcibly seize the phoenix's body, you would be plagued for a lifetime by the fact that I am a man. Trust me, do not act foolishly. Maya leaned forward. Though she could not see Li Zichang's expression, she was certain he would not commit such an outrageous act without boundaries. After all, he was the young master of the Baiyun sect. If word got out, he would lose his claim to succession. As the situation unfolded according to her expectations, Mayer felt a temporary sense of relief. Young master, if you truly desire a woman from the Meng family, you may wait for my second sister, Pinger, to return. She is far more alluring than my elder sister, Jiner. Noticing that he remained unresponsive, she continued to entice him. Have you ever seen the delicate branches bearing fruit? At her words, Li Zichang smiled silently, thinking, not only have I seen such things, but I can also grow them myself. How could I be easily swayed by mere words? Within his storage ring lay a hidden allure, and if he merely sought pleasure, why would he go through such lengths? At this moment, although Li Zichang had yet to take action, a sense of urgency gripped him. He could not miss this opportunity. If someone else seized it first, the loss would be immeasurable. The thought of rivals like Zhao Yao, coupled with the knowledge of Mayer's unique condition, a female body housing a male soul, ignited a profound sense of urgency within him. Despite his unwavering focus on Mayer's exquisite back, images of Zhao Yao's bearded face haunted him, a feeling of discomfort that he could not shake. There was a monumental secret concealed within Mayer. She surely was not of the Meng family. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. After much contemplation, Li Zichang steeled himself for what was to come. In an instant, the unethical sutra surged within him, striving to break through to the 6th level. Determined to overcome his psychological barriers, every endeavor has its first time. With unwavering conviction, Li Zichang focused intensely on the moral boundaries before him, launching yet another assault. Moments later, the atmosphere, once stagnant, turned charged with an ambiguous tension, plunging Mayer, who had thought she could escape death, into a state of despair. Chapter 58. Has the unethical classic turned against us? Meng Mayer inhaled sharply, instantly overwhelmed by the dense atmosphere of ambiguity. Her heart raced, not only rising to her throat, but also causing the muscles beneath her skin to tense, instinctively constructing an impregnable defense. Suddenly, as the sunlight slanted down, the enormous shadow cast by the Fang Tian Huaji slowly advanced. Li Zichang, wielding the halberd, transformed into a hellish demon, appearing as if he were about to spill blood at any moment. Alas, the heavens have perished and morality has crumbled. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Mayer was seized by immense fear, her mind filled with images of her own brutal demise, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Li Zichang, who had been delving into the depths of the unethical classic, immediately misinterpreted her tremors as seduction, his blood surging, the fierce aura escaping his nostrils igniting 2 crimson clouds upon her waist, a striking sight indeed. Ethics and morality are merely the mundane constraints of society. The path of cultivation is about the true self. What can they do to me? Li Zichang experienced an epiphany, breaking through the bottleneck of the unethical classic. Advancing into the 6th realm, the unethical classic states, the valley spirit is immortal. This is called the mysterious female. The gate of the mysterious female is the root of heaven and earth, unbreakable. What? How could this be? Upon comprehending the 6th meaning, sweat beaded on Li Zichang's forehead, as if drenched by a downpour. His body turned rigid, the slaughtering knife raised, frozen midair, caught in a dilemma. The mysterious Tao of the void exists eternally, never to perish. This is the profound essence of femininity. The gateway to creation is the source of all things, the very foundation of the Tao, nameless and unfathomable. As Li Zichang murmured to himself, the spirit within him erupted with unprecedented bloodlight, his entire being transforming into a crimson hue, as the clouds turned a blood-red dusk. Tumultuous waves crashing toward the foundation plate. The old master resolutely refused to be bound by fate, who decreed that such a state could not be taken to the battlefield. At this moment, 2 forces within him clashed, balanced in a stalemate. The fetal spirit, fueled by rage, suppressed the raging fire within him, preventing it from gaining the upper hand. Yet Li Zichang was determined to pierce through defenses, seize the phoenix, his immense strength making his body as solid as rock. Inching forward, striving for victory through brute force. Seasoned cultivators understood that, given his current state, even a calamity or a united family could not quell this momentum. Throughout history, Whether heroes or scholars, all have fallen to the blade above their heads. This truly is a force that cannot be pulled back, especially since his current strength was surging forward, not retreating. However, such actions infringed upon the limits of the heavenly path. He was now a being of great potential, and such recklessness was tantamount to breaking the rules. Intolerable even to the unethical classic, the fetal spirit within him exerted every effort to oppose this irresponsible behavior, ultimately forcing out the holy body of the wife. With a hum, as a beam of holy light burst forth from his body, Li Zichang felt as if he had been struck by a curse of weakness, instantly resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Is this not the unethical classic? Why is it now hindering me? Li Zichang howled in despair, utterly bewildered by this unforeseen outcome. He had intended to use the unethical classic to refresh his limits and break free from constraints, yet it had the opposite effect, awakening the fetal spirit and the holy body of the wife, leading the three entities to forcibly suppress him back. Has it stopped? Meng Meo had anticipated a tempestuous storm of trials, but to her surprise, the skies cleared suddenly, and the imagined thunderous wrath did not arrive as expected. Could it be that he had found his conscience and awakened? She steadied her nerves, slowly straightening her hunched back, cautiously glancing back, only to find Li Zichang's eyes blood red, veins protruding on his neck and face, his body swollen, as if on the brink of explosion. Xiao Zhongju, Maya tentatively called out, noticing his lack of response, and prepared to slip away. Meanwhile, Li Zichang, disheartened, lost all interest, fully concentrating on digesting the three powers generated within him. First, the vast spiritual energy produced by the fetal spirit was swiftly absorbed, allowing his cultivation to break through to the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Subsequently, the unethical classic breaking through to the sixth realm caused the spiritual energy within dozens of miles to converge towards him, enabling him to reach the late stage of Foundation Establishment. The Holy Mother's power, generated by the protection of the fetal spirit, further elevated his cultivation to the peak of Foundation Establishment, stabilizing his aura. Meng Meier, unable to move with her hands caught, witnessed Li Zichang's progression from the initial stage of Foundation Establishment to its pinnacle. The surging spiritual energy left her exposed, revealing her exquisite figure before him. Is this the legendary phoenix? Li Zichang regained his senses, his gaze fixated on the enchanting sight, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Don't look. Even though Meng Meier prided herself on her male soul, she felt an overwhelming embarrassment under such exaggerated scrutiny, her toes digging into the ground out of sheer mortification. Under the gaze of the Azure Bull demon, the phoenix form had nowhere to hide, and even the most treacherous terrain could not obstruct the probing of the illusionary method. In an instant, an unprecedented, beautiful illusion appeared in Li Zichang's eyes, filled with scenes of Meng Meo accompanying him, either admiring the scenery on celestial mountains or frolicking in spiritual springs, soaring into the clouds or plunging into the depths of the sea. Amidst the swirling clouds and rain, divine birds accompanied him, while Meng Meier transformed into a phoenix, allowing him to traverse freely, a transcendent feeling surpassing any other romance in the world. Seeing his entranced expression, Meng Meier was suddenly filled with curiosity, wondering what magnificent vision could render him so enraptured. What benefits could this phoenix form possibly bring? Why did the elders of the sacred land vie for it so fiercely? Meng Meier reminisced about the past, her eyes filled with endless sadness. She initially thought this would end here, and he could only observe. But upon seeing Li Zichang holding a pitch-black bullier knife, a wicked smile curving at the corner of his mouth, she was immediately struck with fear. A horrifying thought flashing through her mind. Could he be planning to kill the hen to seize the egg? Chapter 59. Such abundant wings? Upon the emergence of this thought, Meng Meier was rendered utterly terrified, her 3 souls and 7 spirits lost. The blush that had once graced her cheeks from shyness receded rapidly, leaving her pallid as snow, her dreams filled with incredulous shock. Possessing a renowned artifact, she had envisioned countless scenarios of her capture, whether in single combat or a group assault. Even the prospect of being taken after death had been mentally prepared for. Yet, she had never anticipated being entirely overwhelmed. Noticing the exaggerated grin stretching across Li Zichang's lips, Meng Meier found her instincts validated. She cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. You audacious rogue, what exactly do you intend to do? Do not come any closer. The blade of the bull's ear knife pointed downward, perfectly aligned with her, and though it did not make direct contact, its penetrating chill sent a shiver straight to her heart, nearly causing her to lose control. Do not be afraid. This knife is exceptionally sharp and possesses a paralyzing effect. It won't hurt. Li Zichang's reassurances easily led Meng Meier to misinterpret his words, forming an exaggerated understanding of paralyze. Yet, this coincided perfectly with her assumptions, and she naturally began to align with his intentions. If Li Zichang sought this object, then what else could it be but a source of paralysis? Please, young sect master, show mercy. If you take it away, it will be as lifeless as a corpse, utterly devoid of function, a sheer waste. Trembling, Meng Meier's snow-white form stood on end as if struck by lightning. Indeed, the phoenix truly lives up to its name, its wings so remarkably full. Faced with such an exaggerated instinctual defense, Li Zichang found himself both amused and infuriated. After 2.5 years of assembly line work, He had never encountered such a densely packed design. His horizons broadened, and his interest intensified. Trust me, if you take it away, it will feel as cold as a corpse. It would be better to leave it with me for now and retrieve it later. Wouldn't you agree? Ming Meyer desperately pleaded, attempting to negotiate for a sliver of hope. However, Li Zichang was unmoved, gently pressing the bull's ear knife against her body, sneering. If it could be retrieved later, why would I resort to such desperate measures? Though his words held a double meaning, both parties understood perfectly. He slowly slid the blade along her surface, his gaze revealing a fondness as if appraising a top-tier skin, the spirit of craftsmanship laid bare. As for the chill, there was no need for her to fret. The young sect master had long since experienced it. What? Ming Meyer gasped, her expression one of shock, realizing his malicious intent. Showing no mercy even to the deceased. Li Zichang, brimming with confidence, felt pride in his past experiences. Each month, the factory would select a standout worker, rewarding them with opportunities for practical tests, and Li Zichang was chosen monthly, often to the point of exhaustion. Thus, the sensation of cold was as familiar to him as the mundane. Before the fetal spirit departed, he could not indulge in such actions. So he resolved to refine Ming Meyer into a vessel for storage. Initially, he had intended to follow the example of Feng Rao and Pao Mulan, merely replacing parts. But realizing he would soon transform and marry his senior brother to nurture the fetal spirit into its complete form, he decisively abandoned that notion, determined to extract her entirely. Ah, this is not right. Wouldn't that benefit Muhai? Li Zichang shuddered, goosebumps rising all over him. To mature the fetal spirit, they would need to share a bed. He would not be foolish enough to hand over the phoenix to another. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he thought, yes, that is the way. Li Zichang was adept at puppet techniques, yet he could currently only refine one, which had already been claimed by Wang Pa. He resolved to patiently await the enhancement of his skills to create another living puppet, then fit Ming Meyer's skin over it, thereby reserving it for himself. Although human skin was said to transcend the myriad paths, it was not so absurd as to serve dual purposes. He would have to proceed according to the established methods. As for Muhai, he could only gaze longingly at the stone door, his heart heavy with bitterness, a taste more acerbic than licking the asking heaven stone. Blame yourself. You chose an inhuman vessel, insisting on using this skin as your medium. Whether this phoenix is the original or Ming Meyer's is of no consequence. Accept your fate as my stepping stone. Having resolved his intention, Li Zichang no longer hesitated, raising the bull's ear knife to enact his will. No. Please. Spare me. I am but a wretched soul. Ming Meyer cried, tears streaming down her face, devoid of the courage expected of a man. Only now do you think to offer yourself willingly? Why not earlier? Li Zichang lamented, shaking his head at his current state, feeling a sense of regret. Look at me now. Do I still have the luxury to choose? Indeed, at this moment, the Fang Tianhua halberd had shed its murderous aura, resembling a dragon that had failed its tribulation, lifeless, merely hanging there like a husk above the city gate. Please, let me try holding it. Ming Meyer was truly at her wit's end, resorting to desperate measures. Dream on. The Fang Tianhua halberd is not something you can simply take. Li Zichang, uninterested in further discourse, seized the bull's ear knife and began to slice towards the edge of the phoenix.